Welcome to Sonic the Podcast. In each episode, we discuss a different Sonic game, rank all of its levels from best to worst, and talk about what we love and what we hate. On this episode, we are talking about Shadow the Hedgehog from 2005.
So it's Christmas time. I've been playing this game.
The guy's been at it for the past 3 days. 8 hours a day.
For
71 fat A rank.
3 days straight.
And nothing else to show.
I've done every single A rank with a video. We unlike all the previous.
You've had a lot of my help, mate.
Unlike the previous games,
I've been there.
We did this together. We actually played it together for the most part, and then I kind of took off, got completely obsessed, locked in.
Yeah, he sort of lost it.
And played. Yeah, I got all 71 A ranks in about 3 days.
Yeah.
Then we did expert modes. We've done literally every single imaginable facet
played it to death
of this game.
Apart from co-op.
Apart from co-op. Well, yeah, apart from co-op. But we read about co-op, so we kind of know what the vibe is.
Exactly.
I fucking love this game.
I fucking love it too.
I love it so much. I love it so much. And you know what? Fuck anyone who doesn't like it. Fuck
It is just not fair, the hate it got. I actually don't understand it.
I don't understand it.
I can't understand it.
Well, I kind of do understand it, but I don't understand it because when you play it, it is just a joy. It's such a treat to play. It's got the perfect combination of a Sonic game and a first-person shooter with a bit of RPG. What is there not to like? What is there not to like? And it's got this.
It's just the single hardest track ever made.
So good.
It's so fucking heavy. It's just such thick shit. It's an incredibly enjoyable game to play. I reckon I played it about 3 times, or sort of 2 or 3 times.
I think I played it a bit more than that.
It's just fucking outstanding. No, not many Sonic games control nearly as well as this game does.
No, the animation and the way he moves.
Love the squash and stretch.
Yeah,
he moves so good. It just, playing it is just a fucking joy.
When did you first play it?
It was actually my first ever exposure to like sort of a Sonic past like adventure. I saw a friend of mine playing Prison Island. That's like a very early memory that I've got of this game. So I've always had nice association with it. But I don't know. The first time I properly played it would be like when I was, I don't know. I think I've played it maybe like 4 or 5 years ago for the first time, and then sort of quite a few times since then. Yeah. I've done like a casual playthrough, not all the endings once, and then the rest I've done the full thing twice. I think. Yeah, but I've usually just like played it with you or something. So, I mean, no, a lot basically. In terms of Sonic games, a lot. I've never A ranked it fully like you have, but like. I mean, I basically have, having seen you do it. Yeah.
And have you played it on Xbox proper or just emulators?
I actually have. I've played it on the original Xbox. Before, not the whole game, but like some of it. So I know how it feels. Years ago though. But no, I normally play it on Dolphin emulator. Which is of course king.
Nice.
Yeah, what about you?
So mine, I remember getting this very, very distinctly. Christmas 2005, present from parents.
Nice.
And I remember being particularly excited because it was the first Sonic game to be like a 12 plus. Like on the age rating. So it was supposed to be like a bit more gritty. I had a very limited understanding of what it was going to be. But I remember that I was like obsessed with that. And I remember playing through it, waiting for the profanity to appear, and it's like bloody or something,
and damn,
unbelievably mild.
Yeah.
And I just loved it so much when I first played it. I had no idea. I didn't know much about the Sonic franchise at that point. I didn't know much about how Sonic games worked, and I didn't know that I hadn't clocked that you had to do it 10 times through to unlock Devil Doom. So I probably only played a very small amount of the actual game the first time. And then it took multiple playthroughs to understand the crazy mechanic where you have to do 10 routes through to finish 10 endings before you unlock the last way. That probably came a lot later. And I played it on original Xbox and then in later years emulator. But
nice.
I've always had such an affinity to it and such a soft spot for it, especially certain levels. I remember as a 10-year-old playing and them standing out as vibrant, exciting, well designed, some iconic lines. Really iconic lines from all characters. It's also a treat to see everyone because it's all there. They're all there.
You forget that like everyone's in it apart from Big. Like all of them. All the main ones up to this point in the series.
The thing I really, looking back, the thing I really didn't have any idea of until actually much more recently was what the fuck it was doing with the Shadow storyline. Because I hadn't. I think we definitely both had the same thing where we had a gap in our history with Sonic with SA2 and we just never played it until obviously we played it since, but not until much later on. So I didn't understand that how the Shadow story actually begun and what this game was doing with it, and how the sort of trilogy of the Shadow story is SA2, Heroes, and then this game, and how there's just a non sequitur between SA2 and Heroes when he just comes back from the dead with no ceremony or acknowledgement. And then they release this game to kind of actually give some proper weight to what Shadow's story is post SA2, and then what it meant for him to be in it in the first place. And I feel like they went so far into exploring the story that you end up, it's probably my only criticism of the game, is you end up getting so much story that you come away almost not knowing more than you did at the start, because you've been given so many different possibilities
exactly
and aspects. And then the one that the real ending, even then, is like still a bit confused and abstracted, and you're not quite sure. It's kind of
weird, the real ending. It's not the clearest. It's got a bit of a weird vibe going on at the end, in the last cutscene. But I don't know. What you are left with though is a general feeling and a proper introduction to this character who unlike any other Sonic character has this deep, complex, like sort of emotional and tragic past, and he's been made the way he is because of it. And you learn about all that while just sort of witnessing this very charismatic and like just very distinct from anything else Sonic. Like, just that there's a lot you can say about his sort of character, which, I mean, it's why everyone loves him. It's why you could have had it's why we've just had the wonderful year of Shadow. 24.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
Exactly. It's why he's such a good character, and this game gives you every possible way of like sort of finding that out. It's just huge.
It does. I guess it for people.
He's the only Sonic character who could have his own game. He just is.
In this amount of depth, yes, I suppose that's probably true.
Yeah.
Which is credence, actually. And I was literally thinking about this just before we started recording. How it's such a shame that I guess Frontiers kind of tried, but the depth of Shadow's story is actually just unbelievable. Because I suppose I was thinking about it because it got brought out more in gens. But there's so much to unpack, especially with this game. You've got the trifecta of G.U.N, the Black Aliens, Eggman, and then all of Shadow's friends and all of his history and everything that's come before and all of the lore surrounding that and what Gerald did. There's just an unbelievable amount of richness to it and boldness as well to like all of the different strands of the story.
If you put him like before and after, he's been through such an ordeal.
Huge.
Because at the start they give you a blank slate It's just Shadow's there looking at Westopolis, having had he's had a
Well, he's got amnesia. At the start of the game. He can't
know
remember
what's
anything.
going on, and so you think, right, we're going to go into this, and then afterwards, like, you've been through 10 possible outcomes of his complicated
Deals,
history.
yeah.
It's just insane.
And
There's so much going on.
and at the heart of it, which actually, in credit to the unbelievably good film that's just come out,
Oh yeah,
is the Maria relationship.
yeah.
Which is
That's the only thing that he
good.
knows, which is the image of her being shot, and like, what the fuck. But that's why he's such a good character.
Yeah, because he's the ultimate anti-hero. He's got that like darkness that everyone kind of is curious about and excited about, and that lust for revenge.
This is why everyone likes him, and this is why he's such an incredible character. He's relatable to the target audience, which was like yourself,
troubled teens
at the time, who are like sort of coming into like a much more harsh world, and he's that sort of, it's like, it's not Green Hill anymore,
Yeah,
hence why he
really
gets chucked into Angry Westopolis. It's his first level next to Shadows, instead of Sonic's.
He's the perfect anti-Sonic in the way,
exactly.
because he's not an anti-Sonic like, say, Metal Sonic is, who's just an evil version of Sonic.
Exactly.
He's got Sonic's traits, but without the idealism and without the kind of like blind optimism. He's a more humanized, darker version.
Yeah.
And so what this game does so well is it's a exercise in choice to an extent. Well, actually, that's built into the framework of the whole game. It's like the player is empowered to choose, and that's a big part of choice. Which is a theme brought out by the movie as well. Choice is a massive part of Shadow's character and his arc in every piece of media he appears in. Is that it teaches about the power of being able to choose to do the right thing rather than an ingrained like impulse to do the right thing, which is Sonic's. Sonic's got that automatically, whereas Shadow has to learn it, which is a much more human trait.
Exactly.
Ironically enough, the exact same message is embedded in throughout the Matrix films, which of course is linked through Keanu.
Yeah, nice.
He did an amazing
and is all
job.
quite Shadow-esque, actually.
Very.
In the sort of dystopian city world sort of thing. It
So
all fits very well.
Yeah.
It's also I was going to say something about the choice thing. Well, yeah, Sonic never has to. But because Shadow has to make that choice, and the whole sort of message of like how you deal with your trauma, and how you choose to move on.
Yes.
Again, it's a very different message to what Sonic usually has, but it's a good message to people who are sort of struggling with difficult things or whatever. It's
Agreed.
It puts out a good sort of memo.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's why his music is
gritty.
I mean, his theme, and like all themes tied to him, it's either like death metal, heavy, angry death rock, or sort of like early 2000s rock, like sort of like he fits with
Linkin Park,
that kind of shit.
Yeah.
He that's why it's his theme, because it's all this sort of like internalized anger sort of which comes out in music, but it's actually just deep and sort of meaningful. So again,
which is beautifully reflected in the whole great sort of soundtrack of this game, which ranges from the kind of the tragic and subdued to the all-out angry to the joyous and radiant.
Yeah, i.e. Death Ruins to the Doom.
Yeah. And
what a fucking
Gun Fortress to
conflict.
Like, Digital Circuit, exactly.
Yeah.
He is an astonishingly rich character, which to the credit of this game, it brings out, albeit in a slightly weird way, it does really bring it out. Which is, hence what is the thing at the beginning I said about combining first-person shooter, Sonic platforming, and a kind of RPG element to give you the choice of how you choose to navigate through. And it just layered on top of that, you've also just got an unbelievably good window into Sonic lore, which has all been already set up. What I loved so much about this game, which is what I think it's a much more rewarding game to play if you have a good grip on the lore of SA2 and SA1 actually, and Heroes, because
it was
totally missed for me. I had no idea. Like, only recently had I clocked that Prison Island is a location that is, he's revisiting a location that he's already been to that got blown up
it's
by
got a
Airstone,
whole lot
and
of history
Space
to it.
Gadget is where Sonic and Shadow actually had their chase.
That's great.
There's so much there.
Yeah.
That you
It
just
must have
miss.
been great at the time of release, having that as all you know.
Well, you say that, but I think it would have been lost on a lot of the players because they were all so young. So a lot of them just didn't have the.
And
it's a bit like Barnacle.
Not enough had come out at that point as well.
Yeah,
to be like a sort of big enough thing.
Yeah, it's a bit like Barnacle in that it got. The storyline got unbelievably complex, almost too much so. They were trying to mature it for the audience as they were growing up, because the kids who played Sonic Adventure 1 were now 5 years older, so they were trying to release a more mature version of the same franchise. But they kind of went way too far and had a human murdering misanthropic psychopath as the potential protagonist to the whole game, which obviously I think that was the cause of a lot of the upset. Was the tone shift was just so dramatic.
It was so fucking
from the gleeful innocent heroes.
The opening video.
He's just gunning everything. The opening
he guns down humans and aliens.
He kills Sonic.
He doesn't give a shit. And at the end of it, Sonic dies, and that is down. It's so fucking good. Playing. It's like what the. There's a shot of aliens and like everything falling onto the city. It's so angry and dark. But yeah, I mean, most would just think, "What the fuck is going on?" But I don't know. You should see that and think, "Wow, this is different. This is bold. Well, let's give it a try and see what's going on here." You know, I think that's what you should do.
I agree, but I think that's far more the mindset that Sonic fans approach Sonic games with now.
Well, yeah, obviously
than
now
it was at the time.
At the time, it was new and weird. And
it got slated. People hated it.
Yeah, it did terribly.
It was really, really unpopular.
It did terribly. It's a real shame.
I think it was a commercial success, but it was not popular at all.
Well, it triggered what people sort of call the like bad era of Sonic, which is just awful. How is that?
Which is ironic because it's actually the best era.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Those insolent fools.
We got some shit to say about Black Dude.
Oh my god! And we get introduced to the black creatures led by the maniacal, like patriarch Black Doom.
The monomaniacal.
There's just so much to get into. It's worth saying this. There is an like probably one of the richest games to discuss of all of the games in the Sonic franchise.
The richest.
There's a lot. There's a fuck ton.
This may well be a long one. We will probably record this in 2 parts. Whether we release it in 2 parts is to be seen.
It's pretty big. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get through a lot of it when we talk about the levels. So I don't want to go too hard.
I should hit us with the story.
But maybe hit us with the story, and then we can.
Okay, the story's fucking massive.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want? Okay, well, I'll leave it to you. How are you going to do this?
Don't worry, I can explain to you how. I've done it in a clear way that makes it clear. Don't worry. Okay, ready?
I'm buckled in.
It's a big one. It's a big one. Okay, right.
do you want a little like musical intro, or are you good to go?
Yeah, go on. I'll just hit it with the old
No, I've got the perfect one for you. Perfect one.
What is it?
Wait, let me play.
Yeah, go on. Who am I? What is my past?
Okay. Give us a story recap.
Nice. Okay, Shadow the Hedgehog has amnesia and knows very little about his past. All he retains is an image of Maria Robotnik being shot on the space colony Ark. What the fuck? As he ponders... Yeah! As he ponders, an alien race called the Black Arms descends upon the Earth, led by Black Doom, hailing from the Black Comet. He appears to Shadow, telling him that the day of reckoning is near, and to bring him the Chaos Emeralds as promised. Shadow heads to Westopolis, where he encounters gun forces fighting the aliens. Commander Abraham Tower, who is the head of the Guardian Unit of Nations, G.U.N, is made aware of Shadow's involvement. He resents him for the tragedy aboard the Ark. Eggman also becomes involved as his plans of world domination are interrupted by the Black Arms' forces. He plans to deploy the Egg Fleet against both G.U.N and the aliens. So the story can progress in a variety of ways depending on the player's choices. If you go for a more positive Storyline. Shadow can work with Gun and Sonic against Black Doom. He can declare himself the most powerful hedgehog. He can lament his own past after it is revealed to him by Tower, or he can become the protector of the Ark. If Shadow takes the route where he learns that he's an android copy of the original Shadow who died back in SA2, he can either defeat Eggman and take over his empire alone, or do it with Omega. And if Shadow takes the darker routes, he can become Black Doom's right-hand man on the Black Comet. He can allow Black Doom to fire the Eclipse Cannon on the Earth and crush humanity, or he can attempt to assassinate the president, or he can declare himself conqueror of the universe, and much more. Once all possible endings have been attained, which is 10, the true ending is revealed. Shadow has obtained all emeralds, and as Black Doom is about to begin the ritual of prosperity, Sonic and his friends arrive to hear Black Doom's plan to enslave the human race and take over the planet. He takes the emeralds from Shadow and uses Chaos Control to warp the Black Comet down to the planet's surface. He explains to Shadow that he assisted Gerald Robotnik in creating Shadow in return for the emeralds. Black Doom flees with the emeralds, and Shadow gives chase deeper into the heart of the Black Comet. Meanwhile, the Chaotix broadcasts a message to everyone of Gerald where he states that the government wanted to shut down Project Shadow after he betrayed humanity by making a deal with Black Doom to create Shadow. He created the Eclipse Cannon to destroy the Black Comet. Shadow is reminded of Maria once more before he proclaims that he will defeat Black Doom. Shadow becomes Super Shadow and fights a transformed Black Doom in the troubled skies above the comet. Shadow is victorious and warps the comet into space, where he destroys it with the Eclipse Cannon once and for all. The world celebrates. Aboard the Ark, Shadow says one final goodbye to his past before resolving to forge his own new path for the future. Is that Black Doom?
Excellent!
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Well done.
Never
That
hear him
was
laugh. That's
really,
pretty big, isn't it?
really well summarized. Yeah. Because
There's a lot to say there.
Yeah,
It's pretty large.
There's a massive.
There are
amount to say.
actually, I listed a couple, but there are 326 possible ways to reach the ending and 10 different endings.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yes. So for those who don't remember, you get presented with that flowchart where you always start with Westopolis, and then there are 3 stage 2 levels, depending on whether you take the hero, the normal, or the dark route, and then that branches into 5. 4.
5? What do you mean?
4 stage 3 levels, and then 5 stage 4 levels, and another stage 5, and then the final ones.
No, there's 3.
Oh, is it 3-3?
It goes 1, 3, 3, 5, 5.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is that.
Okay. And then at the end of each final level, you can choose, if you do the dark route, you do one boss, and the hero route, you do another boss, which means you have to get to the end level, each end level twice, and do a different mission.
Ending, yeah.
So it runs the risk of being a little bit repetitive. Westopolis can get
you have to
boring.
play one level 7 times, regardless.
No, you have to play Westopolis 10 times.
Sorry, 10 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a bit.
I mean, Westopolis is great, but it's not.
But I don't know. I'd say yes, it's impressive, but I'd say they improve a lot on the repetition from Heroes.
Oh, massively.
Where you have to do the same story.
Personally,
at least it's different
bother
missions.
me.
No, it doesn't bother me. I think Westopolis is like sort of interesting enough and quick enough and easy enough that you can just bang it out and get out of the way. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is a bit like they could have at least had maybe like you can choose which one you start with, maybe. At
or
least
like
2
vary it a
starters.
bit. Yeah.
Still,
it I don't know. After the 10th time of playing Westopolis, you are like, oh god. Although the opening skydive never gets old.
It never gets old. It's so cool. Promise time.
So yeah, it's an unbelievable story. So I was thinking while you're reading that,
You weren't listening.
Oh no, I was listening intently. Gen's X, the X-Gen, sorry. The depth of that story is captured by whoever's attempt, probably Ian Flynn and co, to try and canonicize and make consistent all of the different threads through Gerald's diary, which you can find in X-Gens.
Which is really cool.
Bear in mind that is an 18-page. Well, it's longer, isn't it? I mean, it's an 18-page like document that's full of story. Just shows how much there is to capture. I mean, so we should try and briefly just so we're on the same page. What the general consistency of Gerald, his story arc. Correct. I'll give it a go, and you tell me if you think
go
I'm
on.
wrong.
Yeah,
So he was a brilliant scientist.
working for just the United Federation.
Working for, yes. Well, I don't know if he was in the pocket of the United Federation, which is not a global entity on Earth, but is basically the equivalent
like
of the
the
USA.
US.
Yeah. When it has a president. And then its military faction is G.U.N, and it also has an intelligence agency called the CIA, which is the same, obviously, as the real life one. And so Gerald was this like unbelievable frontline scientist who created a space colony.
He's like Oppenheimer.
He's like well, I think he's like, I don't think there is an analog, because he literally made a space
Einstein.
colony. Yeah, like he's but yeah,
like
I guess
more like he did more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He made the space colony Ark, which is a Bernal sphere, which means it's a space station which is supposed to house people indefinitely, so people can actually live up there. But also a research facility, and he had kids at one point who then had more kids, and those kids, his grandkids, one of which was Ivo, and the other from another parent was Maria, and Maria has neuroimmune deficiency syndrome.
That's right.
NIDS. And Gerald became obsessed with looking after her and trying to heal her. Contemporaneously to that, the president invited Gerald to work on something called Project Shadow, which is basically a project to try and create immortality or grant humanity with immortality. But it actually at that point had nothing to do with the hedgehog or Shadow. Gerald at first said no, then said, yeah, I'll do it. On the grounds that he was thinking, I can use this to cure Maria.
Exactly.
At some point during that, Gerald moved Maria into the Ark, which is where he was doing all of his major research to try and create immortality, I guess, which was simultaneously heal Maria. During this time, he
also her condition was helped by the lower atmosphere.
The low gravity. Yes. Yeah. During this time, I think in the diary, one of his kids finds the Gizoid.
Is it that?
Or he finds it in a warehouse or something, and he starts tinkering with it and realizes all this shit about the Gizoid, about how it responds to the highest bidder of violence, basically. And he shows him his toy guns, and he's like, "Oh yeah, He creates a link with him, which is explored in battle. At which point he also does an experiment or research on the Ifrit, which is the main villain of Rivals 2, which I thought was insane. So all these different games, Battle, that's 2 games already that spawned out of his shit. That's Rivals 2 and Battle.
He's a big character.
Huge character. So he tinkers with him, then Gunn starts pressuring him to hurry the fuck up and finish his research with Project Shadow. I think at some point during that, his work manifests in the Biolizard, who's the prototype to the ultimate life form, but everyone is really dissatisfied with how it is because it requires massive support mechanically and all this shit to help it. So he locks it away. And at this point, the gunner starts pressuring him to hurry the fuck up. So he's like, "Okay, I'll give you the Gizoid if you give me more time." So that works. So he's bought more time. Then something else goes wrong, which causes the breakout of the artificial chaos, which is what you experience during the level Lost Impact in this game.
I think they say
it's caused by the Gizoid.
Yeah, it's caused by MO.
Yeah, the only reason I am doubtful of that is because during expert mode, Gerald comes on the horn to Shadow, and it's like, the electrodes got switched up. So he seems to say it was a complete accident. I think the causality is a bit ambiguous, but it is. I think that what it is related to. I think you're supposed to infer that it was. That incident is one of the main factors that caused Gun to raid the Ark, which then resulted in Maria being executed, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that happens, and then he creates Shadow. There's a prosperous period of time where him, young Abe, the gun commander, and Maria, I don't know how that timeline works out. I guess it does because there's 50 years have gone by. All like spend some happy days on the Ark, and Maria becomes best friends with Shadow and teaches him all this stuff about humanity and having a soul, etc., etc. And then the Gun, like the relationship between Gerald and Gunn breaks down. So Gunn forces Gerald to shut down his research. They board the Ark with force to try and incarcerate Gerald, and there's massive human casualties and collateral, one of which is Maria. And Shadow sees this, but Gerald doesn't. They capture Shadow, put him in cold stasis, and take him down to Earth. They also capture Gerald, take him to Prison Island, and force him to continue research on Shadow there. I think with Shadow in a state of suspended animation. I don't think he's conscious. Gerald finds out that Maria is dead, loses his mind, goes like completely insane. Before that, he was supposedly a completely rational, nice guy with best intentions for still like egoistical and crazy because he made the Ark in his image, but not Eggman level psychotic. Loses it, goes nuts, reprograms the bio-lizard. I've just realised I've missed a huge chunk.
You've missed a big part.
I've missed a massive part, so I'll backtrack. While he's creating Shadow, he contacts somehow Black Doom, who resides on a comet that's passing by the atmosphere of Earth every 50 years, and says, "Give me some of your DNA. I'll give you the chaos. I'll get my creation
Black
to
Doom
give
wants
you the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, I'll get Shadow to give you the Chaos Emeralds because that's what Black Doom wants, so that he can finish the ritual of prosperity and go down and use the humans as
take over
a food source." But he doesn't tell Gerald that. They make a deal. He gives him the DNA, ejects it in Shadow. That's the like final piece of the puzzle. Shadow comes to life. Black Doom fucks off. Gerald is like, oh shit. He then he like realizes what they're going to do, what their actual intentions are. So then he designs the Eclipse cannon so that when they come back, he can use it to just nuke the Black Comet and be done with it.
Exactly.
He must have been so stressed, this guy. All these deals and contingencies. He's got Gun on his back. He's made a deal with the devil, literally. He's got Shadow, who's like slightly unhinged. He's got the bio-lizard in the basement. It's a nightmare. And then lastly, so fast forward, he's back on Prison Island, he's going mad. He programs the Eclipse cannon to blow the Earth up, reprograms Shadow to be like hell-bent on killing every human. And like facilitate that. I must forget about the Black Doom and the Black Comet's return, and then is killed. And he records that message to like saying how much he hates humanity and how he doesn't regret anything.
All of you ungrateful humans.
yeah, which we see in SE2. And then he must have also recorded another message at some point, presumably before he went mad, instructing Shadow, which the Team Chaotix hack in the last story, telling Shadow that
it was kept on Prison Island.
Yes, telling Shadow that about what the truth about Black Doom and how he's a nasty cunt, and that he should use the Eclipse cannon to take out the Black Comet. That's why it was made in the first place.
Yeah,
and then he's killed by firing squad.
Yeah.
So I mean that is massive. It's just absolutely massive. And then on top of that, you've got Eggman, who's also discovered Shadow and is trying to figure all this out and has his own shit going on, and then opposes Gun. You've got Gun trying to cover up the PR disaster that was the Ark and the way they handled Gerald. You've got a vengeful Commander Abe, the Gun security chief, who has an absolute vendetta against Shadow because he saw Gerald make a deal with Black Doom and then indirectly blames Gerald and Shadow for Maria's death.
Yeah, he thinks like it was all his fault that happened. That everyone died.
Yeah, I mean, it's just massive. There's so much going on.
It's insane.
There's so much going on.
And that's like, I don't know, that's before Gerald's journal, that's not explained through that much.
No, not at all. You get random little bits
to kind of figure it out.
Yeah. Well, it's impossible, I think. I think you can't possibly put all that together because there are also inconsistencies. Like certain things just don't quite make sense. on top of that, when you're playing the game,
Timing factors.
because of the way the story is structured, where you can in principle be nothing but completely heroic, and then at the last minute basically completely betray Sonic and the gun and the UF, or vice versa, and completely betray back Doom, and suddenly be like, actually no, there are just story inconsistencies that don't quite make sense, which is fine because it's within the spirit of the game.
It's fine because it's also fun because they're 10 stories that aren't necessarily true. So like you can have some fuck ups. It's fine.
Yeah, I agree. But it just, my point is that it makes it even more confusing for the reader,
Yes,
the player. Sorry. Crazy. It's just insane. I just love how it's so rich. There's so much going on, and at the heart of it is this incredibly enigmatic, cool-looking character, which has a lot of positive messaging to communicate to whoever's engaging with it, because of the link with Maria, and which the film does a brilliant job.
The film's good because it highlights what you're supposed to take away from it all.
Yeah.
Nice and clearly for an audience, which will help people playing it.
Yeah.
Because I'll have that in mind.
Exactly.
The film was fucking great.
The film was amazing.
I've thought a lot about it since we watched it.
The film was absolutely amazing. Can't praise it enough.
Yeah. We shan't go into that now, though.
No. So yeah, I mean, just brilliant.
Yeah, agreed. It's just huge.
Absolutely huge.
It's mad.
They've
done nothing like that since.
No, nothing.
Just think, we've not had a new character. I mean, Silver's the closest we get, and he hasn't got any history.
Anything like the depth of this. No, he's just a
it's
sad
just,
bloke.
It's insane what they've made out of it.
I know.
Like all the new characters. I mean, look at Infinite. He's just a butthurt, like mercenary.
Yeah, he's
That's
just
it.
a wimp.
He's just a little bitch.
He's just a spiteful little twat who got bullied by Shadow. No, they've done nothing, which is actually why it's so bold. And I love that they've actually just embraced all of this lore in X Gens and have properly gone into it and made an effort to help you try and understand it. Because there's so much.
That's why it's such a big deal that all that's happening. It's all back. Because I mean, because it hasn't been seen since 2001, 2005. It's just mad.
Yeah,
and it's incredibly complicated and it feels like a very, very big thing to sort of try and tackle and scratch the surface of.
Hugely. A couple of other things just before we start with the questions, just about the game in general. Like we've discussed how well he controls.
Yeah.
I also I can't say enough good things about the sound effects, the sound design, the music.
The sound design's really strong.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good shit going on.
It's standout. It's quite a difficult thing to compliment in Sonic games, the sound design.
Yeah, because you can never hear it. But yeah, it adds a lot. The springs, the gunshots.
The way the doors open. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I hope anyone listening to
it's a strong design.
Our love for this game will help anyone appreciate the fine details and just the thought that's gone into it. Because
there is a lot gone into this game in how it looks.
It's unbelievably impressive.
Yeah, exactly.
And like the way the levels have been put together, the details in the level, that's take someone's properly thought about and engage with the lore as well, and thought about how it would come together, especially the ones that revisit places from the past, like a la Prison Island.
Just the design of things as well. I mean, if you look at like what the black arms are and their aesthetic, yes, they have a classic alien aesthetic, but it's like if they go into it fully, it's got a proper sort of. You've got loads of different types of foot soldiers. You've got the heavy soldiers. You've got the locations, the aesthetics, the weapons. They're all just of like insanely sort of well put together and thought out design. And you see all of it. You're exposed to all of it. It's great.
Yeah.
Same as guns, robots, and shit. All just great sort of classic like military designs. Good enemies. Yeah, it's just really cool.
Weaponry as well, fantastic.
Great weaponry. That's what people don't like a lot. It's like Shadow has a gun, which in concept is obviously fucking weird and is a bit like
through and just kill
but
everyone.
Playing it is so good because you can just he even when it's massive in his hands, like ridiculously big, you can just run through at high speed and just very, very neatly and tightly execute everything, which is just.
But also with
It's just
choice,
great.
like the game makes you choose, because every time you kill a gun soldier, you're less likely to get an A rank.
It isn't just mindless killing.
It's not. It's
You
not
can
just
choose
kill
which ones
everything.
to kill,
You've got to
which
be
is good.
selective, and you enter an active combat zone where there's an alien and a gun soldier, or an Eggman pawn and a black alien, and you have to make a choice in the split-second moment of who you're going to take out, which will add to your score or mission or whatever. It's fantastic, so
Exactly.
good. And
Yeah.
it's also the pre-rendered cutscenes are just like unbelievably high quality.
The whole opening is ridiculously cool. Like, it's so cool.
Yeah, with the start
It's
of
just
the gun
awesome.
loading.
And the
then-
fucking bike. The bike
The
is
Dark
so
Rider,
good.
it's
The Dark
amazing.
Rider goes so hard. It's really cool. Yeah. The graphic style of the game is great. It has that nice hero sleekness to it, which we enjoyed in our Heroes pod a lot. And they only kind of build on it. It's also like they improve the controls from Heroes, they improve the movement, they improve the sort of like level design. I think it's a really good step up from a lot of what we've seen in Heroes already.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's
Yeah.
it's just a triumph. And what the inconsistencies and difficulty in the story can all be excused by just how unbelievably fun it is to play. Once you've gotten over like being an absolute twat about how he's got a gun and he's violent or whatever. It's
Exactly,
Like, no,
it's
he's
just
not.
silly.
He's haunted by his past. He's on a mission. And yet, like, okay, the stakes are unbelievably high, and the casualty rate that we're witnessing secondhand as a viewer through the invasion of West Offlet must be enormous. The amount of people dying. I mean, the
the city's destroyed.
Nearly every level is a horrific apocalyptic event with an alien invasion, but it's so cool.
Because you're in the middle of it.
And then
It's
you
great.
add to it, you jump in and shoot the military trying to help the civvies. It's so funny.
It's heavy shit.
It's brilliant. And then there are like we'll get into it, but there are a couple of other features of the game. The keys, which unlock doors. You have to find 5 keys in every level,
good.
which unlock a door, which will give you a kind of leg up in a level, whether it's a vehicle or a shortcut. I've enjoyed that a lot this time. You then you unlock expert mode once you get all 71 A ranks, which is a great, like, you revisit every level with slightly more challenging platforming difficulties, basically. And you get a little spiel from every
Accompanied
character at the
by
start.
every character, which is
Yeah.
nice.
It's really cool.
You find out that Abe has just become a grandfather.
Yes,
And he's thinking of having Shadow over for dinner.
and that the president like regularly is in cahoots with the chief of
Cabinet secretary, like minister
of
something of Japan,
Japan.
and the minister of finance in his karaoke party.
Yeah, which is
What
apparently
the
a real location in the Sonic universe. It's so
Yeah.
funny. And yeah, I think the A rank challenge is also just incredibly
It's a
fun.
good challenge.
It's really doable.
They aren't too hard, exactly.
Unlike Unleashed or 06, which is quite a Herculean task to get all S rank. This is like if you perform well in the level and you choose and you make the combat choices that add to that score, it's actually really fun.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the checkpoint thing. How you can go back and forth.
yeah, and you can.
I think that's great.
That's
they
fantastic.
should bring that back.
That's
it's really good,
so
though,
good
because there's no reason why they shouldn't just bring that back.
No, you're right. That's a really good point because it allows
It's
you.
more
It
interesting.
also encourages exploration of the level as
Yeah.
well as blasting through it, which I think these levels do such a good job of doing, hitting that balance between classic Sonic speed, which is so fun with Shadow because he skis along.
He goes so fast.
Combined with platforming and exploration, perfect. They
Yeah.
should look back to this game as like the fucking goat of the Sonic games.
Yeah, but they won't. And they never will.
No, because it's tarnished.
This was their chance, sadly.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Which actually, to be fair, they did take some of this in X gens, and it is pretty good.
Yeah, but no fucking level.
No,
Why would
yeah,
they
true,
not take one of the 23
No, no,
levels you could
it's
choose from here
so depressing.
and remake
I
what
don't understand.
I can't. Imagine how cool Prison Island would be. It'd be so appropriate. as
It
well.
would be. Yeah, it would be perfect to go back and revisit a place.
Or Black Comet. but
I
no,
don't know what they were
apparently
thinking.
not.
Mate. I don't know what they were
It's a
thinking.
damn shame.
Should we ask each other some questions then?
Let me see if that's all I want to say. I think
I think a lot. There's much more to say, but a lot of it's going to come out when we talk about the levels.
I love Eggman in this game.
He's fucking great
I think
in
he's
this game.
iconic. I think Mike Pollock fucking has a banging first debut.
Pretty ingenious, huh?
He's great. I mean, like Dean Bristow is a legend who cannot be replicated.
He's so
But
good.
his approach is fantastic. He's just I like how he's in the background, and he's much sort of cheekier. It's just funny because he's just there.
Yeah, you're
And
teaming
it's
up
just
with
not
him.
about him, but he's sort of involved anyway.
He just
Great.
sticks his fucking dick in it. It doesn't have
Exactly.
any
He
stakes.
just
and
gets in the way.
he's like watching a vid in his office, being like, "Oh fucking hell, this is getting out of hand. Let's just get involved. Send in the Eggman fleet."
Send the fleet in.
It's epic.
Prepare to be skewered!
A great level, and his bosses where he's sort of pissed off, and then really pissed off, and then quite chill.
And then he does something
So
so audacious where if you do a certain combination of things, you have a cutscene with him. I think it's the end of Iron Jungle when you're killing the egg breaker, and Shadow's like during the arc where he's interested in whether he's an android or not, which is another subplot that's going on throughout the whole thing, which is a sort of hangover from Heroes where they introduce the idea that Shadow also could be an android, and then do nothing with it, and then this game kind of resolves that and is basically like, no, Eggman just made it up. He lies. He literally says, Shadow's like, tell me
he gaslights
once and
him.
for all, am I an android? He says, yes, you are. Complete lie, which he
That's
then
why,
goes back on later on and it's like, no,
That's why
you're not. I lied.
in expert mode, he's like, are you upset at me? It's so funny because he's fucking gaslit him like twice. It's ridiculous just to get him to like serve him. Maybe
Such an audacious
So
thing to
funny.
do. Yeah, just to
Again,
help him
just
take out.
classic Ivo. He's a little shit.
He is. He's just shit stirring. So funny.
Yeah.
He is great. You're
yeah.
right. He's fucking great in this game.
I just enjoy every appearance of him. I enjoy quite a lot. Anyway, that's that. Yeah, let's do questions.
Okay.
I've heard you got quite a few for me. Why don't you start?
Well, one of my questions you already answered. I thought I'd just start with an easy one, but you've done it already, which was how many times would you need to complete Westopolis in order to complete every possible playthrough sequence?
11 then.
No.
Because of the expert mode.
No. I mean literally every single possible combination of levels.
326.
Yeah, 326. Yeah, so you've already done that one. So I'll ask you another one.
Insane.
So there are two. I found this fascinating. I had never clocked this, and it makes sense because I like both songs. You probably know the answer. There are two level tracks that are remixes of each other.
Did you not know? Oh,
No.
wow.
Which ones are
How
they?
did you not know this?
I don't know.
Prison Island and Black Comet.
Yeah, should we just have
the
it?
same?
I'll just ping them up.
Yeah, go on.
This is Prison Island.
Listen to the bass in that.
It's so amazing.
Really good bass there.
Incredible
beat.
bass.
Now do Black Comet.
And then this is Black Comet. Which is this drum and bass shit is just, I can't get enough.
It's so cool. It's so light. It's awesome. It's so mysterious. Is there any reason why it's these two levels?
Yeah, I'll tell
There's
you in a
no
minute.
connection.
I have thought about it.
Really? It's so cool.
So I think
Why is it these two?
for me it's a thematic link because they're both Prison Island is Shadow revisiting a place where he was conceived, so it's kind of like it's a part of him, or there's an element of him that is like his kind of gun side is like from that, and it's also it's a facility, like a holding facility that he has a checkered past with, in the same way Black Comet is like that's kind of it's his home, but it's not his home because he wasn't born there, but it's like a part of him was there. I think there is a tangential
That's an interesting point.
kind of link between the two, like a decimated radioactive prison island where he was incarcerated and like the stronghold of this alien race. It kind of pairs them and then makes you think, oh, why are they linked?
I suppose.
And it's because he neither has an affinity with the humans and he neither has an affinity with the Black Comet. What would be perfect is if he was at some point incarcerated on the Black Comet as well, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
For me, it just links them as like two facilities of agencies that he or institutions that he like could fight for but doesn't.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
Two repressive
I guess
organizations.
that's the best you could agree with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like military machines of two sides which he could choose. It kind of it connects them in quite a cool way. In terms of the level design, they both
have
saucer sections.
Shit, yeah. That's kind of it.
Yeah. Okay, well you knew that one.
I'll do mine.
Go on then.
Okay. So this game has a different design on the springs and the spring pads and the bounce pads. Can you name another Sonic game that redesigns the standard spring, design with the big yellow star on it? But like properly redesigns, not just like a different shape spring, like a different design on the spring.
I think Advance did that as well.
No, it didn't.
I swear I had a point in a previous podcast where I was like, "Oh, the spins are different."
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me think.
There's one that did it majorly, and then a couple of small things. Like Labyrinth did it, but like I don't count that. It's just different springs. It's not the same thing. This is an active redesign
of like the whole spring.
Yeah, it looks yes and no. It's got a different pattern on it. Come on, because Shadow has just a green circle and a sort of charred lining.
Yeah. Is it the mainline game?
Yes.
Unleashed?
No.
But what is it?
Frontiers. It's got the blue triangle on it, and it's pink instead. It's really weird.
Yes.
Only Frontiers and Shadow have ever strayed from the standard red and yellow blue colours.
It's
cool.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good question.
Nice. Go on.
Okay, I've got a like slightly painful. This is like one question split in a couple.
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, ready? These are about like idiosyncrasies within the level, like the levels. Okay.
Yeah.
So, which is the only level not to have a goal ring?
Central City.
Very good, because it's obviously
you got two missions.
That nightmare levels about the bombs.
Horrific. Yeah.
Good. Here's another one. Which is the only level without a hero mission?
Oh, I've read these somewhere. Is it Lost Impact or something?
No. That's the other one.
That's the only one without a dark.
Yeah. So think about what's the opposite. What's the opposite to Lost Impact? Yes, the Ark.
Yeah,
well done.
awesome.
And then lastly, can you name any levels that don't have normal missions?
Fucking hell.
There are 4.
What the fuck?
If you refuse to obey me, then you'll just have to deal with my finest creation yet.
He's so good. Just imagine being in the studio with fucking Mike and just doing that. It must have been an absolute pleasure to listen to him just send it on the microphone.
Perfect.
Let me think. Oh, I don't know. Like
Okay, like there's a couple.
Cryptic Castle.
No. That obviously has an all mission.
I don't know.
That's the one with the monster.
For Doom.
No. Think about it. I'll give you a clue. There's one really early on.
Lethal Highway.
Yes, Lethal Highway doesn't.
I swear it's got a goal ring.
No. Yeah, it has a goal ring, but that's the hero mission.
Oh, it's just the ones on the corners, no?
I think they are. Yeah, they are all corner ones.
So like Death Ruins.
Correct.
Central City.
Correct. There's one more.
Lethal Highway. Circus Park?
No.
It's not Cryptic Castle.
No, what's opposite Lethal Highway?
Oh, Ditch Circuit.
Ditch Circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. I'll give you that. You got it. Nice.
That's so dumb. Nice. Okay. See that might. Our question styles are so different. Okay, so it isn't. Yours is so weird. It isn't really known what Shadow used to do to spend his time to pass time on the Ark, but Maria reveals one activity. Do you know what it is?
Yes. I heard her say it.
Of course.
What is it? I played it so many fucking times. There's a ramp in I think it's in both levels actually, but I think she says it in the Doom.
Yeah.
And it's such a. There's a bit in the Doom level when you're exploring the interior of the Ark where you run up this large ramp, and there's usually a gun mech at the bottom, which you can you flip a piece of flooring over and crush it, and you run up it. And she says something like, "Oh, you used to run up and down this when you were when you were here."
It's a slope he used to race down quite a lot.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
it's really cute. I love their relationships.
Nice. Well done.
Great to see her in live action in this as well.
Yeah. Sure. Go on.
Okay, this is a good question actually. What was I fear that this piece of information actually comes from his diary, which technically isn't from this game, but let's see if you know. What was Gerald's original intention with the artificial chaos? Like, why did he make them in the first place? So he took them from the
wasn't
god
it to like animate water?
Yeah, but for us, he was like, "Oh, imagine if we could use them for this," which shows how he's a good man inside.
Wasn't it to like lift heavy machinery or something?
No, it's
or, like, lift up things.
It's as search and rescue units during floods.
All right.
Because he could turn the flood back on itself and use it to actually help the people within it.
Huh.
Quite cool.
Oh, I see.
And then Gunn
cool.
took the patent and weaponized it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Very
I didn't know that.
It's a good little snippet that shows how his intentions as a decent person, and then how Gunn militarized it. Also, I read that because the artificial chaos are fascinating things. They're really weird. They're extraordinary. They're just cool bioweapons from little bits of chaos.
Completely unexplained as well.
Well, they're in SA2, but even in that, I guess you're supposed to be like, oh, that's part of chaos.
Yeah.
Because he's made of water. Still, they're pretty rogue. And then what's cool is that they're the only inhabitants of the Ark afterwards. So that it's just the whole station is just full of them.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Weird. It's very cool.
Yeah,
it's nice to see them back in X-Gens.
It is nice. It's great. It's great to see them. They're fucking annoying things. I prefer the big blobby ones rather than the ones in SA2.
Yeah, those are a nightmare. They're really hard to kill.
Pain.
Okay, I'll do my third question.
Go on.
So, Eggman doesn't have many badniks in this game, but he does. But he favors his. They're called the Juggler series.
Mate,
which
this is my question.
No way. Which is an egg pawn balancing atop a ball.
Yeah.
There are 3 variants. Can you name them and describe what they're meant to look like?
I can, because I literally had this question for you, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's really cool how they are a series. So it's fantastic. Yeah. So we've got the Egg Bomber, the Egg Pierrot, and the Jack Bomber.
Egg Pierrot.
The Egg Bomber, Pierrot, sorry. The Egg Bomber is only seen in Lava Shelter.
Yes.
And it's like a kind of... It's a knight, isn't it?
It's a knight.
Yeah, it's like a knight.
It's got a weapon. It's got a suit of armor. How cool is
it's
that?
really cool. They are actually amazing, these things, despite being the most fucking annoying because they explode when you shoot them.
Yeah.
Then there's the Jack Bomber, which is in Cryptic Castle, and it's got a pumpkin.
Yeah.
As a
jack-o'-lantern.
Jack-o'-lantern.
Jack Bomber.
Exactly. And then the Egg Poirot is in Circus Park. I have no idea what that's. It's on a ball. Like it's doing a circus.
Clown.
It's a clown. Okay, fine. It's a clown.
Pierrot. It's a classic clown.
Yeah,
name.
I don't actually know what a Pierrot is, to be honest.
It's not a name. It's not a thing. It's a name.
Oh, it's his name.
Pierrot.
So
the Egg Pierrot.
That's so good.
Yeah, it's not an object.
Yeah, I thought what's a Pierrot? Oh, it's just a guy.
Pierrot is like a guy's
so
name.
He's literally named them. I love that. I love it when he's like, "Oh, don't get in the way of their funny little act."
You'll spoil their fun little act. If you look up Pierrot, you get like a white clown.
Yeah.
It's like a thing.
That's great.
Very cool. Yeah, there you go. Was that literally your question?
Unfortunately, that was my question. But it's all right. I have another one for you. I've got one more. But actually, ridiculously, because we've talked about it so much, you've also already answered
Go
this.
on.
The question is, who is the president having tea time with after the Black Arms incident? What's his official title?
He's the cabinet. Like he's the chief cabinet secretary of Japan.
Very good. That's
nice.
Great. Yeah, chief cabinet secretary of Japan. You only get that piece of dialogue in like Air Fleet on expert mode.
Yeah.
So you've had to have played
his
17 levels.
Informs him that he's got an appointment with him.
Great to hear the secretary.
So funny.
The sexy secretary.
Yeah, it's always good to hear.
Yeah, and
Nice.
the a lot of the gun, like just while we're on names, a lot of the names of the weapons are so cool. In the shadow box, you've got like
They're great.
the satellite
Shadow
gun,
rifle,
Omature
satellite gun,
shooter, the wide worm shooter,
samurai
refractor.
sword.
These are
Great.
other guns: tank cannon, survival
Love
knife.
tank cannon.
So many
Survival
weapons,
knife is
actually.
just such. It's the shittest one.
So many
Flash
weapons.
points, like flash shots, iconic.
Refractors are my favourite, which are the
Refractors,
black
yeah, they're
assassins
fantastic.
in Final
They're
Haunt
great.
used.
They're huge and they bounce off the edges.
Yes.
Hence refraction. It's really cool.
But like actually an unbelievable array of weaponry.
There's quite
from
a few.
from
I know.
melee all the way through to
They
like
went out.
big
Yeah,
hitters.
they went hard. It's better than like a lot of games that try and do that.
It is, and it lends itself to a really diverse gameplay experience as to which weapons you choose to use and then kill. I just crazy.
You can do the hammers.
Fuck, does anyone not like this game? It's just so good.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can pick up a hammer and absolutely smash.
The hammers. You can pick up objects as well in the levels, like lamps, candles, trees, twigs.
Big fan of the
fantastic.
worm series as well. The burrowing.
Yeah, big fan of the worms.
The burrowing black arms.
They're very cool.
Kind of heavy.
The
Units.
sandworm, the gold worm,
yeah,
the killer worm. Yeah, they're very cool.
Really
Kill
cool.
worm is what it's called. Yeah, they're great. Big fan. Yeah.
Nice. So we're an hour in, and we haven't started talking about the levels yet. So what?
Wow.
What we're going to do is, unless you've got anything else to say, but I think we should just crack on and start talking about some of these beautiful levels, because there's a lot to unpack within the levels as well. And any story points you want to talk about while we're discussing, we can. Obviously, there's cutscenes that happen in between the levels, but we can kind of we can discuss.
We can go.
So as per usual, we're now going to rank what is, I think, the most levels in any Sonic game.
I don't think any well, apart from possibly Forces, but that has more bosses and extra levels. So I'm not sure if we count. This is literally 23 levels.
Yeah, not including bosses.
No. I'll just read them all out quickly in order.
Go on.
Westopolis, Digital Circuit, Clifford Canyon, Lethal Highway, Crypto Castle, Prison Line, the Circus Park, Central City, The Doom, Sky Troops, Mad Matrix, Death Ruins, The Ark, Air Fleet, Iron Jungle, Space Gadget, Lost Impact, Gun Fortress, Black Comet, Lava Shelter, Cosmic Fall, Final Haunt, and The Last Way.
I'm not gonna lie, I could probably do that like off the top of my head.
Yeah, same, easily.
In order, but I won't.
We'll lose it. Yeah. Yes. Fucking great. There's a lot of levels. It's always nice when I can say this about a game. I don't think there are any actually bad levels.
No, there aren't. I think people would disagree. I think there are some levels which would cause you a lot of frustration if you don't know them well.
Yes.
Like Lost Impact or Space Gadget or Cosmic Fall. People they are divisive to say the least.
True. But I think in concept and design, they're actually quite well made.
There's loads to say, which is really positive about them.
Exactly.
They're also all the perfect length.
Yeah, they're all good length. They are.
Which I just
unlike Forces.
Unlike
has
Forces,
loads,
or
which
others,
are tiny and short.
Games,
they're all sort of decent,
really struggle
respectable
to find the
length.
length.
Exactly. Yeah,
they get slightly longer as they go on. The end levels towards the end of this,
they're bigger,
but like a couple of checkpoints more.
Not by much.
I think the longest is Black Comet, which seems to just go on into.
That was so big, that one. Yeah.
Really, really long.
Yeah. Yes. Well, okay. So that starts us at our 23rd place.
In 23rd place. Yeah.
I'll give you mine.
All right. It's
quite hard to choose a least favorite.
This process I found incredibly difficult, and I would say a lot of you're going to hear it a lot, but a lot of them are ones they're all kind of the same, and then you have to pick one based on like your history with it and how a kind of gut feeling that you've got about whether you like it or not. But a lot of them
how much you prefer
are in the same sort of realm. Would you say your winner is like a clear winner?
Yes.
Okay.
Is yours?
I think it's no, to be honest. I think it's very close to a couple of others, but so it's not like a clear standout. I struggle to pick my top one.
Mine isn't by loads, but I mean, I don't know. I'd say the top two are clearly the best ones for me.
Okay, I'd say my top three are standout. Like they all rank the highest.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with my choice. I've thought about it a lot.
Very excited to hear. Same.
And my bottom one, yeah. Well, let's see what yours is. Go on.
I don't know.
I just couldn't.
It had to be this.
Yeah,
one.
I think we've done the same.
I don't enjoy playing it very much at all. I don't like it that much. And it is Cosmic Fall.
Oh, okay, that's not my bottom one.
Nice. Good start. Our bottom one's usually the same.
Yeah.
I find it the most unenjoyable
I
one
also
to play.
I think when we announce these levels, I think we should, because there are so many and some of them can be confusing. We should just give a brief synopsis of that level.
Oh, yeah.
Just remind the
Yeah.
audience as to what
Cosmic
it is.
Fall is one of the last ones in a story, and it's when the arc is what is it?
It's falling apart.
It's falling apart, and you got 15 minutes to get to the end.
And
of
there's
it.
a timer on screen.
So it's an arc level, but everything's falling and breaking.
Yes.
Which is a cool idea. But I don't know. I playing it, I found really unpleasant. It goes on for a bit too long. There's a lot of just like tough and not very sort of good platforming that's there. Because it's falling, the sort of set pieces are less interesting. It's just lots of sort of floating platforms, in like a shaft. Yeah, I don't know. The ending's great. I enjoy the computer room at the end a lot. That's fucking cool. You see the central processing computer of the entire arc, which looks like
cool.
Showdown from System Shock.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, and he's in it, which is great.
Let's go! Aha!
Nice.
Ah!
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He has the most extraordinary voice in this.
Computer room's great. Hence, find the computer room.
Yeah.
The interior rooms are good, but again, I think other arc levels do it better. That's kind of it. I just never, I never enjoyed it much. Good music though. Good music. I like the first 5 seconds of the music.
Let's just play it.
This part. This. I think that's a really cool opener, but then the rest of the song sort of just sounds like that. But I mean, I don't know.
That's when he's falling.
I'm very, very fond of the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
That's kind of all I have to say.
I haven't given it particularly high. I would agree. I think it has some very counterintuitive platforming. It does that thing where you have to stay on a platform and then it like blows up a bit, and then other platforms appear. But you've got no way of knowing whether that's going to happen or not. So you think, oh, okay, I'll just keep going. And some platforms don't do that. But once you understand that, it does become slightly easier. I agree. It's a frustrating level. I think that's a really love-hate level. I think some people love it and some people really hate it.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know. Yeah, that's my 23rd.
And it's worth noting the hero mission. I think we should do this as well for each level. We should say what the dark and normal and hero mission is. The dark mission in that is you're accompanied by Doom's Eye and you've got to find the Chaos Emerald. The hero mission is you're accompanied by Vector and you've got to find the computer room. Yeah.
Cool.
In our playthrough, when we did it, we also got every key just to see what was in the key room. So we can tell you that now as well, in case that's a lifelong mystery you've never unlocked. That this in the Cosmic Fall, it's you hit there's a switch, and then it activates light speed rings, which allow you a shortcut through with light dash through the hero path, which takes you over the end of the normal path, which actually is quite useful.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it's
useful
if you're trying to A rank
but
it.
It's more handy. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so okay, that's interesting. You really don't like Cosmic Fall. I think a lot of people would probably share that opinion, to be honest.
Good. I'm not a fan.
My last place is Iron Jungle.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it would be.
So Iron Jungle is yeah, it's a chunky song. It is. It's a
fat song.
It's an Eggman bass. And that's basically it. It hasn't got any connection to any other places. It's in a jungle area, obviously, and it is just a stronghold, an Eggman stronghold with like mechanized platforms and square rooms where you fall down into, and then you have to defeat a load of enemies, and then a lift rises up. It's a similar sort of format to Death Ruins. Maybe that's not right. There's another level that kind of does that, but I can't remember which one. It's Death Ruins-ish. You could easily confuse the two, but it's like a less interesting Death Ruins. The dark mission is to eliminate gun robots. There are 28. You're accompanied by Eggman. The normal mission is just find the base, and then the hero mission, the end of the entrance, and then weirdly, even though you're already in it, and then the hero mission is shoot down Eggman's airship, and you're accompanied by Omega, which is cool. And that's that blimp, which is probably the most distinct feature of the whole level, is that Eggman blimp that runs around.
Yeah, the egg balloon.
And obviously Omega opens with this iconic line.
Are you the original?
That's so good.
Which
that.
is fucking great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this, if you're playing Iron Jungle, you're in the Android arc. Because there's lots
Yes, you
of
are.
Shadow Androids.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a shit prison island. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. It's like a shit prison island. It's just an Eggman base. It's unremarkable. It's got some quite cool callbacks to various things. Like there's a big Eggman face right at the end of it. That's nice. There's a blimp.
That's cool.
Which reminds you of the Egg Albatross. But I find it a little bit tedious. It's got some annoyingly hard platforming across basically just an open void.
Yeah.
It hasn't got
it
much
does.
like story connected to it. It's just a bit
uses
nothing.
the,
It's very forgettable.
It uses the walker as well.
Yeah, which is fine. Like it's fine.
The jumping thing.
It's more interesting on the levels.
It's in my 22nd place, Iron Jungle.
Okay, so right next to it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I agree pretty much fully. I've always been slightly interested by it
because of the blimp.
Because the blimp and the name.
Cool. The blimp is cool.
It's a good name. And I don't know, the sort of jungle settings has always been like it stands out in Shadow because they're all city-esque and urban. So it's always. I mean, this still is, but like I enjoy the green foliage background. That's nice.
Yeah.
The song isn't very good, but I do like how just heavy and fat it is.
Should I play it?
Listen to
you're
this.
playing it. Okay.
I got it out. Listen to this.
Nice pause.
It's got that nice classic Jun like sort of finger bass shit going on.
It's quite good, actually.
And the heavy
the
like
song. I'm not gonna lie, it's quite good.
I like it. I like it a lot.
It's got weight to it.
Yeah, it's classic Jun period from back then, which was just golden. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. But
also,
I mean, apart from that, it's not great.
Yeah, I agree. It also it's probably not favorably situated in the matrix of all of the levels because it's right in the middle, I think. So you have to be doing quite a boring. It's like the most normal neutral level imaginable. You're basically you're doing the android route. The shadow androids are quite cool that appear in that. I think that's their first appearance.
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah,
because you get that cutscene just before where you meet them all, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?"
Listen up, Shadow Androids. Yeah. I don't know. There's just not a lot to sort of say about it, really.
No,
it's just distinctly average.
I think it's fine. It's a decent level. It's just not particularly standout. The key, if you get all 5 keys, you unlock 5 fucking massive tank cannons that you can wield, and you might make taking down the.
That's a weapon you only get in the special key doors.
Yes,
which is literally the cannon of a tank.
Yeah.
Held by Shadow,
which is really cool. He becomes
the long
a tank.
barrel that you get. It's great.
Yeah, he becomes a tank.
Yeah,
it makes taking down the egg balloon a lot easier.
Yes, it does.
Nice. And the boss to Iron Jungle is Eggbreaker.
Eggbreaker, which is always a treat.
Yeah. The more the merrier. No, I don't think it's that one. He says something else in that one.
That's in the Mad Matrix one.
I can't remember what he says in this one.
Get ready to be blasted into oblivion.
Something like that.
Epic.
So good.
Incredible.
What a line.
So yes, that is amazing.
Blasted get into ready. Prepare yourself. Who writes those?
It's good.
Brilliant.
So you've done your 22nd. Mine is The Last Way.
Wow. Someone's not a fan.
I just think it's a rehash. Like a lot of it is Final Haunt, which I've put quite high. So I didn't want to double like jack it off. So I put it quite low. It's just very, very similar to the Black Comet and the Final Haunt, and it's got the dominating mechanic of The Last Way is you reach sections of the level, which is again just in Black Comet and Final Haunt, where you can't progress unless you use chaos control and shoot a load of aliens to then blast through the level, which is fine. It's a good idea. I don't hate it. It's just not. It's slightly frustrating, and it doesn't. Yeah, it's not massively additive. I don't think it is. There's nothing massively new to be. So I had to put it there. I'll say more about the aesthetic of there's loads to say about the aesthetic of those levels, but I'm going to say that when in the later ones when I actually praise it. I just think The Last Way is like a revisit of stuff we've already seen with a slight twist, which is fine. I don't hate it. I don't mind it. It's fine.
I agree.
They've done enough. I mean, these poor guys had so many fucking levels to make then one more as a kind of finale level. It makes total sense that they just reuse
Well, yeah,
an
exactly.
old one. So I'm
Might as
fine with
well.
it.
Yeah. Great song as well.
Really good song, play it. It's
Very
very
good song.
like
I'll
excellent
play it
final
once-
level song.
I'll play it once I get to
Okay.
once I get in my ranking.
Okay,
It's not too far away.
fair.
You won't like this.
Oh mate, no, come
At
on.
21,
Don't
I've
hurt
got the Ark.
I can't believe it. We are very divided on that.
Wow,
Let me
that's
just
quite
tell you that right
exciting.
now.
Good.
Very divided.
I don't enjoy the flying.
Wait,
stuff.
remind people what it is.
Oh yeah, so the Ark is again another Ark level.
How pathetic.
Where you fly, you spend most of it flying through as on a black vault, so it's pretty much a flying level. You have to take out the shields, I think. Is it that? What are the missions? Remind me.
The missions are there are only two. There's a dark mission and a normal mission. There's no hero mission because if you're playing the Ark, you're on the like true evil line. So the dark mission is to destroy the Ark's defenses, which there are 4, which are those like strange looking green
shield
hand
things.
like
They're
shield
quite cool.
things, which you have to land, take them out, get back on a vault and fly off. The normal mission is to just get aboard the Ark, so you just get to the
That's
end.
it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't love playing it.
You're not a fan of the external Ark levels, are you?
I don't tend to be. No.
They're
don't know
hard.
why.
They are hard. And I think you're not alone there.
It's not because they're hard. I find them a bit less stimulating. I think it's because there's so many of them, and they're honestly quite hard to distinguish from. Like the Ark, Space Gadget, and Cosmic Fall all feel fucking similar to me. I know if you look at the sort of fine details of it, they're not. But I don't know. There's just a lot sort of that I already know there. Obviously, the best thing about the Ark is the song.
I'll play it when I get to it. Let me.
But I'll let you play that because I love
the song.
It's cool that it's the way it is because of the events of SO2. I like that. I like that it's all that it's like Final Rush, but like all
you're flying
all broken
through
apart.
Final Rush.
You're flying through the ruins of Final Rush, which is really cool.
Epic.
Lots of that's cool. That's kind of it though. It's just a sort of flying level.
It's fair. I don't think you're alone there. I really don't.
The special gate as well was shit. It was just 3 lives, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just 3 lives. That's
Probably
the most disappointing.
What a letdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It just I'd say all the other levels did just a lot more for me than that one did. I'm not. What are you gonna say about it?
Just you wait.
You'll have to sell it quite
just
well.
You fucking wait.
Because I just don't think you will. But yeah, that's 21. I don't know. There's just not really much else I got from it that I like.
I'm surprised you put that above my 21, which is Central City. Because I would have thought you wouldn't have liked that one, because that's also a bitch of a level.
I'll tell you about Central City.
It's got frustrating elements to it. Central City is another evil route level, where you're in another metropolitan area of the United Federation, which is the capital. Which is interesting. It's the capital city, obviously, in the name.
We've been to Central City before.
Yes, and it also appears in other games. It appears in
Battle.
Sonic Battle. It appears in Sonic Adventure 2, and it also appears in Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood as a zone. So it is the capital city of the United Federation, a distinct zone, one of the 6 metropolitan areas, as stated by the gun captain at the start in the opening cutscene, which you also have to watch quite a few times, that have been hit by the black creatures. So that we know Westopolis and Central City. God knows what the other ones are.
Eastopolis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the capital. Looks completely similar to Westopolis, though. There's not much to. They've used all the same textures, so it's not particularly interesting.
Yeah.
But the main reason for it being a frustrating level is actually the missions. So the missions they're both bomb related. There's no normal mission. There's just a dark and a hero. The dark one is you have to set off the city annihilator bombs, of which there are 5, which you do by defeating enemies surrounding it, and then you blow up the bomb, and that supposedly razes the capital to the ground. But it's fine though, because as the gun commander says, every single civilian has been evacuated to the safe zone in his characteristically laissez-faire commentary on the events that are unfolding, which is bizarre. The hero mission, you're with Doom's Eye for the dark one. For the hero, you're with Knuckles. and he wants you to dispose of a load of small bombs, which you have to do using the vacuum gun, which you steal off one of the black creatures. There are 20 of those, and you just run around and do that. That's also really hard, because that gun has a tendency to suck up other things rather than the bomb that you want to hit. Overall, it's a non-linear, quite confusing and very chaotic level where you're reliant on bombs that you can't suck up going off to open up new routes so that you can progress through the level. So if you don't get near enough to some of those bombs, which you'd naturally avoid, it can get very confusing as to how you're actually supposed to go through the level, which makes it quite a frustrating gameplay experience. There's an 8-minute timer before apparently either the black creature's bombs like shut down and then it's too late to turn them on, or Knuckles' small bombs go off and the cities raise the ground. Doesn't really make sense. However, there are some cool parts. There's at one point in the hero mission, because you go a different route, you jump on the legs of a helicopter to traverse a gap, which is really cool. The key door is a air saucer, my favorite, so you can jump on it and then move across the green goo. I also like how it is the part of me does like how it is quite non-linear, and it requires cognition and like map memory to try and actually move through it in a way, which is fun. And my favorite part is this tune, which I think is outstanding. Let me play it. I love it.
Go on,
Such excitement.
Chuck him. Oh, that was nice.
It's so good. This bit's the best. Now. And then it builds and builds and builds. It's got that relentless bass that mimics the ticking of the
really
clock.
Good.
Fucking great way to build tension. And then it builds at the end like this. As you're running towards the bombs to defeat. It's really good.
You can really hear the guitar on that.
Yeah,
you can just hear like exactly how he's playing it. It's so good.
It's epic. It's
one of the
I think one of the best songs in the game.
I never used to like it.
I heard it come on once while I was on the tube, and I thought, oh my god, this is too much.
On the tube.
Yeah, I was on the tube.
I just sat across.
Yeah, I started desperately looking for a vacuum gun to suck up. Nice. So good. But
nice.
the aesthetic of the level and the way you play it and the level design, I've ranked it quite low.
Interesting. Okay, so my next two we've done already.
Ooh.
So my 20th is The Last Way.
Okay.
And my 19th is Central City.
So why did you?
So I'll just do them quickly.
So what was your problem with The Last Way then?
It's similar to you. I also just didn't want to put it that high because I think Final Horn and Black Comet, which are the other two Black Comet levels, do that just better. And I think that's the one that I should be rewarding highly if I'm going off of the aesthetic of it all. The Chaos Control thing I'm not a big fan of. Like it's cool to as a sort of gauntlet. You have to just kill as many as you possibly can to get enough. I guess that's a cool idea, but in execution it's just a bit boring. It's just quite repetitive. And it happens one too many times, I think. And you've never had to do that before. It's never been a mandatory thing. So
no, which at the same time I don't mind because it is a new thing, but still, it's frustrating.
And then I don't know, sort of everything else you said really. There's not much to sort of add to it. It's a cool last level. It has that proper gauntlet feel, which comes almost entirely from the music. Which is really good. Let's just play it. It's got that classic old game final level tense feel, which is really good. Here it is. Yeah, it's just it's tense. He has to rush to Black Doom to stop him. You know, it's very much in the story, which is good.
The stakes are very high as well.
High
His
stakes.
mates are, well, the whole of the Earth's about to be getting.
They're all
It's
frozen
been paralysed with
by
noxious
an
gas.
invisible poisonous gas.
Yeah, and it's
about to be
all
eaten
on-
by death leeches.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's all on Shadow. You've also got like the guys in your ear cheering you on, which is quite cool.
Yeah, that is cool. But no, I don't know. It just that's kind of it really. It just didn't sort of excite me too much.
You're so cool.
Thanks, Charmy. And then 19, Central City. So yeah, I'm just higher on it than you. I actually like it quite a lot.
Oh.
Also, from here onwards, these are levels that I now just actively like.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
that's
I don't get me wrong. I like Central City. I had to put it down
I know.
in comparison to the rest.
I
Sorry,
can see
where did you? I forgot where you put Iron Jungle.
22nd.
Okay.
Yours is last.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. So this is my number. Wait, I've only heard your 21st. Yeah, I haven't heard 20th.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll just quickly do my Central City, and then you can do both.
Go on.
And we're caught up. I like the non-linear thing. I think that's a standout feature a lot. I really enjoy how it's not a straight line. I thought I didn't like it at all. Actually, I thought I hated this.
Yeah,
level.
you were
I
pretty
actually
low
like
on
it
when
quite
we
a lot
played it.
now. I think it's cool. Once you learn where the bombs are, it's actually quite a sort of straightforward path.
It is. Yeah.
I enjoy the sort of green toxic shit in there. Yeah, yes, the missions are quite rough, but like I don't know, the vibe is just hectic and chaotic. It's a mess. You have that great music, which is really sort of angry and like and tense, and wouldn't work as well if it was linear. I don't know. It has a sort of like more strategic feel to it. The song, I don't know. It's just sort of it just feels more like a sort of operation. And then, I don't know, I like how of the 3 city levels, so there's Westopolis, Lethal Highway, and Central City, I don't know, you can sort of see it as the most sort of destroyed of it all, because it isn't even a straight path, it's just a little area. You've got Westopolis, which is in the midst of destruction. You've got Lethal Highway, which has been half affected by the aliens, because all their shit's mixing with the buildings and the architecture is really cool. And then Central City feels like a sort of graveyard, where everything's already destroyed, all the buildings are destroyed, it's been flooded by this weird toxic waste, there's just shit everywhere, and now there's bombs to finish it off. It's got a sort of final feel to it.
Yeah.
It's just a wreckage and a big debris field. I don't know. It's cool.
That's a good point. It's like the latter part of the invasion, and it's all going to shit.
Yeah, exactly. And because Shadow's aiding it, and it's in the dark side, it's worse. Yeah, exactly. It's all gotten much worse. Yeah, so you know, and that song is outstanding. That song is unreal. It's so fucking cool. The opening's amazing. Wow, you know, with the like, it's so good. Very catchy as well. Yeah, no, it's good shit. So that's why it's 19.
Okay,
for me.
that was that's fair. That's a good defense.
What's your 20?
Cosmic Fool.
Nice.
Which groups? I think that means actually our bottom 4 are all the same, just in different places.
Apart from the art.
Sorry, apart from the art, of course. Yeah. I've put. What have I put in that you haven't put then? Just list yours again.
I've done Cosmic Fool, Iron Jungle, The Ark, The Last Way, and Central City. I've given you 5.
Oh, you give me 5. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you got
so
the 2
actually,
now.
Central City was your 19th.
Yeah.
Right. So my 20th is Cosmic Fool.
Nice.
So yeah, like we've said most of it, to be honest. I put it higher than you for these reasons. It's I love the interior sections, and I know they come back in a different level, but I think the aesthetic of moving between, or like the whole concept of you're on a crumbling arc that's falling apart as a result of the black alien invasion. You've got to jump across these platforms, then you go through a section of the arc which is in like overdrive and is falling apart due to structural damage and an integrity breach or whatever, with all of these like crazy things flying at you and around you. It's also it's genuinely a very good challenge as well. if you once you get over the absolute frustration of the platforming, the one section that's especially annoying with the platforming as well, where the like pathway are rotating around an axis, it gives you a lower route that is much easier if you do fall. You don't have to take the difficult route. So with some patience and jumping, it's actually fine. But I understand why it's frustrating, because it's got more platforming than it does running, unlike, say, I don't know, Sky Troops, which has more running. It's more of a jump around level. I just think the interior of the Ark is absolutely fascinating. And you get you get a huge sense of scale as well. That's cool. Because you fall from massive heights, especially the end section, which is just for the hero level, the hero mission with Vector. You end up like, it blasts you into the air, and then you fall down, then onto another one, down. So you do get this sense that you're literally scaling the exterior of a massive structure. So once you master the like slightly counterintuitive gameplay with the platforming, it is a good level. And you have to use the full array of Shadow's like movements as well. There's lots of triangle jumping and homing attack platforming, etc. I like the open. I think you start in a corridor and then jump down, don't you? Or is that a different level?
Yeah, it is. No. You start in a corridor and you get sent on a conveyor thing.
Yeah, that opening corridor is
such a cool
really cool.
Because that alarm as well.
Yes. It's a really strong opener.
Yeah.
The Ark's got some cool lights, like light structures that you can pick up and use. It's a cool idea, like if it's because you've used obviously all these assets we've seen in other levels, like the Ark, like the other exterior Ark levels. It's a cool idea to flip it and have you like climbing back up the Ark and through it. It's a good way to introduce the same level but from a completely different perspective. And the 15-minute time limit, which is on screen, is quite a good like way to ramp up the intensity, even though it's plenty of time to get through. Did you know the music is a remix of something? So yeah, I like it. It deserves the frustration it gets.
Yeah, it does.
But it's got lots of redeeming features. And it's just the Ark sections are just so cool. The design and the colours and the features and the like circle things where those lasers blast through. And then, as you said, the computer room itself is really, really cool. It's also got quite an interesting cutscene just before this level, if you take this route with Abe, where he comes face to face with Shadow and confronts him and explains why he hates him. And you get that flashback with him where he looks at Black Doom and Gerald making
with
that
his
deal.
big bicolored eyes.
Yeah, with his heterochromia.
Yes.
He also, what I really like about that flashback is that as a kid, he has grey hair.
It's so weird.
Which presumably is just them being like, they just want to make it
Just to make it
absolutely
obvious it's
clear
him.
who this is. But it's
so
funny that he's been grey since that age.
Oh yeah.
He also does that really weird thing where he like slaps his ass at Maria. Maria's like,
Yeah.
fuck.
Maria was like a sister to me.
She's like, fuck off.
So weird.
Yeah, it's like, okay, mate.
Yeah. Also, you get to see Gerald's blue slippers now. Which is
You
quite
do,
nice.
which we love.
It's a treat. It's a shame that he wasn't wearing those in X-Gen, so I think they should have kept that.
They should have. That would have
He's
been a
got
nice
some
feature.
nice brown leather loafers.
He does.
Now.
He's got some good loafers on.
They're lovely.
He's
No, not
smartened
loafers,
up
sort
his
of boots.
look.
Yeah.
But the computer room is just so fucking cool. I know it's an iconic
Computer
line.
room's very
It's like,
cool.
find that computer room. But the whole like Matrix style green crazy
It's
room
awesome.
that you end up in is just epic.
It is.
And then
it
you
is
fight
pretty
Black
cool.
Doom in there.
Yeah, which is always good. Yeah.
And then, so that's my 20. My number 19 is coming close after that.
Hang on. I like all the Ark room interiors as well. They're cool. But again, I think, just to justify, I think later levels do it a bit more interesting.
What, like Space Gadget?
Like Space Gadget.
That's got the gravity shit in it.
Yeah,
I would agree. But it is, you do revisit the exact same rooms.
I know, but again, it's just for me, it's in a happier context.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, no, go on. What are you going to say?
My number 19,
Which is
Westopolis.
Operation What the Fuck?
Yeah, I thought you'd be quite different here.
Oh dear.
So yeah, I thought this would be higher as well when I started, but actually there are so many other levels that have special features to it that I love more. I think I've also just the amount of times I have played this level has slightly jaded it. I think to start with, though, actually no, I'll let you talk about the music
Yeah, please.
and the remix because we've been treated to quite a few. The dark mission is obviously eliminate the gun soldiers. There are 35. You're with Doomseye. The hero mission is kill the Black Arms. There are 45. You're with Sonic, and then the normal mission is just get to the end. I'll let you talk about it more. To be honest, it's just a classic. It's just an absolute classic. I think the only reason it's down here is because there are other levels that just have more interesting aspects to it. It's an incredibly cool beginning where you fall through in that iconic skydive, which I think is one of the few levels that actually starts.
It is.
I can't think of any other level that starts with the skydive. It builds very well on the whole world of SA2. You feel like you're re-entering that urban kind of vibe.
You do.
As you fall down into it, which is really nice, and it's Shadow's Green Hill, isn't it? As you said very well at the start.
Exactly.
It's and what better way to embody his character, just as the idyllic pastoral Green Hill embodies Sonic's sunshine optimism. We get a apocalyptic city, grimy city falling apart, where Shadow is immediately presented with a choice: help the good guys or help the bad guys.
Exactly.
Really cool. The city itself is a very well.
He gets chucked into a conflict.
Yeah, exactly. Immediately,
what he is.
The city itself is a very. It's got lots of nice touches. It's a very well designed urban area for a game as well, especially of this era, with some great little hidden areas. The key door is amazing. It's you get access to
HMMWV.
Indeed, which stands for, do you know?
Heavy military motorized something vehicle. Don't know.
Yeah, where you just chug along in a tank, basically. Nice little trees hidden around that are really nice. It's just it's a great level.
High mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicle. I was wrong.
Perfect.
Very cool though. Yeah,
it's a great level with great music. I can't fault it, but then I can't say too much that's stand out about it. It's just good.
Yeah, fair. Interesting. Mine isn't too much higher up than that, but yeah, no. All right. Cool. Okay. Is that your 19?
That's my number 19.
Okay, I'll do my 18. My 18's Air Fleet.
Same.
Oh, look at that.
So cute.
What do you know? Nice. Okay. Well.
And it sounds like this. It's got some cool. It's got some cool shit going on in the background.
Actually, you know what? I quite like that.
That opener sounds like an alarm.
I could fuck with that quite hard. If that was in a club, I'd sort of.
Would you? You'd lose it. I can imagine what you'd be doing.
Yeah.
So Air Fleet is the mission where
cool.
you are within a massive flying structure that the president has just
flying gun airship.
Yeah, a flying
evacuated
gun airship.
to.
He's been evacuated to in his little pussy escape pod. Actually,
it's called
which is
the president's craft.
Unbelievably well armored.
I bet it's so nice in there.
Oh yeah, it'd be lovely, and it's incredibly well armored.
That'll be where he has his
It takes
tea time.
endless rounds to smash through, which you have to do in the Dark mission with Doomseye. You have to destroy the president's escape pod. The hero mission, you're with Tails. You have to protect the escape pod from the black creatures and kill 35 of them. The normal one, you ignore both of those things and you just get to the end.
It's pretty cool.
So
it's great.
Talk to me about Air Fleet.
I love his ship. I love his ship. I'd love to be inside there. It'd be great. Sat with him.
I would love to be next to that strange man.
Not while I'm getting annihilated though by Shadow's guns.
Imagine him talking to you. What would he say to you?
It'd be so
We will not surrender.
Tell the standing generals. I don't know what he'd say. It'd be fucking awkward. I mean, you can tell he found expert mode really hard to do because he was like, Shadow, okay, I see you're training. It's like, yeah, mate, you're the president.
Strong opener.
Come on.
He's very he's much better in this than he's
quite cute.
Too.
Fuck.
He's wow, mate. He's very he's got a nice. Yeah, he's very loyal. He's very brave. He's
very calm.
In the face of...
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy.
What about the people of Central City?
Yeah, he's
not to worry.
Well, you seem to have
very good. Yeah, he's calm. At least he's calm in a crisis.
He is calm in a crisis. Yeah, unlike Abe, who's highly volatile.
Yeah.
And it's completely myopic as well.
Abe is pretty nuts. Yeah, he's got his own vendetta going on, which I don't know. If you're the head of the military, you shouldn't have any
No, he
vendettas
misses the
because
point.
you've got a
He's-
whole lot
he's
of things at your
not-
disposal.
He's not a good commander.
Come on, Abraham. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, I like Airfleet. I love the sunset vibe. I think that's really cool because it's the sunset of Shadow's, of his morality as he descends into darkness.
Yes.
And then the last level, which if you stay dark, if you go darker, is a gun fortress, which is at night, and it's so cool. That's where you chase the president's pod too. And you have to fight through the last bit anyway. Different level, but yeah, I like how it's sort of at even in the day it's reflecting Shadow's choices. It's near the end. It's the end of humanity as he fights the last vestiges of it all. I like how it's on a giant airship. That's cool. It's a shame the song just, I don't know. I think a different song would have made it quite cool. They could have made it a different
It's
song.
a little bit thumping, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like how it goes outside. You see more. You see more of the sort of standard gun architecture, which you haven't seen it yet. You've only seen the soldiers. You haven't seen a gun facility.
No, this is proper gun.
Cool.
This and Gun
A modern
Fortress
one.
are the only two.
Prison Island doesn't count because that's old. But yeah, it's cool. And I like it when you go outside in the airship. It's it's quite sort of wing fortressy, which is cool.
Very wing fortress.
And the tough retracting platforms, that's good. And the secret key door I enjoy a lot, which is you get a saucer, you get on an electrified rail, and you go into an armory, which is really cool, which has loads of guns. That's great. I enjoy that. And then, pardon me. And then the ending is in a big room with windows overlooking the skies. It's really cool. So it's a cool way to close it.
It's a cool way to close it.
Endings
are very often very good in these levels.
Yes, they are. That's kind of it. I mean, I'm just fond of it as a level. It's a decent level. It's good.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said. I think actually the more you think about this level, the more interesting it becomes. The fact that it's literally on a massive gun ship, which you see what that looks like in one of the cutscenes. They're very cool looking things. They look like boats.
Black Doom and Shadow are just chilling outside the White House.
Yeah.
And they look up and see that.
Yeah. It's huge though.
It's massive.
I like the detail how on one side of the ship you see the sunset, and on the other side it's all dark because you're obviously the sun's on one side. It's just a cool detail. The escape pod traveling through the monorail is cool. It takes a lot of hits, which I think I used to find that really annoying, but I actually think it's perfect because it forces you to think adaptively about what weapons you're going to use to take it down, and try and build up your chaos gauge so that you get unlimited ammo, which is one of the perks you get when it's full and you're going psycho. Which is cool. It's got good like I like the alternative paths you can take where you can either send, if you shoot this like pendulum arrow thing, it will redirect the ship down the route which has the opposite enemies of the mission you're trying to do, which means you can get more points. That's a cool feature of that encourages active decision making during gameplay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're doing the dark mission, you shoot it down the dark path, and then you can kill loads of gun soldiers rather than the other, which is obviously Tails would want. But it does have a slight tedium attached to it with the ship because, it's slightly frustrating. The platform to endlessly shoot it and for very little damage to be done. Although Black Doom does at one point say, "Don't worry if you can't see any damage being done to it. Rest assured, it is being injured," or something like that, which is really good. Because they must have thought there's no life gauge on it, so how can you? And then I like the external platforming is also a bit like the angle of the camera can make it slightly difficult. I actually used to hate this level, and when I first started ranking it, I thought I was going to come last. But actually, it's got quite a lot of cool features to it, and it's not dissimilar to the beloved Gun Fortress. It's got it's got a lot of assets that are very similar, because it's all obviously it's gun architecture and infrastructure. So yeah, it's cool. The idea of also you're annihilating the president's escape pod is just quite cool. If you're taking the dark path, it's high stakes. It's cool.
Yeah, it is.
And it's fun that character's in this game as well. Like it's a character we've known since SA2, and he's back and has quite a big role to play. I guess he's the figurehead of Gun, isn't he? He's like the Black Doom of that side.
What? Who? Abe?
No, the president.
Um.
Abe just
Yeah, I guess
sits
so.
in his fucking control room like 400 miles underground for the whole game, apart from that one bit which we talked about where he confronts Shadow face to
Yeah,
face.
exactly. Apart from that one, but yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
That's
cool.
that's what I've got to say about Airfleet.
Nice. Fair.
I think it's a very popular level. I think people like it. From looking online, I think it's actually quite popular.
You asked everyone.
Yeah, I did a survey.
Nice. Okay, so my 17. Should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, my 17 is a space gadget.
Okay. It's not my 17, mate.
Talk
Talk to me about Space Gadget.
I've told you how I feel about the Arc level.
Yet another arc level.
Another fucking Arc level. They're fine. I don't know why.
doing, you traitor?
I actually don't know why I'm not that.
You've literally that's the last external art level, and you put them all at the bottom.
There honestly isn't much reason as to why I'm not that big a fan of them. I'm just not. It's that. That being said, this one I'd say is the best of the bunch. I love the racing thing. I love how it's like how Sonic says, "Oh, look at that,
We're back."
We once raced it. That's fucking cool.
It's really cool.
And they do it again. It's a nice callback to SO2, which players would have enjoyed a lot, surely. The music's great. It's a really iconic
Don't you
tune.
remember?
Yeah, there you go. It's an iconic tune. I'll play it.
Go on then. Great opening.
Like, that's a great little sort of,
Riff.
what's the word? Yeah, riff. Yeah. It's really fucking cool.
It is cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the rail mechanic, and you get to see, I don't know, now I can talk about how much I enjoy the Arc interior. It's really cool. I love all the blue, I love all the green, I like all the big tubes, the big cylinders, the big lasers and all that shit. Good platforms, good hallways, the purple stuff. Just the design of the Arc is fucking insane. It's so cool. It's so unique. It's like nothing else. It's like he wasn't. There's no obvious inspiration from like a culture's architecture or something, There's nothing.
I mean, our
It's
guy
just got
Gerald
a slight-
designed. He made the whole fucking
exactly.
thing.
It has a slight ancient vibe to it going on from the complicated like sort of panels with the lines and things on it, which makes it look sort of older. Apart from that, there's no design like sort of style to it, which is why it's so cool.
Just
unique.
We met like what is Space Gadget?
Space Gadget is what are the missions? It's a race against
The
Sonic,
dark
and
mission is you have to destroy the defense systems. So those are the
Yeah.
Arc defense systems, which you also destroy during the Arc level.
Yes. And you got to race Sonic.
And then the hero mission is race Sonic. And then the normal mission is just get to the end, which is the same ending as the hero mission.
Oh yeah.
So you have to wait for Sonic to not get there. And
Yeah,
then
it's really
get the
weird.
glory.
And that's the opposite of the Arc. It's at the bottom, so it's on the good path. It's.
And what level is it based on? Obviously, from the name.
Well, Crazy Gadget.
Yeah, Crazy
but it isn't though.
No,
at all.
I agree, but it will. It has the one defining feature of those.
It's got the gravity
it's got
shit.
the gravity
of course.
things, yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't plot that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's why. Yes, I see. Hence Gadget. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's kind of it.
Do you like it a bit
all
more
the-
now?
Huh?
Do you like it a bit more now?
No, mate. Still banging 17. I like all the gravity shit. That's cool. It emphasizes his stretch.
Yes, it
When
does.
that happens, he gets really stretchy. It's cool.
It's a
It's a bit
crazy.
weird that he's
level. Space Gadget.
why is Shadow slightly brown in this game?
I don't know.
He's a black hedgehog.
It is weird.
Yeah, still. Anyway, I don't. That's kind of it. My favorite thing about it is the race. I think that's really cool. I just that's awesome.
Well, you take two completely different routes. If you do the hero mission and race Sonic, you mainly stay on the outside. If you do the dark mission and
gives you a big skip.
yeah, if you do the dark mission, you mainly go inside the Arc, and it's chaos because
it's horrific.
the gravity switches make
it's
navigating
horrendous.
those rooms with the lifts that come out of random corners.
and everything's on its side, and it's so hard to tell what the
yeah,
fuck
and
is going on.
I feel like it was very bold of the developers to do that, but I feel like the game doesn't quite. It's not very user friendly when the gravity's switching and you're jumping around. The physics can go a bit wonky sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of it for my 17
Okay,
Space
cool.
Gadget.
I'll add to Space Gadget when I get to it in like
Yes.
15 levels time.
Fuck.
No, not kidding. Well, my 17 is Death Ruins,
Nice. Oh, nice.
which is one of the. I think it's the.
Let me play the music, by the way, because I fucking love it so much.
Okay, yeah, it's
Thank God.
big. Death. It's a hero mission. So you've what's happened in the story at this point is that the black aliens have been basically pushed out of the metropolitan zones and are like by gun and are kind of regrouping in a jungle, which is presumably outside of the cities. Well, definitely is. And within this jungle are these ruins. Of no like distinct, you're not told what they're ruins of or what they're from, but they are obviously it's an ancient civilization.
Like,
they're very cool.
Olmec-esque.
Yes, yeah, they are.
Which is cool.
They're
Hence the big square heads.
There's lots of very cool design features in the ruins. What do I like about it? The missions. The missions are if your dark mission is just get out. So you're with Black Doom and you've just got to leave. You've got to get to the end.
You have to retreat with the black aliens.
Yes, exactly. And then the hero mission is with Rouge, and you've got to drive them off and kill 50 of them. There's no normal mission. Yeah. So I like there are these sort of slingshot features, which I think Black Doom says. He says something like, "Oh, we've adapted the alien plant life to help us move around." So presumably those are black alien features where you can pull back and sling yourself around. They look
like it.
They do. There's lots of interesting flora, including the massive killer plants, which are black creatures. Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, they're cool.
I love the waterfalls. They remind me of Lost World and SA1. Really nice. The ruins are a really inventive design. I like the big poisonous spike balls. You've got a good alternation between tactical takedowns of like groups of enemies and speeding through the level.
Yeah, true.
It's like an evolved green jungle. That's what it's called, right? In SA2.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a more interesting green forest.
Yes.
At the end, in the normal mission, there's like big snake statues around the end ring, which is really cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's great. It's a cool level. It's a cool level. I don't know. There's nothing I really don't like about it. Like with literally nearly every single one, I just like a couple of. I like all the levels I haven't mentioned yet, just a little bit more. Yeah. I guess it has where it lacks possibly is the fact that where other levels like rise above it hasn't got a sense of intrigue for me. It's the level area itself doesn't have any story resonance. It's just a random forest area that we haven't. That's not to say it's bad. It's a really cool idea.
But it'd be cool if they gave it a bit more history.
But
if it was some Black Arms ruin or something.
Yes,
that'd be cool. But it's just ruins.
It is just ruins of like a random civilization we know nothing about. Whereas other levels have more that are is more interesting.
Yeah.
And
the song is great.
The song's fat, but I'll let you talk about that.
The song is just disgustingly dirty. It's so good. It's so fucking angry.
It is.
Doesn't really fit with what's going on, but like it's
I don't know.
So
they're
cool.
like
it does, but like
they're retreating. Shadow's like pushing them back. It's got that kind of angry determination to it.
It's awesome. Anyway, I'll play it later.
So what was your 17 Space Gadget? So what's after that?
My 16 is this. Westopolis. Now,
I am the ultimate life form.
Yeah, it is so fucking cool, this level. I love Westopolis. Let's start by talking about the music.
Yeah, go on.
So this brilliant song has had 2 remixes from its debut. You start the game, you press new, you watch his whole shit, you watch him, the opening cutscene finishes with him skating into the city, and then you get hit with this. I'm gonna let him run because it goes so hard, this shit. so cool.
There's a
What
lot
a fucking
of
song.
amazing
I love the
stuff
like da
going
da
on
da 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 shit, which is offbeat. That's incredible song. Angry, evil, dark, aggressive. It just perfectly captures Shadow. So 2 remixes were made for this.
It is just his song.
It is so fucking Shadow. It captures his anger against the humans for what they did to him with Maria perfectly. All of it. Yeah, it's fucking great.
Agreed.
It has that like just unshackled anger about it, which is brilliant.
Yeah. It defines his character so well.
Massively so. So the 2 remixes. One of them is for Enemy Territory, which is from the Shadow DLC of Forces, and I think the percussion in this is just it's so fat. Listen to this. It's just yummy. It's got that like that fucking noise is so cool. And then we were treated, and I knew it would be this song over this DLC, to the Tokyo DLC, the movie DLC for Sonic X Shadow Generations, which is a great fucking DLC, really cool. And you have this minute build up. I won't play the whole thing. I'll jump in a bit, but you got a minute build up until you think, oh, what is this song?
And it's like choral, isn't it?
Yeah, it's choral, and then it. And then you have just the fattest Jun Sunu times Teddy Lloyd fucking drum and bass beat, which is so cool. Here it comes. So it's this shit, which is really cool. Then you go here. And you think, oh, I recognize that. And then here it comes. I mean, like, fuck off. It's so cool. Anyway, that's why, I mean, it's such a good song. It is so fair.
It does a huge
it goes so hard
for the level of that song.
It adds, hence why I've opened on that. Because otherwise, it is just a strong city level. Yes, you play it 10 times. I just like it a lot. I think it's really cool. It's a great city in chaos. It's a good precursor to Crisis City, which ramps it up with the lava. But like, it's a cool just sort of desecrated urban environment. Again, just perfect for Shadow. That's just what the guy's about, you know. It's
sorry, did you say Crisis City?
Yeah.
Why?
It's another city in turmoil, in chaos. It's cool, I think, you know.
Oh, precursor. Sorry. Yes. Sorry, you're right. Yes. Yeah.
It's just perfect for Shadow. It's just so him. You're in like an American city, which is being overrun by like crazy black aliens, and it's being fought back by the angry hostile military. And he's in the middle of it. He's got to pick which side. It's just awesome. Whatever he does is, like it's rough and it's tough.
It's universe determining. Well.
It's just so cool. The secret area is good. I like how it's a car. I love it when you get a car in this game. You can just drive through a nice open space. It's always fun. Gun Fortress, Lost Impact, and this one do it, I think. And it's really nice. Or it's Doom. Don't know. It's one of them.
It's Lost Impact.
Oh yes, it is. Yes. It's just great. Like he lifts up buses. He runs through the chaos.
The flips are cool.
He can get through anything. He's just so hard. It's so cool. And he opens it by fucking skydiving through past exploding helicopters and just windows blowing up. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I completely
it's a
agree.
Really strong opener. So I thought I have to put this high.
I'm pleased you did.
Yeah, and it's a good city. There's a lot of sort of good assets like the benches, trees, signs, phone boxes, all that shit.
Yeah, and the just the amount of the height of the buildings
debris
and the windows
and the exactly. It's very immersive.
The interminable laser blasts get slightly painful.
And the aerial laser blasts are a bit bleak, but still cool. They add a lot to the sense of just chaos.
They do, yeah.
You're in a proper war zone. It's really it's just fucking strong. That's why I have it so high. I like it. Well, it's like halfway. It's 60. It's fucking great.
There is something about that track that just is so. It's got that like gritty determination that's so well characterizes Shadow.
Which
of, like,
first
you kind of it's like it's not a villain's theme, but it's got that kind of hardcore.
Like
willing to do the the nasty to get through kind of grit
gritty
to it.
It's gritty, dirty, angry, and unrelenting. Which is what, and it's the
so fucking
repeat,
cool.
and then that like sort of lasery, which is really sort of just angry. Angry is the word. It's fucking great. It's really cool. I could, if you give me some time, I could write an essay on that song.
Yeah, it's a fantastic song.
It's
You've
fantastic.
got the time, mate. People want to hear it.
Fuck yeah, I might have to post that.
Nice. That was a solid defense of Westopolis.
Yeah, there you go.
I also love it. I know. I wish I could put it higher, but there are just other things that
I had to put it higher.
I gotta put it higher.
It's just too damn good. Okay.
One of
What's
which
your
is
16?
which hits my 16 is Glyphic Canyon.
Oh, nice. Pretty close to mine as well.
Yeah. So Glyphic, I'm gonna let me play the music
chuck it
because it's so good.
It's so cool. Do-ga-do.
Awesome. So
It's such a lazy beat.
big lazy beat.
It
that
drags.
perfectly illustrates
It's really
the
thick.
kind of large expanse of canyon and like mystery ahead of you. If you unlock Glyphic Canyon, if you take the normal route out of Westopolis, it's the only way to get to it. And it's set in, you're in the sky. No, you're in a canyon. You're in like a desert canyon, jumping through these, what we're told are 2,000-year-old ruins, which are in fact presumably in one of the presumably, I can't remember the maths, but like the 200th visits ago of the Black Comet, which comes every 50 years, the Black Arms laid down these ruins that would eventually, when they finally get to invade Earth, which I forgot to mention, the only reason they can't is because the Black Comet has too slow a velocity to breach the Earth's atmosphere. So the only way for it to get down onto the planet's surface is to use chaos control to warp down, which is why Black Doom needs the emeralds, because that's the only type of chaos control that has the amount of power to warp it down onto the surface. Then it can unleash its full-scale invasion. It doesn't quite hold up to scrutiny, but that's the idea. So they've obviously planted these ruins there so that when this does happen, they can turn them on, which with the help of Shadow, which is exactly what he does in the mission.
Touch the jewels.
So you run through these really cool Black Arms-esque ruins, which have been sitting there. They're apparently they call them their holy ground.
They sort of aren't that Black Armsy, which is cool.
They are, and they
Apart
aren't.
from the statues with the like gargoyles and shit.
Yeah. It's a very, very cool site, and I love the fact that it's in this like desert environment. There's also a cyclone going off because you often fly into it to progress through the level. Quite Windy Valley-esque. So that the dark mission is you've got to activate the jewels, of which there are 5 in total.
2,000 years ago was like Roman times.
Yeah, I know.
That's so cool.
It is.
So while that shit was going down with with Caesar and all that lot, and
No,
Pompey,
the Black Doom was
fucking
busy
Black Doom
laying the ruins down.
was busy laying pipe.
Yeah, getting ready for his ground assault.
Built all his. That's really cool.
It is really
in some unknown desert canyon.
And presumably
Sorry,
they weren't ruins when he put them
they
there.
they were majestic structures at the time, and now they're all dusty.
Why he's done that, I don't know,
cool.
but it's paid off. So he's got to kind of rejuvenate them. But the coolest thing is, if you think about it, he's running through ships, like alien architecture, which are ships that if you have these power sources, these big green pulsating jewels, that when activated, the ships take off, which you then see later on in Sky
Imagine
Troops.
being a human who discovers that, and you've got no idea that you're in a fucking ship.
Exactly.
You just think it's a ruin.
You're like, wow, it's literally a ship. It would be like the Acropolis taking off.
Yeah, which would go so hard.
It'd be amazing. It's got these cool like barbarian spikes and kind of gargoyles. And I love it because it just adds so much to the Black Arms, the history of the Black Arms.
Yeah.
the key thing in Death Ruins is like a
Not Death Ruins, Glyphic Canyon.
sorry, Glyphic Canyon.
Yes, it's great.
Is a we didn't say the key for I didn't say the key for Death Ruins, but it's whatever. It's like a warp hole to a grinding area. In Glyphic Canyon, it's a secret route with a black hawk, which is
which is great.
which is epic. So you fly through and you get a load of
Fly through
items.
A new area. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
those are my favourite types. Incredibly
Yeah, they're
cool.
great. Those ones.
Worth getting.
Yeah, agreed.
But you do miss the fourth jewel for anyone who knows what the fuck I'm talking
Brotion,
about.
please. You keep that shit to yourself.
But I love this level. Music's great, vibes amazing. It progresses the story really well. It's got that perfect cocktail of like an environment with a rich story that you move through with purpose.
Yes.
Also, quite an unusual environment vibe for a Sonic game to be like ancient ruins in a desert canyon with a tornado. It's got
very
a
cool.
very action-packed, awesome cocktail. It also, which I love even more, sets up another level later on.
Oh yeah,
which is great, which I'll come to later on.
Same. It's my 15. So I'll just quickly say, just say my piece.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, it's. I completely agree. It's fucking cool. The aesthetic's brilliant because it isn't just canyon ruins. There's like a weird sort of military vibe going on to it. Yeah. Like all the soldiers are in sandy camouflage fits, which is really cool. With lots of sort of barricades and wooden whatever they're called, the little block crosses of wooden poles that they put around. Like it's yes. There's a military effort infused with it.
Do you mean with gun?
Yeah, with gun.
Yeah.
Infused with the ruins and an active invasion. Crates and shit. It feels properly like, again, sort of like a war, but just like a battle zone.
Yeah, it's a conflict zone.
Yeah. Yeah, and the plants are nice. The trees, the plants are cool. Yeah. Which all this makes it feel properly ancient, which is just so cool. That he came here 2,000 years ago. Like I said,
crazy
and
idea.
Put it all down. It's awesome.
It links like
Unless
human history with
really cool.
the Black Arms as well. And
great.
And it shows how long old Black Doom's been around.
Can
we just really quickly what the Black Arms, right? Is he the only sentient one? Like, do you think he's the only one who can speak, and the rest are just drones? If that is the case, he is the Black Arms, and all the drones and soldiers and worms are just like parts of him.
He hasn't got like a second in command.
He's got
in the comics that there's somebody called Black Death. who is his successor, and I think is like even worse.
Okay.
But I haven't read that. I've just seen that online. Apart from that, apart from Shadow, which might have been why he was quite willing to give Shadow his blood to have a sort of offspring and like his own agent of chaos, which is quite cool. Because someone who's a bit less mindless than all the drones.
Unless there's because they all live on the Black Comet, which is like a worldlet, but unless presumably there's a planet that they come from, so maybe there are others like it there, and Black Doom's just like a kind of rogue commander who's in charge of. It could just be the comet.
It'd be, how cool would it be? Oh, how fucking cool would it be if this is what they should have done in X Gens. You go to
go to the home world.
You go to the fucking Black Arms home world, and there's 6 Black Dooms, and then black and blackest Doom. That'd be so cool. That'd be awesome. Oh,
it would be amazing.
And murals of Devil Doom. Oh mate, imagine a fleet of Devil Dooms. It'd be horrific.
It'd be unreal.
And it's just hell. They're
I mean, it is. Planet. He's like a devil. He is just hell.
Yeah, it'd be really cool, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But
interesting to think about.
So bold.
What is the structure? Because he seems to be the only one.
I guess it's just him.
And they blindly serve him. They
have no sentience.
They're basically a swarm, aren't they?
Yeah,
they just do exactly what
I guess it's just a big hive mind.
I would think, if I was going to do headcanon, that he's a rogue, high-ranking commander who's taken the Black Comet and has this mission, and he's like a Captain Ahab. He's obsessed with taking over Earth for a power source for whatever reason, and he's got overlords back home. But he's a high ranker.
Yeah, which is so cool.
Really cool. Sorry, you were saying?
No, that's kind of it about my Glyphic. You covered it all. Song is great. I love the bass in it. I love the rough. the song sounds like a dusty electric guitar.
Yeah,
It has
it
to.
does.
It's got such like gritty texture to it, which fits as you race around the loops of the old pathways. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Good mission. Love the jewels.
And
They're
just a
great.
brilliantly designed level, like great
Yeah,
mixture
very
of
strong level.
shooting, speed. You know, you really
Agreed.
feel like you move through it, and then you break out into that final section.
Yeah,
Really cool.
that's that really.
So that was your 15
That's
then.
my 15.
What's your 16? What came?
Westopolis. I told you. Yeah.
Westopolis.
Yeah. So Westopolis, Dangler Canyon.
Just list all of yours.
Wow, operation, please.
Sorry, please.
Cosmic Fall, Iron Jungle, The Ark, The Last Way, Central City, Air Fleet, Space Gadget, Westopolis, and Glyph Canyon.
Ah, I see. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll tell you my 15.
Give me a 15.
Circus Park.
Oh, nice.
To change tack entirely, I've gone for Circus Park. Let me tell you about Circus Park. So Circus Park is that incredibly memorable token casino level, which every Sonic game has to have, and even Shadow has it. A bit of an oddball Circus Park. It's kind of an outlier to like any other of the levels. A bit like Cryptic Castle. It's quite distinct. In like its aesthetic and vibe. It's uncharacteristically Shadow because it's so garish and vibrant and colourful. But of course it's an Eggman facility, playing into his like unquenchable love of the carnival and circus that seems to pop up. So the level starts with a sighting of Tails in the Tornado 3, which is the battle mode of the Tornado 2. He once again crashes without any actual prompting. He just crashes. I think Shadow spots a Chaos Emerald powering it. He's like, right, I've got to get that. And that is where he says, it's this mission where he has his iconic line. Is it this?
Damn it.
No. Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Of course, absolutely classic. And he then has a choice to help Tails, which to get 400 rings, which is possibly what adds the level's infamy, because actually that's quite an irritating task. Or you eliminate 20 gun robots with Eggman, who makes his debut appearance in his egg drone.
Oh yeah.
Or
Egg Monitor.
Egg Monitor, yeah.
Oh, Shadow.
And
So
wants to remove the gun pests who are infesting his facility and ruining all the fun that his circus robots are having. Or you just get to the end, which is cool as well. This level's great. It's got lots of very cool features. It's got the Carnival Night barrels of doom. Which are great, which actually move in these. It's lots of vibrant, fun aesthetics. Cool lights, like you go through these corridors with these kind of scintillating lights. Amazing Technicolor skybox that you can kind of move around. You seem to be sort of floating in the air. It's got a massive circus tent with a tightrope that you enter at one point, which Eggman loves. The shooting galleries are a little tedious, but they're kind of self-aware. Like the characters comment on how, like, oh, you've got a little game you can play and you've got to shoot the balloon. So it's kind of acknowledging the fact that it's ridiculous that Shadow's there with his gun just shooting balloons to get rings. So I kind of like that. Rings of Fire. It's got these really cool zip lines, motorized zip lines that you hold on to and fly through the level at great speeds. And Eggman's like, is this fast enough for you? It's great.
Yeah, he's loving it so much.
He is having a field day. He absolutely loves.
He really enjoys it.
He loves Shadow being in his circus.
Shadow? I won't forget this.
He absolutely loves it, and he loves telling him all about his robots. Wonder how my robots are doing. Yeah, it's just I like it because it's an outlier. It's different. It's like a nice break from the kind of more gloomy Westopolis and Lethal Highway. You go down it if you do the hero route, so you would have experienced those two urban levels before. It's just fun. It's like a really entertaining, bright, cool little level that I've always been fond with. I've just seen in the encyclopedia, the description just says a meme is born.
Yeah.
which is the damn fourth Chaos Emerald line.
That's classic.
So funny. Yeah, it's a great carnival level, to be honest. And the big top circus thing is cool. He's finally actually literally gone and made a circus in one of his carnival facilities, which is really cool.
Okay. Nice. Fuck.
What's your 14?
Poor Eggman. My 14. You've done yours already. My 14 is.
No, I haven't done my 14.
No. As in you've said this already. Is Death Ruins.
Death Ruins.
So
and you were quite desperate to play a little tune from Death
Ruins.
Misheld.
E102 playing Death Ruins because he really wants to.
How dare you!
I think this song is it's probably the hardest any in terms of just pure death metal that any Sonic song has ever gone. I think it doesn't get like angry in this. Just listen to how fucking crunchy this is. It's just. Yeah, it's like you've reached your hand on the ground and pulled out pure shit, and this is what it sounds like. Listen to this.
Let's hear it.
Excellent.
Nice. Just wait until the kickoff. It's just fucking hideous. Oh, it's so good. Wait.
We are under attack by giant alien soldiers!
This bit. I love this bit. Oh, it does it again, but slower. It's so cool. Oh, what a fat tune. It's really cool. You've kind of said most of what you have to say about Death Ruins, and I agree. I just like it way more. I love the waterfalls. I think it's a really cool place. The jungle stuff's good. I like the old ruins, the big heads. You can't. It's a shame that there's sort of no history as to what these ruins are. I mean, that makes it interesting in a different way, but it'd be nice if we actually knew what it was.
You also fight
Black Bull.
Black Bull. Yeah, you do, which is cool. I prefer
probably
his highway fight.
the
Though. It's iconic.
fucking easiest fight of the whole
No,
game.
mate. Eggbreaker in Cryptic Castle is a joke.
Maybe. Yeah, but
You know what they say. Still, I like how the flora is like alive. That's cool. Lots of big, overgrown, sort of corrupted, just things everywhere. But that's mainly seen in the plants. I like that.
good alternation of routes as well.
I was
Sometimes you
just
go
about
hero
to say
mode.
I like
Sorry, I
the
just took it from you.
three. Yeah, it's okay, mate. I like the third checkpoint. This is just specific, but if you're listening and playing at the same time, and you've just hit the third checkpoint, I like the giant drop with the big cylinder and the platforms around it when you grind round this giant sort of old ruined cylinder. You know what I mean?
Old ruined cylinder.
It's not a cylinder, but it's like a massive. That's the structure. Remember? And you grind down the black arms like rails, and you can jump off on different platforms that are there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a massive. You're just in a big drop.
Yeah, but you go around it like a cylinder. Anyway,
It's
yeah,
cool.
very cool.
I know what you mean.
And then it's also it's cool that Rouge is here. I like that she's there. She's good. She's got a sort of she fits with it quite well.
Looking great. My
Mate, please, please. She changes from her hero's fit.
yeah, she's.
I bet you'd love to see her wardrobe. It's got a hero's outfit and her regular outfit.
I'd love to see her get ready with me.
GRWM with Rouge the band. She's too cool for that. She wouldn't do that shit.
She's not interested in TikTok.
No. Hang on.
Oh god.
Hang on, bro. I got a big cough.
Disgusting.
Oh, okay. Oh, phew. Okay. Resume. Yeah. No, that's kind of it. I've got really for Death Ruins. I just like it a bit more than you do, and I think, but the thing I like about it the most is that song, which I just think is really unique and really awesome, and it just goes really hard. It's really cool. Yeah, that's why it's so hard.
It is. It's a dirty song.
Mm-hmm.
You go filthy with the rock. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's
yeah.
fair.
What's your 14?
So my 14 is this. I'm going to introduce it with the tune.
Oh, I love it when this happens.
You ready?
Go on.
Buckle in.
Make the humans suffer.
Pretty cool. That's Mad Matrix
Wow,
for me.
it's such an awesome starter.
I love Mad Matrix. So this is the level where you fly through the cyberspace realm. This is our the first of 2 cyberspace levels. This is the 1st one I'm mentioning, and this is Eggman's cyberspace realm.
Yeah.
Which is preceded by this extraordinary cutscene where you cut out of nowhere to Team Chaotix, who have infiltrated Eggman's base and are performing a kind of hack routine where Charmy's like distracting Espio while
hey, back off.
While
just let the guy work.
Just let the guy work.
He's so sensitive in Shadow.
He's very sensitive.
He's a sensitive king.
He's very sensitive king. Where
he's so gracious. He says thank you all the time.
He is actually. He's incredibly gracious.
He's very kind.
He thanks him during like this.
Thanks for your help earlier.
Nice.
Thanks for your help. You've been a great help.
Wow, he's so good.
He's so sweet.
He's such a gratuitous guy. He's very respectful, as he should be. He's an Indian.
Yeah, you like that.
Oh, wow.
And they're trying to hack into the Eggman's mainframe. I can't remember what the reason they're doing it for is.
I don't think they actually say. I think they literally just I think they said that they haven't got much time, and they're just doing it.
Wait, I can pull it up.
It's probably a case, mate.
It's here.
They're probably just on a case.
It's here. Listen, I got it. Ready?
The entire day will be wasted.
Great song behind
All
it.
day
Great song.
wasted.
Hey, back off. Data retrieval isn't exactly my specialty.
He's so touchy.
Let me do it then.
Stop blocking him, Charmy!
That's a full face palm from Vector.
Yeah.
Enter Shadow.
An assassin?
Well, if it isn't Shadow, your timing is impeccable. You know that Eggman fella pretty well, don't ya? Well, we need your help to hack into his computer. Don't ask why,
Yeah, he
and we don't have
specifically
any more
says
time to waste.
It's literally waste. There's no reason why, apparently.
Charmy looks so cool.
Oh,
I love
what a coincidence.
It's great
Probably
to
his
see
best
it.
debut
Know what the good
It
old
is his
doctor's up
best,
to as well.
So now he karate chops. Yeah. He
then
karate
breaks
chops Vegeta and breaks in, and now he's in Eggman's
Yeah.
cyberspace, which is
Pretty
an
cool.
extraordinary hacking method. Presumably, Espio had done most of the work, and then Shadow comes in and finishes the job. I think Charmy is inspired by this moment during the end story, and then does the same thing
Does it
and
again.
bee stings the computer, which for somehow amazingly transmits Gerald's message worldwide to everyone on every screen.
So good.
So this level I really like, although the missions are pretty painful. Well, one of the missions in particular is memorable because it is so painful. So you have 3 missions. There's as usual, there's the dark one is Doom's Eye, and you've got to activate 30 bombs. So once you enter the kind of cyberspace matrix, which is a complex network of high speed links that connect all the blue, the green, the orange, and the red terminal. In amongst that network are 30 black alien bombs that you have to run into, which they explode. That can be an unbelievably tiresome exercise. There's actually a map that someone made that I saw that's really cool on the Sonic
good.
Retro page for this.
That's cool.
This level.
Is there any order to it, or is it just a big mess?
No, there is. It does kind of make sense.
I'll pull them up now.
Have a look at it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It is cool, isn't it?
Oh, it looks like a giant, sort of motherboard.
Yeah,
that's very.
It's
cool.
epic. That's why I love this
That's
level.
fucking great.
It's a very structured level. It has so that's at the base of it, and then you've got your three terminals,
awesome.
4 terminals, which you start within the blue one. The normal mission is just to get to the end, and the end is within the red terminal. The hero mission, where you're helping Espio, who somehow also infiltrates cyberspace with you, is you have to activate all 4 nodes within each of the terminals, which then allows them presumably to hack his mainframe. To ascertain the piece of information that they want, which is sort of unclear. And the Shadow's there because he infers that because Eggman is an intelligent guy, he's going to know what's going on with his past. So he then goes, and then I think from this level he finds out about the androids, and that sends him on that route.
Yeah.
I think it's an epic the vision of it I really like. I like the idea of it, that you're within a kind of network terminal. I also really like, because we've had so much this fucking like cyberspace shit in the most recent games, and it's so boring when you get digitized versions of the characters and they have to as shitty superstars. And to be honest, Forces does it a lot as well with the Phantom Ruby.
It's really overdone,
which is just overdone. This is how you do it, where you create an abstracted digital realm where you get an avatar of Shadow in this digital realm interacting in a physical interpretation of a digital environment. So those Lightspeed circuits are supposed to be him moving along like fiber optic cables or kind of information streams, and then the blocks of the orange blocks which appear are literal firewalls that he has to hack through, and the like infinitely divide, well, not infinitely, the dividing little kind of geometric shapes that you shoot and they split into two, and you shoot and they split into another two. Those are supposed to be passwords, I think, as are the walls that come up that you shoot through. It's just so cool and clever that they've actually given that all the thought.
It's also got its own style. It's not just like pixelated, crap. It's got its own weird sort of patterns that look like pieces of a computer.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yes, and then it's got the passwords are actually, I think that the things I talked about before are just antivirus things. The passwords are the coloured tiles that you have to jump on and make them all the same colour. That's a abstract, physical interpretation of what a password is. Great,
it's very cool.
And it's amazing that Eggman has this like superhighway infrastructure within his kind of Internet of Things that presumably he uses to coordinate all
the
of his...
EggNet.
The EggNet! Yes, it's so good.
I love going on the EggNet.
Presumably he uses... Oh, mate, the EggNet's
Such
got
good
a lot of
content
good shit on there. Yeah, a lot of good shit. Egg Hub. Bleak stuff.
Nasty.
A lot of Black Aliens content.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Team Celtics were good. That's where it came from.
Oh no, that's why they're hacking it.
Yeah, that's why they're hacking. Vector's like, I've got to see what's on that,
and don't ask why.
That's why he covers Charmy's face, because he's completely underage.
He shouldn't be seeing that.
Wow. Yeah, maybe that's why Espio is so gracious, because he's like a bit anxious that he's trying to hack Eggman's
he's so pleased
porn.
He's doing it finally, but he's not allowed. Hey, back off. I like this shit. So good. Anyway.
It's so funny. Why is the egg breaker in there then? It kind of doesn't make any sense. I guess the egg breaker is like his digital final virtual defense that you have to hack through.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's epic. I fucking love it. I think
You've taken a different. It's so interesting. You've just taken our rankings are pretty different.
Yeah, they are. We've gone very different here.
Yeah,
you must have ranked this much higher.
Well, a little bit. Yeah.
I also love the chaotix
it's
shit
great
in this
that they're
game.
in it, yeah.
I think Charmy's character is the best in this game. In Heroes, he's
we'll
mildly...
cover more of him in his main outing, which is Prison Island.
Yeah.
He's great in that. Yeah. Heroes, he's fine, but he's a bit annoying. Whereas in this, he's actually just quite chill.
Yeah,
and his voice is just perfect for him. They should bring that back.
He's not too annoying. Okay, so that's my 14.
Cool.
What's yours?
14. I've told you my 14 Death Threads. My 13 is Lost Impact. Which
here we go. These are some also notorious levels.
Yeah, everyone knows Lost Impact. So Lost Impact is a flashback level where it's Shadow's been taken outside the Ark by Black Doom to just look at it, and he's like 50 years ago, and then he looks in and he sees it's Shadow and Maria running through the hallways.
I don't think that's right.
Is that the Doom? Or is
Sorry,
that
that's the Doom. This is
my mistake.
This is different. Lost. Do you want me to tell you, or do you know it?
No, yeah, go on. Tell me.
Lost Impact is it's the hero mission, true hero path, and it's a bit of a strange cutscene where Sonic and Tails pick up Shadow from.
Oh yeah,
I think it's Iron Jungle actually, which is weird because he wasn't.
It's
there.
That area, yeah, but he just warps there. That's it. And they're taking him to the Ark,
and Tails in that amazing his new ship, which has the Tornado 3 on the front of it. If you look carefully, and they're flying along, and then this bizarre cutscene plays where Shadow is looking at the Chaos Emerald in that ship that powers it, and he goes, "Oh, these idiots are using a Chaos Emerald to power this. This will be like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me." So he snaps snatches it. Then an alarm goes off in the ship, and that alarm triggers in Shadow's head a memory, which is because it's the same alarm that was going off at the Ark when the gun raid was happening, presumably, which triggers this memory, which you then play through of Maria. No, sorry, it's not. It's not during the gun raid. This is it's just an alarm on the Ark.
Hence the name, the Doom.
This just triggers an alarm.
This is
flashback
the impact
from the Ark.
Is this not the impact of Immerl's shit?
Yes, but that's obviously not revealed in this game.
No, of course not. But you find out.
This is the level where you have to go through and contain an incident that's happened on the Ark, separate to the gun raid, but possibly causing the gun raid and showing the concern of what's going on there, where there's a breakout of all of the artificial chaos.
Yeah, which is very cool.
So weirdly, it doesn't actually progress the plot at all.
No, it's just it's a random flashback, but it adds depth to the whole Maria thing.
It adds
and Shadow,
massive depth,
and it shows you a lot more history of what's going on. It's great. It's the first time you can actually. It's very important to sort of give us more insight into it makes their dynamic clear, because we had no idea what was going on with Shadow and Maria. All we knew is that he cared for her, and you see that they're actually just friends, and she makes sort of casual observations about all the stuff that's going on as she sort of runs with him. She feels very safe with him. It's a clear, nice dynamic, and it's characterized by this great music, which is really sort of sad and low. And I wish they'd make shit like this again these days, because all we get now is, I mean, it's good, but it's just heavy shit. If we could have some calm stuff, or some gentle, like old D&B, or some just all stuff like this, it'd be great. But anyway, so this is a great example of that, which they should do again. It's really nice stuff.
That is just beautiful.
It's lovely stuff.
It perfectly captures the nostalgia of the memory, the the kind of intimacy and sweetness and innocence of their relationship, but also the sadness, because he's looking back on something that he's lost and will never be able to have again.
A lost love.
And it keeps that kind of heavy percussion you hear at the back is like that distinct kind of shadowness that characterizes all of the music. It's really beautiful. It adds such an emotional weight to the whole level that you're right, you just don't get anymore.
Yeah.
It's all let's go as hard as fucking possible, which is fine, but you miss out a bit.
You want some nuance, exactly. That's why it's so nice with the Frontiers soundtrack, which added such a nice change to it all.
Very true.
Because it was actually some ambient orchestral shit. They should really do that again. It's why people love the 06 soundtrack so much, because it wasn't just hard, angry, heavy shit. It had some real technical, impressive nuance to it, which just allowed the composers to show what all their training has built up to them for. It's a shame. They should do it more, but still. I just think it's a very unique level. It's another non-linear level, which I always quite enjoy, because you made the good point earlier about how it's fun to have like a sort of map forming in your head from it, which is just it's the way non-linear levels are, which is just nice. I like that. It's fascinating to see the Ark interior. This sort of warm green tone is great and just really iconic and very distinct. And the sort of different hallways, the big rooms, and my favourite part of the level is just the outside area. A lot of the level you spend on this moving platform with a big cannon, and you travel through the kind of the underbelly of the Ark, through these sort of space passageways with floating cannons and lasers and shit, and then you get into the big opening and you just see the blackness of space behind you, and then above you is the lights of the Ark. It's got a very nostalgic tone to it, which is really nice. It's just great. It's cool. The keys are very well hidden in this one as well. It's a lot of fun to find those. But I mean, the sort of highlight is Maria, and that's the standout thing of what it adds and how much you're sort of shown from what she's like.
Yeah.
It's great.
Agreed. All good
very
points.
cool.
I'll talk about it more when I come to it.
Yeah,
I
you
like
should.
it a lot. I think it's a brilliant level.
Yeah,
Although,
it's-
despite how frustrating it can be.
Yeah, that's the one thing.
You have to find
It's the-
35 artificial chaos, which are quite well hidden. And
especially because it's not linear, so it's very hard to
you have to
find
go
them.
up these lifts in some of the
Hey, the
rooms
lifts are a bit slow.
that don't actually progress you through the level. They're detours that can take a long time to progress upwards.
Yeah, because if you miss a lift, just wait like 30 seconds for it to come back
it's not
down.
great.
Um,
And it's
Yeah.
a maze. Like there's a lot of alternative routes you can take, most of which end in
that's
dead
the
ends.
definitive thing is that you. I don't know. Before I replayed this, when I think of Lost Empire, I just think of da 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 because it repeats.
I used to
again,
get
again,
properly
again.
stuck. I couldn't find the last
Yeah,
one.
it took me like 27 minutes years ago to
Yeah.
finish the level. It's
Yeah.
huge.
And once a couple of them are hiding in
Can
some
be
of
big.
those rail tracks which you fly through those areas when you're
Yeah.
riding the giant gun, which is a defense system internally. So presumably Gerald is a cautious man and installed
bred
like
for this shit.
moving guns through the facility to make to be ready for breakouts like this, because I guess these things are dangerous. Well, they're definitely dangerous.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's that. It's pretty great.
Okay,
Big fan.
that was
I like
your.
it a
Sorry,
lot.
was that your 13?
13,
Yeah,
what's your 13?
my 13 we talked about before.
What is it?
It's Space Gadget.
Oh, nice.
I put it higher than you. So
You did.
as a reminder, Space Gadget's the Sonic and Shadow revisit out on the exterior of the Ark. Rehash of Final Rush. Final Rush? It is Final Rush. Isn't
Final Rush.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is that level in SA2 at the end. We've talked about it a lot. I'll briefly say I'm higher than you. I think the gravity devices make it ambitious. I just love the interior of the Ark. I think it's so cool.
Fair.
It's a
Very
mess though. It is a mess, and it can be quite a grueling
such a
experience to
mess.
go through, especially if you're doing the dark path where you have to destroy the
Yeah.
the Ark defenses. It can be particularly challenging.
Mm.
You don't actually see Sonic, despite the fact that you're racing him. He's
just
invisible.
there. He's just chatting. Yeah.
You just get a timer instead,
Once raced here.
which is a shame. That would have been quite fun.
Yeah, be nice.
So yeah, I think it's bold and ambitious and cool, and the scope of it's epic.
Yeah.
But it can be taxing.
True. Yeah.
I'm gonna go straight on and tell you my number 12,
Yeah, go for it.
Lethal Highway.
Ooh, interesting.
So we haven't mentioned this one yet.
No.
How far away are you from Lethal Highway?
Oh, miles away. No, it's just yeah, a little bit, quite a bit.
So Lethal Highway is one of the second levels, and it's the one. It's if you do the hero route
Let me
out of
play the music.
Westopolis. Oh, okay, because I love the music.
Because E102 loves the music. Nah, my God, you can play.
I'll play it.
Yeah.
It's the second level, which you do the hero route out of Westopolis, and it ends in a Black Bull boss fight, iconic.
Oh yes.
And
very.
it crucially is the debut appearance in game of the Dark Rider, which is his bike.
Fuck yeah.
And it's actually the only level that features his bike. And unfortunately, it's shit to use.
Yeah, it's slower than he is.
Yeah.
Should be
So
way
this,
faster.
This level features downtown Westopolis, I think,
Mm-hmm.
in a kind of highway section. So presumably you're further out of town now. And you are essentially chasing, it's the first pursuit level, you're chasing the Black Tank, which is this like sort of heavily enforced floating black arms unit that just
pretty-
travels through the highways, and it has a green shield, a blue shield, and then no shield, and you have to just litter it with bullets to wear down the shield. And that's the hero mission. The normal mission, there's no dark mission, is to just the dark mission, there's no normal mission, is to just get to the end. And if you get 5 keys, you unlock a bunch of Gatling guns, which make annihilating the tank a lot easier. I just think it's a really cool level. The buildings, which if you look on the buildings, they're like
awesome.
Yeah, they've been morphed with black goo.
It's so cool.
So some of them have
Very X-Gens-esque.
yes, big bulks of black goo within them, and they're all kind of bent and distorted. Yeah, very X-Gens.
Hell yeah.
The black tank's a great design. It's actually quite hard if you're not ready for it and you don't use the guns properly to take out the tank before it gets to the end. There's a Knights Hotel. That's the
Right at
Sega
the start, it's
franchise,
quite
if
nice,
you look,
yeah.
which is quite
It's
fun.
always good to see Knights.
It's the name's an obvious reference to Radical Highway as well.
Lethal Highway.
Except
It's pretty cool.
shadowized, and now
Yeah.
it's lethal, not radical.
Hell yeah.
And then what really makes it is this.
Such a cool start to the song.
Just the bike.
Hell yeah.
Fucking cool.
It's awesome.
To start with the
It's
revving
so
of the bike
cool.
is just genius.
It's ridiculously
It's
cool.
so fucking good.
Right, they should do that kind of shit again. It's awesome. It's such a cool
It
opening.
really gets you going. Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
epic.
I've once skied to that song. I put it on as I was shooting down the hill. It was
Nice.
fucking unreal.
Chaos? Chaos? Control!
For you, I couldn't tell if you were going to say it. It's edgy. Nice. Yeah, it's fucking great.
It's just epic.
It's awesome.
So cool.
It's so cool.
Those two, we haven't actually discussed those two components of the gameplay where you fill up the gauges as well. Is really good. I like that a lot.
That's good. I like that.
Because it rewards you for making the right choice too.
Yeah.
And obviously the hero one blasts
You get a
through the
nice
level.
skip, or you get a big
Big
chaos
explosion,
blast.
chaos
Yeah,
blast.
it's very cool.
Yeah, Lethal Highway is just fucking great. I've always really liked it. Mostly actually because of the music, and then when you really look at the design of the level, it's great and it's cool. You've got like the highway falls apart around you, and you have
It's
to
great.
adapt.
It's crumbling.
And you jump
Yeah.
through different these like little armories and strongholds, and then you make your way back up to get to the back to the tank, and then you
it's
shoot
great.
it again.
It's really cool.
It's just epic. Love it.
Agreed. Agreed.
What's your 12?
My 12. It's not Lethal Highway, sadly. It's higher than that. My 12 is Black Comet.
Here we go, Black Comet.
ding, ding, ding.
Big Black Comet.
Because I put Final Haunt higher, because I think I'm gonna that's gonna be my main
Okay.
Black Comet aesthetic one, because I don't know, I think that one's the best one of the three. Nice. So this one, hence the name, takes place on the Black Comet, which is the home of the Black Aliens. So it's just like 100% Black Alien. It's really cool in there. You've got these great sort of organic purple walls everywhere. Very sort of just again classically just Alien. It reminds me a bit of the collector ship from Mass Effect 2 with the long sort of winding hallways. It's very cool. This one is defined more because it's got less solid ground and more sort of purple liquid that you get on the saucer and you float around on it, which is cool, which allows for more exploration. I enjoy that. It's very long, this one. It's a proper gauntlet, which works because it's the last of the story in the level. I like the massive tentacles on the wall. They're very cool. There's more of those in this one than there are in Final Haunt, which is why it's a sort of standout feature. Yeah, lots of massive rooms, which is always good. I love it when Shadow does this in level. You've got a big spacious room. It's just and it's cool to only have the Black Assassins on the Comet, which are in this one and Final Haunt and Last Way. They're so cool, the Black Assassins. They're just the normal versions with like yellow sort of armor on top of them that makes them elite soldiers. It's really good with great guns that are refractors.
And they're really cool. They're the kind of orangey ones, aren't they? Orange black ones.
Yeah.
So the dark mission is just to exterminate the gun forces, which have managed to infiltrate the Black Comet.
Pretty cool,
unlike in Final Haunt, where they haven't, because this is this is close to the hero side of the story.
No, it's not.
Sorry, close to the dark side of the story. So they're actually making progress, and then the hero side is you're with Knuckles, and you just got to get to the center of it, where a big black doom is waiting for you.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I just think it's fucking iconic. It's a really cool place. The purple everywhere is just amazing.
Yeah, it
and
is.
like walls you pull out, it's got such a just unique feel to it. And the music, which we discussed already, is a remix of Prison Island, is really good.
Yeah, we played
very
it already.
ominous, very sort of mysterious, very like he's come a long way and now he's got this difficult part ahead of him, but he's going to push through.
It has a
'cause
note
he's Shadow.
of ambiguity to it as well.
Exactly,
It's like, could go either way.
It's got a sort of weird mystery, which is nice because that's the choice of the game and all of that reflected in the music. Yeah, yes, exactly. You're right. It has this sort of ambiguity to it. Here it is. It's that sort of uncertain bass. It's great. Oh, that is so good. The beat. And and then that gives it the alien feel to it, that weird like that weird noise, or whatever it is. And now Shadow's moving. Yeah, awesome. So cool. Yeah, I'm very fond of it. But I think Final Haunt does the Black Comet a bit better later on, which I'll get to. But I mean, this is fucking cool. This is great. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's great. I've ranked it a bit higher than you. Haha.
I thought you would.
My number 11. Was that your 11?
Nah,
Sorry.
that was my 12.
Sorry. Okay. Well, my 11.
Always out of line.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah. What was your 12 again?
Lethal Highway.
Yeah, cool. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Okay. What's 11? Nice.
My 11 is Prison Island. Convenient as we paired these two together.
Yeah, we did.
Which has this guy as your
Charmy! It's me, Charmy!
What the fuck does he
Have
say?
you found the rest of those discs?
as the hero companion. So
Yeah.
Prison Island has a big intrigue interest factor for
Really
me.
big story intrigue.
Yeah, because we're obviously revisiting this island after the events of SO2.
It's so cool.
So this is the area where Gerald and Shadow actually were both incarcerated. Gerald was executed there by gun firing squad as well.
Brutal.
In his prison cell. Yeah. There is a level here, isn't there? I think you're Eggman.
Iron Gate.
Iron
You're
Gate,
Eggman.
that's it.
But you're in
yes.
the base.
Yes.
You never see the outside.
You never see the
part of
outside.
base,
So this
which
is
what
the this is the exterior of Prison Island, which has now been flooded with radioactivity after Eggman chooses to detonate a bomb which blows up not the whole island, but a decent portion of it, and then obviously unleashes all of this toxic waste. Hence why it's covered in this kind of green goo, which is really cool that they've actually taken the time to use that as a implement that into the level. What's even cooler though, I think, is the fact that Team Celtics are there because they're taking the initiative separate to what's happening with Shadow, that because the Prison Island has been compromised as a result of Eggman's explosion, they know that there's data on the loose that can be gained and exploited for financial means. So Vector has sent Charmy to collect these top secret data discs, which for some reason are just floating around the exterior of the base, presumably as fallout from the explosion, which Charmy's helped asking Shadow to help him collect. What a cool pairing.
It's such
Charmy and Shadow.
Charmy and Shadow, you never see it.
Never.
But wow, it's. I did not know how much I needed
You're
that.
so cool.
Exactly.
Yoo-hoo!
I think he's great in this. He doesn't annoy me at all. Unlike
Same, I
in
agree.
Heroes, where he can be a bit of a pest. It's got some great plant life, some good the saucer sections I actually like. The hero mission is to get the disc, as I said, so that's a good search and rescue mission that is just fun.
It's very cool.
And they're hidden in quite appropriate locations.
Yes.
And the normal mission is just to get to the end, find the Chaos Emerald. The dark mission is with Doom's Eye is to destroy 40 gun robots, which can be quite hard.
Yeah.
I like that. It's just it's a solid industrial level in an interesting story relevant location with some cool gameplay.
It's iconic. It's also the only one in this location, which is cool.
And it's crazy that Charmy. Yeah, it is. It's crazy that Charmy's there. I just
I
like
know.
that. That's
It's
a
so
that's a
random.
big factor for me.
But the reason he's there is great.
Yes, it is great. He's such a kind of underused character as well, so it's good to see him get such airtime.
Exactly.
In such an interesting level. The key, if you unlock the key door, you get a bunch. It's like the where was it? Iron Jungle. It's a bunch of tank cannons as well, which is really cool. So Shadow can become a tank momentarily.
Yep. Tank the Hedgehog. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, big fan.
I'm also a massive fan, but he's higher for me.
Cool.
Yeah. My 11 we've already done.
You can play the tune then.
Yeah, I will. My 11 we've already done, which is Circus Park.
Okay. So what are your thoughts and feelings?
I'm a big fan of
Can
Circus
I
Park.
just say Circus Park? I forgot to say how weird it is with a hero mission. You've got the implication that Tails says is that you've got to get these 400 rings because Eggman has used them to create the theme park. So if you take the 400 rings out, that somehow diminishes the theme park. Why it's a harmful place in the first place, I don't know. But
perhaps he used them to pay for it. Or something.
It's
so weird.
It's basically just theft.
It's pretty bizarre.
Unless presumably Tails is saying he stole these rings, so let's steal them back. So it's kind of like a Robin Hood.
Probably they could have made it a bit more clear. Don't know. I think Circus Park is so unique.
It is.
You don't get circus levels very often, but I think the way this is done is so weird. The architecture is sort of like arabesque. I like the big spinning domes. They're really cool. There's a slight sort of Middle Eastern vibe to them, which is really weird. It's the same with the ropes and the sort and like all the gold. It's got such a strange.
It's very garish
aesthetic, but I like it a lot. It's got some funky fucking music, which I'll play here. It's got a couple of versions of this music because it wasn't. They weren't.
Right,
I guess they weren't quite happy with it at first, but so I'll play the final version.
It's just got that classic carnival.
Yeah, which is it's like the March of the Gladiators or some shit, which they have to use, and I think they've integrated it so well. Here it is.
It's very Eggman, this music somehow.
It's so
I'm not sure what it
Eggman.
is.
It's just silly Eggman.
I think it's
great.
just like mechanical like percussion that's going on in the background.
Do and the bass. It's just, it's just like it's very characterful.
It's because
very
that classic
naughty.
circus. It's like it's got a tinniness to it that gives it this robotic feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
And then this is the original, which is by Mariko Namba, who's just a fucking queen. She's just is so talented. Here we go. It's really weird. Yeah, you can really hear the bzzz in the background. It's just like it's more just sort of chill.
It's
more
more
toned down.
it is. The other one's got more like clunk
Yeah.
going to it. I guess it's kind of more Eggman actually.
It is, yeah. It's more subtle, the old version. Still, it's good they went with the final version. I love the the zip line's iconic, really fast, crazy, and just hectic. It's so weird that why is it high up in the sky? It's quite cool. There's no like the whole level takes place above the clouds in this sort of like really, like in the evening when sometimes it's practically black and white. It's such a weird it's like the clouds have covered the sun, so the lighting is so weird and like flat. It feels like it takes place at that time. It's really weird. I like the giant floating pandas and like an elephant and shit.
The animals are so
those
good.
are
That's a good
iconic and they're
shout.
so
Yeah,
weird.
there's a big elephant.
They're really cool. Yeah, it's a huge panda just floating in the sky. I love that. Of course, the line I wonder how my robot's doing is just great. Like this level and Cryptic Castle are fun because they show this really weird, like sort of just pure, like nerdy side to Eggman, where you can, which is apparent in a lot of his creations, but it's cool that he confirms it here, where he just makes shit because he likes it, and like it's clear that here he's made Circus Park because he finds it all very funny and sort of amusing and gets a lot out of just like enjoying it. It's like he says, "I wonder how my robot's doing. Don't spoil this the Egg Pierrot's fun little act." Just like weird shit that gives us an insight into the character of Eggman. You can tell he's just a complete sort of nerd, which is great. It just fits him so well. So stuff like this give a nice insight into Eggman's personality. That's sort of it. I just think the whole the design of the place is so interesting. It's like a casino plus a circus plus sort of Middle Eastern. It's so interesting. It's very unique, very cool.
And you get
like
this as well.
What? Oh yeah.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
It's so good. It's so cool.
There's Tails flying by.
Isn't that Tails?
It's great. He's standing at the entrance with these Eggman signs, like head flying, spinning round, and then a massive sign glowing in orange neon that says Circus Park.
It's great.
It's epic.
What a weird fortress he's built. But I think it's very unique and characterful. That's why it's so high for me. Yeah, that's that.
I think I'm just trying to find here. Yeah, this is so good. This bit.
Oh, Shadow, there you are. Those gun geeks are trying to demolish my lovely park. Do me a favor and get rid of the soldiers for me, would you?
This lovely park.
Lovely park.
Why is Gun wasting resources taking down
What is the
this
point?
harmless park?
Presumably
Presumably it's because of like it's a result of mass theft.
Probably mass theft, like a
And like
huge
surely
I bet
unwanted real estate in the
noise
sky. As
pollution.
well.
Yeah, the noise pollution.
The noise pollution. What about the
must be
light pollution?
horrendous.
It's glowing. It's an
garish thing.
unbelievably. It's probably like draining half the electricity grid of the United Federation.
That's why
as
it's
well.
so high in the sky.
So funny.
Oh, it's so funny. It's great. It's so weird.
You're right. It does show this really playful side to Eggman, which is just like you can't help but laugh.
Which is really there in this game and not in many others. It's a lot of fun. You see it in like in the designs of some of his shit. But hence the egg dealer.
They stripped that back. Oh, don't. That's a piece of shit. They stripped that back in 06 quite a lot. Like the fun. He becomes much more sinister and sincere.
Yeah,
whereas
he's a hard-boiled guy. Whereas back here, he's like a 5-minute boil.
Why does he? I'm trying to work out what. I remember the reason he actually gets involved and attacks the egg fleet. That's it. The reason he gets involved and attacks the Black Arms fleet.
They're destroying.
Yeah, it's because he's like, there's going to be nothing left for me to build to like take over.
For him to rule.
So he's forced by by default as to be on the goody side, which is just so funny.
It's great. Yeah,
he's a real treat in this game. He's such as we said, he's a massive part of it. That's just a joy.
Nice. What's your 11?
My number. Well, I've done my 11. Prison Island.
What's your 10?
You're not gonna like this.
What's your 10?
You're really gonna hate this.
Oh,
In fact, you're gonna be very upset.
Oh no.
Lava Shelter.
Oh no, man! What the hell? What's wrong with you, man? Why is it 10? What the fuck?
I know you love this level. You're gonna go Chaos Blast on me.
Death to all who oppose me.
Nice.
It's like
but I've just destroyed the room I'm in.
Oh my god. Lava Shelter. So I think this is quite a popular level, but I've put it. Well, it's not hardly that low. It's over the halfway mark.
That's way too low.
This is the neutral end level, where you are accompanied by.
Yeah, let me play the music, you prick.
I will let you play the music. So I know you love the music. You're accompanied by either Omega or Eggman, so it's great to see our guy. Although we have already seen him in Iron Jungle. He is. So I won't talk about this too much because I know you really like it. But the funniest part of this level is that presumably, Eggman says, "Gun has surrounded my base, and he needs help to turn on the volcanic defenses." And that iconic line, activate the volcanic defenses. What's funny is that there's not a gun soldier to be seen during the entire level, so that presumably they're outside the active volcano that he's built this fantastic base within, and Omega is the only component of the gun offensive which has actually made it inside, which is awesome because it's a testament to how cool he is and how powerful he is. So he's there to take out Eggman, which is ultimately his mission, isn't it? That's what he wants to do because he's upset that he locked him away for all that time, and he enlists Shadow to help him. If you're here in Lava Shelter, I believe Shadow is convinced he is an android because he's either been gaslit by Eggman or he's just succumbed to the idea that he's an android and isn't the original, or is the leader of the androids or whatever. So I just like that component. So if you're playing with Eggman, he makes you turn on his defenses, which actually makes them quite a lot harder mission, because when you do that, the lava magma
of my lava magma
rises in the room you're in those big rooms with the defenses, which are these red domes that spin around. And then it creates a platforming challenge, which you then have to jump across the platforms or grind or climb the room and get out or whatever, which is quite cool. If you're just going through with Omega to get to Eggman at the end, then it's a much more straightforward level that resembles Gun Fortress in some ways. It's just an epic supervillain hideout right at the end in a volcano. It's incredibly cool.
It's so cool.
The standout design feature are the doors, which
they're awesome.
You probably won't remember unless you played it recently, but they're just incredibly intricate, cool design with lasers at the front of them that spin and open.
It's really good.
And obviously the tune's fat.
I'll
let you talk about it more because I know you really like it.
Yeah,
but I do really like this level. It's a solid, fat Eggman extravaganza, and it obviously features all of his favorite egg bots running around. Which is a
Jack Bombers going hard.
No, they're not Jack Bombers, mate.
Yes, they're in it. Sorry, not Jack Bombers. Egg Bombers.
Egg Bombers. Yeah.
Egg Bomber. Yeah. They're great. Well, I'll get to that later.
All right, much later, no doubt.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, my number 10 is the Doom.
Ooh. Okay, so you've got through. Wow, you've got through both the interior arc levels in
That's
flashbacks,
right.
and I haven't done any yet.
I'm only at 10. Yeah.
So just remind us what the Doom is.
The Doom. So this is what I said earlier. This is what it actually is. Black Doom transports Shadow 50 years into the past and shows him the events on the outside of the Ark as a means of persuasion to remind him why he should hate the humans and get on and support the Black Arms and become his right hand man, basically.
So he looks down at
from
while
space,
they're chilling in space.
He sees Shadow and Maria running from the gun soldiers,
Yep.
which is Black Doom's manipulation to remind him of the tragedy that occurred,
Yep.
and show him to his face. And so you play through this great level called The Doom, which is quite interesting.
It's epic.
The reason this is the main reason for me this is so high because it's very similar. Actually, I'll end with that. It's very similar to Lost Impact in structure. It's just inside the Ark. You just run through.
It's the same level.
There's less outside stuff. There's one outside, which is so cool. If you get all 5 keys, you have to hit a switch, which opens this case which has a single ring inside it. And if you get that ring, a platform activates which takes you outside into space. You see these weird like sort of dangling ladders falling off the thing. So like hard, like quite niche to reach. Yeah, not many will see it.
Recommend
it's so interesting
doing this more to people who haven't played this game in a while.
It's really
Make
cool.
the effort to get the 5 keys in the Doom.
Yeah, hit the
switch. Go to one of the rooms that has in the Lost Impact that has the gun turrets in that you ride. There aren't there in this one in the Doom.
Yeah.
Get the ring, jump on the platform, and then, as you said, it takes you through this amazing exterior
it's really
journey.
cool. Lots of ramps,
and you
see
skip half the level.
Yeah, you skip a huge deal. Like you get to the last checkpoint. It's very cool. Yeah. So it just does more of the same. I like the fact that you have to heal the researchers. That's cool.
Yeah, that's the hero
from
mission.
the damage done. That's great. Hard, but interesting.
Much easier if you if you use the heal cannon in the shadow boxes. Yeah,
which you get from finishing one of the stories. Yeah. But our biggest problem is the lifts take fucking ages. If you use a lift, you have to wait a long time. It's really bad. Yeah, but no, very strong. My favorite part, which I just cannot praise enough, and it's just incredibly good, is the music, which is this gentle, fast drum and bass, mellow sort of keyboardy song, which is really cool and captures the essence of the tragedy and it still makes it feel like a mission because it's quick and it's moving and you're running through it, but it has this sort of sadness to it that isn't there in Lost Impact because of the beats there, so it gives it more sort of momentum. It's just, but it's still sort of cool and bluesy, and they do that again in a later level in Gun Fortress, which is a great way to capture the sort of tragedy of what Shadow's doing and his story. Rather than just making it sad, you've got this kind of like lamenting bluesy shit, which is just awesome. Anyway, here's the Doom. It's just seriously cool. I wish they'd make more stuff like this. It's just fucking great.
It's epic.
It's
I
so
love it.
unique.
It's
just
good
such a
game
cool
music.
aesthetic, isn't it? Yeah. Big fan.
And you're running through his memory of the gun invasion as well, which is just really cool.
Which is a big deal. That.
Huge deal.
It's a
in
huge
Shadow's
thing
life,
to be seeing.
And it's amazing that this game gives you the insight into that as well. Presumably, this is just before Maria gets shot.
Exactly.
And what's she doing in her last moment? She's helping the researchers. She's helping heal the researchers.
Because she's just such a good person.
Because she's incredibly pure.
Exactly.
Really
It's fucking great. Big fan. That's my 10, the Doom.
Very good. That is late for me. We're taking really radically different routes here. The only one we've agreed on so far is Air Fleet.
I know. It's not often that we have one that isn't the first or last one that we agree on. It's quite cool. Yeah.
Okay, so we're down to the last 10 now. We're moving through it.
Yes.
So I've got Prison Island, Lava Shelter, and then I put, we haven't discussed this one yet, Final Haunt.
Nice.
Which is the...
What is this? Is this your 9?
This is my number 9. This is the ultimate hero mission. So if you do a pure hero, the true hero route, you end in Final Halt, which is you've basically forced the black creatures to retreat back into their base, i.e. the Black Comet, and you tackle this with Sonic. And in the Dark Mission, you can either choose to completely betray everything you've stood for before and activate the defense switches within the Black Comet, and then you end up fighting Sonic and Diabolon in the Black Comet, or you side with Sonic and complete your trajectory as a hero, and you just get to the end, find Black Doom, and take him out.
Fight him, yeah.
So we've touched on the design. This mission is what Last Way recycles a lot of, the being the final mission. This establishes the epic aesthetic palette that is the Black Comet, which is both stereotypically really alien, as you said, with the tentacles, but also just so cool with the skyscraper kind of structures of goo with lights tattered throughout them, which you fall. That opening shot of Shadow falling through that hive is really, really cool. It gives it like a city feel. The kind of huge purple and pink hues that dominate the whole palette are just epic, really alien and unpleasant. The design of the switches that you press to turn on the defenses, which look like a kind of hourglass, are also really cool. I like that as you travel through it, there's occasionally you get a glimpse of a holographic overlord figure of Black Doom, who's like this massive projection, presumably broadcasting orders to his troops for the final defensive. In this version, unlike Black Comet, the gun troops haven't actually infiltrated the Black Comet, presumably because they haven't needed to. Because this is just a retreat. And then the Black Assassins are cool. This particular level, which I guess could be a source of frustration to some players because it slows the momentum down, you have to take the vacuum gun, pull out sections of the wall in order to progress.
Oh yeah, a little bit. That's not great.
That's why that is probably the main reason why I put this lower than Black Comet, to be honest, because that it does slow things down a bit.
Yeah, see, I've got something that counters that perfectly.
Oh, okay. However, and it might be because these are in Black Comet as well. Occasionally, you enter these massive rooms, which are really cool. Shows the scope of the Black Comet, which this game does so well. These breakout spaces where you have multiple little routes you can take, and then a clear route through. Of which sort of teleports in a gigantic airship, which is this black. What are they called? Do they have a name?
They're just called gunship.
Yeah, they're just these black gunships, and they're basically like a coiled worm just floating in the air, and they shoot. They drop Black Assassins out, and they shoot these massive projectiles at you. They're awesome. You can choose to take them down if you unlock the key guns. The key doors inside those are they're called cell cannon turrets, and they're those pink turrets that you can jump on and fire, and you can choose to shoot them, get a load of hero points, which you don't really need. And then the big finish at the end, you enter this throne room where Black Doom is waiting for you.
Hell yeah!
It just looks absolutely
awesome.
It's so fucking cool. And then the music is again thoughtful and appropriate to the level where you've chosen the hero route, so you get this triumphant kind of progressive
funky
rock
shit.
It's more jubilant than, compare this to the polar opposite route you take, Gun Fortress, which is completely different, which we'll talk about later on, no doubt. Whereas this has just it's very Sonic, I would say. Here it is.
No. So cool. Yeah, you're right. It's very Sonic.
Yeah, because you're with the guy. This is the alien vibe.
Yeah, it's so good.
This is great, this stuff. Very noughties.
Oh, that fucking bam, bam, bam. It's such a good.
That bass
There's
is
a great disc scratch in
yeah,
it.
the
that's,
bass
like,
is epic.
somewhere.
I love right at the beginning,
really
like the
fucking
first.
cool.
I don't know what you call it, but the
What, the
very
bing,
first note is this like this
Do it.
thing. That you get like a little disc scratch just at the
Disc
start.
scratch. It's so cool.
Fucking good.
Oh, it's good shit.
It is really good shit.
Mine's
Very,
higher than that, but
really,
yeah.
really good. Like
I love Final Horn.
fusion to the level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love
Nice,
it. It's fucking
nice.
solid final level for Shadow's hero arc.
It
Big
is.
fan.
Haunt as well is cool. You know, it's like the last time he's being haunted by all that shit. It's
Yes,
so cool.
nice. Good resonance in the name.
Yeah. Okay, that's your 9. My 9, we haven't mentioned it yet. A lot of the ones after it we have mentioned.
Okay.
But my
Let's
number
go. We'll
9.
speed through them.
Hell yeah. My number 9 is Digital Circuit. Digi Circuit, which is just awesome. It's just pretty cool.
Perfect.
I'll kick us off with this.
Oh, that's such good music.
It's just like it fits so well.
Play more.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm jumping to the good bit. So Shadow that bit.
Very.
There's all these noises going on.
Hey, Shadow.
Oh, I love that bit. I love it when it breaks and it goes brrr. I love shit like that. It's always so, like it's the same shit as this.
Yeah.
The like the breaking up shit is so fucking cool. Ooh. It's yeah, I like this circuit a lot.
Stop attacking our allies.
Thanks, Rouge. It's just, you covered the immensity of the concept of this, and just to tell you, Mad Matrix is one above this for me.
Okay.
So I'll get to that when I get to
You
it.
should just cover both then.
I will. So I'll cover
But did Circuit?
Oh yeah, Digital Circuit. So you said Mad Matrix is the Eggman mainframe.
Yes.
Digital Circuit is the United Federation mainframe.
Actually, it's specifically it's the gun mainframe.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think it's by I don't know.
No, because they hack into gun specifically. He said it's because I think Black Doom puts him there, so he's like, go and hack the gun mainframe.
You sure?
I'm looking at.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, actually.
Oh, I think you're wrong, man. I
Yeah.
looked at the description. It is a cyberspace world within the United Federation.
Okay, but it could be gun. However, I'm taking that information from the Encyclopedia, and then I looked at my notes, and it actually says the US mainframe. So
Many say you can't trust the Encyclopedia.
you can't. I know
It's got a couple of problems.
It does have a couple of doubts on it. Yeah. So I retract that and defer to your expertise. That we're looking at the United Federation frame.
Yeah, which is pretty similar to Eggman's, but like less red. It's more purple. It's quite cool.
Yeah.
You've said. You've said it already. The design is insane. I love how you start off as a beam of light going along along an electrical wire. That's just so cool. And it's just, again, just to glaze it again. What a fucking cool idea to have a physical interpretation of all these programs and sort of data shit. It's really good. I love it. It's very old Xbox vibe, which is just a great aesthetic. People, especially recently, people love that aesthetic. So it's cool to sort of see all that. I love the firewalls. I love the spinning cubes, the iconic green platforms, all the noises as well. The sound effects to this level are really good. Very strong sound design. I like the.
Can you think of any in
spotlights.
particular?
Cool.
Because I can try and bring them up.
I like the appearance of the green platforms. Like wow, shit.
Yeah.
Go on. What do you got?
Let me try and find it.
No way have you got.
Hang on. If you keep talking, I'll try and
Surely
I'll
not.
try and find some shit.
I like all the big flashlights and spotlights. They're very cool. They give it such a sort of like make it feel much bigger, which is cool. Big spaces. Yeah, and then I just slightly prefer Mad Matrix, which is at number 8 for me. I love the song of that one. It's really cool. You've covered that as well. The Espio vibe is great. I like him. Rouge is cool too and fits with the infiltration thing, but I don't know. There's something very nice about Shadow and Espio. Again, it's the chaotic glory. I love that. I like the mass. With Mad Matrix, I think it's really cool to have a massive room as the central chamber. That's just great. Like a fucking huge space, which is always fun and cool to do in cyberspace.
It is enormous.
It's endless. It's pretty scary. Like, if you fall down, you're fucked.
Yeah.
But it's
fall through
really
cyberspace.
cool.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's endless. I wonder what happens if you just keep falling. Ooh, nasty. But no, it's fucking great. It's really cool. Mad Matrix, big fan. They're both just so cool. And I completely agree. Cyberspace aesthetic done just like the best I've ever seen it, I think.
Here are a couple of like this is. I'm going to play a bit from Dig.
Yeah, go for it.
Any
Yeah, that. What a cool noise.
iconic noise.
I like all the worms as well.
And then like there's a couple more here. Yeah, great noise. And then the
sound
light
effects.
speed circuit looks like
Yeah, that like wonderful.
it's epic.
It's so cool. It's so immersive and
amazing.
interesting. Yeah, and that song just sounds like, I don't know, it just sounds like an upload. You know, it's like you've got some
Yes, it
like
does.
crazy hack going on some keyboard. It really fits. It has this very sort of technological, uploady, techie, computery feel, like early 90s cool Matrixy kind of feel, which is really good shit. And I'm a big fan of it. So that's my 9 and 8, Digital Circuit and then Mad Matrix.
Okay, that works because my 8 is Digital Circuit.
Hell
so
yeah.
I'll just briefly
Nice.
add to what you said. So my
Go for it.
9 was Firehorn, 8 is Dig Circuit. Higher than Mad Matrix for me. So
how come?
well, for the I'll say now the
please do.
I think to be honest, the main reason is the frustration of the
Mad Matrix Star
level,
Mission. Fair.
the levels. Yeah, I just
Harsh,
think
but fair.
that's slightly painful. I think Digital Circuit is a masterpiece. You've got the Dark Mission is just to destroy the core program, which is presumably the like mainframe infrastructure of the entire United Federation. So if you take this out, they first take out a major metropolitan area, then they infiltrate cyberspace and destroy their virtual infrastructure.
Yeah.
And then they move on to whatever he does next. Can't remember. Weirdly, it's Cryptic Castle, which is a bizarre
Must just be a
choice
conduit
to then go
on the way
to
there.
move on. That's epic. It's just like there's a lot of the same overlap with Mad Matrix. There's an incredible abstraction of like the IoT world of the US.
Oh yeah, IoT. Nice. Yeah.
You get techno wires,
Someone
neon
knows their
colors,
tech shit.
unbelievably cool music, inventive physical manifestation. Like imagine this as a war effort. If you take this down, all comms are gone. All like information sharing systems removed. That you're fucked. It's a complete game changer.
It's no wonder Central City then happens like an easy decimation.
Yeah.
Gun get crushed, and this is a big hit on their effort.
There are
Yeah,
a couple
it's
of
good point.
features within this level that make it quite interesting from a gameplay perspective as well. So you've got bars of light, which is just epic, which is presumably information moving through the level, where you can grab onto and it transports you up or down or around or whatever. You get these big breakout rooms where you can jump on. There are like purple blocks, which are presumably files that you can jump onto and across, and then you get to warp conduits at the end. Actually, Mad Matrix has an unbelievably cool room with a massive purple orb in the middle of it that you can float
Hell
to. It's where
yeah,
the goal
that's so
ring
cool,
is
that.
underneath.
Isn't
on
the
top
key
of it.
really far out as well?
Yes. There's a key
So
like miles
cool.
away, which is really cool.
Good shit.
The key in Digital Circuit just gives you it's a shortcut to a different light speed area, I think. It's just an incredibly like exciting, fast paced. You feel like you're really moving through the level with some good platform challenges. I like how those things that make that noise you talked about like appear and give you a decent platforming challenge. It's so cool. It's such an epic idea, and what a great, if you're doing the dark route, it's a fantastic contrast to Westopolis. Like gives you a really varied level experience. Big fan.
Agreed.
Big fan.
I
Big
agree,
fan.
man. It's really cool. It's
And
just cool.
I can't say enough about as you said, the music sounds like like hacking it, and you're properly moving through it.
Yeah.
It's fun and
Sort of
exciting.
techie. Good sounds going on there.
It's high
Yeah.
stakes, and then the techno vibe. It's just fantastic.
It's awesome. That's your 8, yeah?
That's my 8.
Nice. Okay. I'll do my 7 because we've done that as well.
Go on then.
Oh, my 7, man. It could only be this one. Lethal Highway. It's so cool. It's so cool. Lethal Highway is fucking awesome. It's just brilliant. I mean, you said it all, but I'll say it again. The music's just amazing. That bike start is fucking hard. It's just Shadow being so cool. So he's got, you get thrown into this. the song starts with a bike, and then you're on these crumbling highways in a city that's been ravaged by an alien invasion, with buildings morphing into these purple like tubes. It's chaos, and it's so cool. And you're on a fucking motorbike going through it. It's just so awesome. I love the black tank chase. The black tank design is amazing. It's like a giant fat manta ray. It's really cool. It's got a big tail that you can barely see. That's really cool. That's the hero mission. The buildings is a really interesting design. And it's integrated quite well. It's nice. You sort of jump through all that shit as well. You see everything just in places that it shouldn't be. Yeah, highways crumble. You have to adapt. You have to climb them. It's great. There's debris and rubble everywhere. It's just a great broken city. It's really cool. And you like race through it. It's great. Yeah, the hidden key stuff is great, as you mentioned. That's good too. I don't know. It's just I think it's really strong. The defining thing for me is the music and the buildings being infused with black arms, just like corruption. I think that's just so cool. It's really iconic. And it's got such a just sort of I'm sure there's a word for it, but there's a distinct sound that this guitar has that's just so cool. Yeah.
So cool.
You can tell it's being played by just like a legend. It's got such a like, he's playing the guitar. He's playing it so well. Yeah, that's kind of all I can say, because you've covered it all. But it's just fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my 7.
Agreed. Well, my 7. Also, one we've done, Lost Impact.
Nice.
So
finally.
that's
high.
I know, it is high. So this is obviously it's a contentious level because of how frustrating it can potentially be.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to take this moment to acknowledge how unbelievably cool and like how much depth the Maria element to Shadow it is, and how much it adds to that character. So Maria is obviously Eggman's cousin. Born to a different parent, but from the same gene pool and from the same progenitor, which is Gerald.
Maria Robotnik.
What the hell was the lost generation like? What were those boys like? One of them was apparently a keen archeologist. That's what Gerald says in his diary.
Pretty cool. Yeah,
he's the one I think who found Emerl, the Gizoid.
Yeah, which is really cool.
So they and obviously Gerald
from the fourth great civilization.
Yes, hugely fond of him.
What are they?
That's for another time, mate. We can't go into
Yes, I know.
too much. And she develops this bond with Shadow, which is really interesting because there's something in there about Gerald gives him a soul at some point, but I don't know if that's in revenge. I don't know if that's before he goes mad or after he goes mad. I can't remember. He like chooses that he's going to give Shadow a soul.
Yeah.
And that soul like attaches itself to Maria, and they form a bond. And then Maria teaches him all these things and infuses this like love of humanity within him then Gerald overwrites, because when he does, I think what happens is he then goes mad and he then forces a kind of amnesia over him and then a destructive impulse.
Yeah, as his revenge weapon.
As a revenge weapon, which Shadow has to then overrule and fight to overcome, which he's able to do through little memories that are triggered that remind him of his time with Maria, and depending on how you play the game, either Maria brings out like a real anger, which is a perfect and incredibly like intelligent meditation on grief, because this is what with grief you either react, often there are multiple stages of grief, and you either react with anger and frustration and a kind of hatred towards everything and a lust for vengeance or whatever, and something to lash out on, or you cherish the love that you had for that person and use that to go on and do things that person would have wanted, or greater things or whatever.
Exactly.
Which is the exact conflict that Shadow wrestles with in this game and in his character every time you see him, which the movie does a fantastic job of bringing out. And Sonic is the person who actually through this shared experiences he has is the person who helps him like come to that realization and switches. In the game, Black Doom is stoking the fire of his absolute hatred and is saying in his awful manipulative way, which is a classic evil thing to do, look what the humans did to Maria, which is true, they did commit an atrocity, and he is perfectly
accident though.
He's perfectly validated.
That's why they call it the accident 50 years ago.
Well, yeah, but there is
I mean no
don't defend Gun, mate. They shot a kid.
I love Gun.
Fuck Gun.
I just want to have dinner with Abe.
Oh my god. Abe was not. He wasn't party to the assassination.
He was like a kid.
It's clearly just poor management. That whole thing.
Exactly. It's a reality of war.
And the fact that they've got this, which just no character comes close to this in the Sonic universe. There is no analog to this.
It's so unique. Like, they just would never give anyone this backstory now. It's such a bold and huge task to undertake.
There's just so much. So he has this thing with Maria, which is so relatable to everyone, which is why everyone loves Shadow. Whereas will you use your hatred to do good and like cherish the love that this person has and do honor to their memory, or will you be overcome by anger and hatred and commit evil and perpetuate the pain that you're feeling inside and inflict it on everyone else?
It's also highly relatable. Just like a thought with the character of Shadow in like a sort of cool way. Like I said before, with the sort of teenage like appeal of Shadow, it's that you can sort of see it as in like Shadow has this love that he used to have that he can't have anymore because the way things have changed. Of this sort of childhood joy that's there, you can sort of see it in the same way as like sort of growing up as this sort of love that you used to have from things and just for things in life. As a child, it's much happier and easier, and you kind of, I don't know, as you grow up, you can, a lot of people sort of resent the loss of that and the harsh reality of growing up and into a much harder world with much less love and sort of pleasant things in it. I don't know, that sort of captures that really clearly.
Yes.
And you know, and adds to the emotional depth of Shadow's sadness, which is underneath all of his sort of cool, edgy, angry shit. And that's why he's the only character in the entire franchise who's cried twice. That's just fantastic, because he's got so much to cry about. Yeah, he's such a deep guy. It's fantastic. There's so much going on.
That's a really good point.
It's what makes him so just charismatic, and why everyone loves Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, so true. It's a really good point. Is why he is so relatable to that kind of teenage angst, because you can also interpret his affinity and memories with Maria for a kind of lost childhood nostalgia that he can't have and doesn't have access to, and he now has to confront the unpleasantries of the world in front of him as he's grown up and is looking back, and it's something he can't access. And it's whether you choose to be defined by that anger and loss, or you use it
to move on and form your own path, which is what he does. And that's why when we see him again in 06 in the opening of his story, it's just the fucking coolest cutscene where he infiltrates a gun. Is it gun based? No, Eggman based. Gun. Yeah. But there's this just awesome music playing Shadow's infiltration event, which is so cool. But he's new. He's like reformed.
Yes,
he's decided to move past all of his past shit, and now he's just Shadow.
He has, which is what the final. The final ending does, is that he chooses, which it resolves all of these different strands in the game.
Goodbye, Shadow the Hedgehog at the end, which is just so cool.
And he's like, no, I'm now going to choose. Ending. I'm not going to be defined by the anger and the pain. I'm going to become who I want to be.
Yes.
Which is just a fantastic message.
Brilliant message.
Anyway, going back to Lost Impact,
tangent,
which was triggered by the fact that Maria, which is so cool that Maria's the person helping you here. This is obviously not. This isn't the event, but it's just cool that this is just like a kind of day in the life on the arc of things going wrong and something happening, and your Shadow's like, it's in that kind of golden era where Shadow and Maria are best buds. And you've got to help Gerald, who's alive, presumably somewhere in the arc, just kind of like waiting for them to sort this shit out. It's not the gun raid, but it's definitely causal, and it was probably one of the things that triggered the gun raid to happen, and it was caused by this breakout was caused by Emil wrecking damage. And you get quite interesting commentary from Maria throughout this about the experiments, and she's like, oh, they look really sad. And she says quite sort of shows her empathy and humanizes her,
which is great to see.
So despite this being actually quite a frustrating level, it does have some unbelievably cool design concepts within it. So all of the rooms are interesting. Those red chasms that you trial jump across, all of the like crazy chasms, all of those crazy like devices, spherical devices that shoot laser beams around.
They're great.
And when you fly through the exterior portions of the level, there's so many neon objects shooting information streams and artifacts around that just look they're so unique
and
looking.
they're like
Yes, and that superb
iconic
noise.
arc noise.
When does that happen again?
It's when you're outside. It's when you're going past the outside cheek.
And then I just love the fact where you kind of flip between the interior and the exterior as well on the gun lifts, and you shoot. You can just unload like ordinances of bullets onto everything, and everything explodes. It's so cool.
Yeah. It's really cool.
And it's a good long. It's like, yes, it's frustrating when you have to take the lifts up in those big rooms and find the artificial chaos, but it's a really solid exploration challenge where you go up and you fight, like, where you explore every room and you've got to mentally map it in your head. It's brilliant. I think it's a brilliant, bold, exciting. Cool. It's not the fastest level. Like, there aren't speed sections in it other than on the arc turrets, but it's a big, like, story rich level, and if you know where all of the artificial chaos things are, it all becomes much more doable.
Yes,
and the fact that you can jump around with the checkpoints as well, that's a good way to alleviate that stress of not being anywhere to find them. The artificial chaos themselves are also, it gives proper time to exploring that as an idea and how cool they are. And how they seem to have like a limited amount of sentience, which Maria hints at. Like, they've got, it's like they have this kind of Frankenstein type feel where they're kind of unintentionally causing harm, and Shadow's having to put them down, almost like sort of versions of himself that have gone horribly wrong. Yeah. Which is a really cool aspect to it as well.
It's fucking awesome. It's very cool.
It's all epic. I love it.
Agreed.
And then the neutral mission is find Gerald in his lab. I'd love it if he was there when you finally got to him.
If only, yeah, it'd be really cool if he was.
So yeah, that's my 7. Can't say enough good stuff about it.
Facts, nice. Okay, well, my 6 we've done already again. My 6 is Final Haunt, which I just think is a really strong level.
You've done Black Comet already, haven't you?
Yeah, that's way below. Yeah. Final Haunt, I just think what it has above Black Comet is the long. There's loads of just long open hallways where you can go really fast, which is really cool. Which contrasts against the vacuum pod shit, which is a bit annoying. But like, I don't know, you're rewarded with these big winding hallways where you can just use shadow speed fully and just send it down there. It's great.
Yeah, it's true. Some good loop the loop section.
Yeah.
And you also have to dodge the black creatures as they drop. And
gun. which is hard, but rewarding when you get it right.
Yeah.
We kind of covered it all. Yeah, like, I love the airships. I love the design of it all. The walls, the eggs, the pods, the tentacles, the vines. They're really cool. Those the Black Doom projections are awesome. They're this big green shape of him in the sky. Just suspended in the air. They're really cool. Very menacing, very Overlord-esque, which is what he is, which is great. And yeah, it's a great finale with him just waiting for you in the chamber. That's really cool. And as you said, the music is just outstanding. It's really cool. It's very Sonic-y. It's got that classic, just sort of Sonic, like, pumped up vibe going for it. And fits the heroic path very well, because you've triumphed over all this shit, and now you've just got one final challenge, which is to get to Black Doom, fight through the alien homeworld. And just do it. It's good shit. I like it a lot.
My 6 is Black Comet, so we can move past it quite quickly.
Yeah,
because we've said most of the good shit. Yeah, I prefer it to Final Haunt, unlike you, because you were the other way around. I've put Black Comet higher. I don't know. I just kind of prefer. I just like vibe with it a bit more. I think you get, because a lot more. Rather than the pull gimmick, it's much more saucer based, and you have to float on the air source around these vast areas that are covered in black goo, which in Final Haunt aren't, and you can walk around in.
Yeah.
So you tend to move through the level a bit quicker, even though it's longer. And in Black Comet, Gun have managed to actually board the Black Comet, so you either can choose to help.
That's more nuance.
Help Doomseye take out the rats on his base, as he calls them, or you help Knuckles and you get to the center to take out Black Doom.
Yes,
and yeah, I do prefer the music in Black Comet. I think that drum and bass ambience is just unmatched. I think it's so cool.
It's really cool.
I also want to find, and I've got you. Give me a minute to find it, because the sound design in this level in particular is really, really good. There's so many interesting alien noises that happen. My favorite in particular is this. Just give me a minute, and I will find it.
Which noise?
Try not to smash it up, okay?
This.
Oh yeah, man. The blue door noise is so good.
That is the sound of one of the black comet doors opening. That's just
It's
so
like a
cool.
fart.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
Really cool.
It's a good noise. Cool door. Very cool door.
Very cool. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's nice. Awesome. Cool.
So we're down to our final five. Here we go.
Final five. Okay.
Yeah, the final five.
Nice. Well, and 3 of my final 5 haven't been mentioned yet. That's pretty cool.
Same.
Fascinating.
3. My actually, interestingly, my third, second, and first all haven't been said. My 5th and 4th have. My 5th and 4th have.
Yeah, it's a bit different for me. I'll do my 5. We said my 5. I love my 5. My 5 is Prison Island.
Prison Island, nice.
It's so cool.
Go on, play the
I
tune.
have a specific connection to this one because, like, as I said,
nostalgia.
It was my first exposure to like outside of Sonic adventure.
Weird way to be.
I know why. My first memory of like modern Sonic that wasn't adventure is the green toxic waste thingies. I don't know. It's just it's formative. I thought, oh, this is quite cool. What is this? And now look where I am. This is
the all-knowing.
We're doing a pod. Hell yeah, E102. This is the song, which is fantastic. The keyboards in this, which are by a guy who always does the piano keyboards for these. I forgot his name, but he's really fucking good, and he shines in this. It's a great song. Good beat, like a dragging beat. It's really cool. Right, listen to those keyboards.
Oh yeah.
They're just going mental. It's fucking cool. It's a great song. I just think it's a really cool level, Prison Island. It's just so Shadow. It's like, yeah, this is Prison Island. It's just so cool. I love the green goo. It's iconic. I like how you surf on that. That's great. Nice and fast. That's cool. As you said, it's great to revisit this location. I think it's really cool. Give it a new light. You've never seen the outside. You've seen the forest. You've seen the inside of the base, but you've never seen the outside of the base in the forest, which is what you get here. I think I was about to say something as well. Yeah. It's really important because it's from Shadow's past. I really think they should have brought this back for X-Gens. Prison Island should have come back. It would have been so cool.
Such a no-brainer.
Also, it's literally his fucking titular game. Why is it not in it? Anyway, there's plenty of other tributes, but still. Charmy is fantastic. I love Charmy. As we said, the vibe there is great. I enjoy them both a lot. The Finding Disc is cool. Just a lot of Charmy's observations is just quite fun and cool. He's a great sidekick, Charmy. He's a classic
He is a
sidekick.
good sidekick.
I love how I like the fact that all the waste is there because of Eggman's explosion. Because you see the explosion in SO2, you think, what the fuck? He's just blown up this island. Before the island blows up with you on it. It's great that bit. Eggman bomb is what he sets off. But yeah, so that's why all the sort of urban architecture is all broken and damaged, which is just classically Shadow and also really cool. Yeah, the vibe of the sources is really sort of like Halo 3, which is a great game. But like the sound of it all, I like a lot. The noise it makes when you jump sounds a lot like this. There's something in Halo 3 that does that. I think it's just the like jump pads do. It's a very similar noise. It's really cool. Which just gives it this nice old retro nostalgic sort of cool old Xboxy vibe, which I enjoy as well. I'm just a big fan of the level. I think it's a really good level. I like all the old like moss and the sort of like industrial rust. It gives it this cool abandoned base brought back to life because of the gun stuff in it. I think it's great. I like how they're holding the black aliens here as well. They're using it. They're still using the base even though it's sort of derelict. I think that's great. Yeah, big fan. It's good shit.
Pretty ingenious, huh?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That's my 5.
I totally agree. Well said.
Yeah.
You want to know my 5?
Go on, what's your 5?
Yeah, I'm going to play it.
Uh-oh.
You're going to hear a lot of it as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
lock in.
This is 5. Fucking hell.
Just let this wash over you.
Yes, please.
I'm going to skip to the good bit. It goes so hard.
It is insanely good, that fucking
It's
song.
so fucking
it's
good.
just awesome.
I cannot
It's so cool.
tell you how much I love that song. It's
I know you
so
do.
fucking cool. And it's a remix as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a kind of, it's basically, it is a remix.
It's like a
of,
thematic remix.
It's kind of Final Rush, yeah. There's like
Yeah.
elements of it in there.
Yeah.
With like I don't know what it's sampling, but it's really, really cool.
It's awesome.
So the reason I
It's
love
so
the
cool.
music is a big part. The other
Yeah.
reason I think this level is just fantastic is because it's just a treat. It's quick and fun, and you just jump on. You're starting that epic tunnel. You speed through it. You jump on that black vault, and you can honestly get through it in about 2 minutes. And you're basically flying through the Ark's epic, brightly lit neon exterior with things flying at you and bullets being shot, and you enter this massive like turbine hall at one
that's cool.
point, which is the engine room of the Ark, and then you
Yeah.
shoot the final defense thing, and you can fly through. If you choose to do the dark mission, it's a piece of piss. You just jump off the black belt, blow the thing up, get back on it, and then run off again. If you aren't doing that and you're just speeding through to the end, it's just a treat. You can literally just fly through the whole level and watch everything shoot by past you. The black vault you're on's got this amazing like lock-on homing attack where you can just blast everything in your sight.
That's good shit.
It's just, and you've got that fucking tune playing. It's so much fun. I've always found it a real, because it comes, if you only do the Ark if you take the true dark route. Yeah, the true dark route, so it's at the top. So you've just had before that Central City, if you're doing the true dark route, or the Doom. So 2 quite grueling levels, and then you get that, and you can just send it through the level. While all of this like familiar scenery is flying beneath you and around you. So cool. Such a great idea. And it's a really good variant on the other 2 Ark levels, which are a bit more like you have to climb or platform or jump along or use gravity or whatever. And this, you can just fly through the whole level. Yeah, it doesn't control amazingly, and it can be a bit slippery and counterintuitive, but I love the concept. I love the music. I love the tunnels you fly through, and like those, as I said, those big breakout rooms. Big fan.
Agreed. Fair. I just don't. Like
It's fair.
It that
It's
much.
completely fair. It's completely fair.
There's a
I've
lot of
always
personal
just
preference
been like,
there.
yes, the
you
art
have.
level, great, that tune,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
can just send it on the black vault and get to the end. It's so fun.
Yeah, fair. Nice.
Through the Ark as well. It's not just any environment. It's something you know. 'Cause
It is cool that
You're
it's the,
flying.
like,
You're
ruins of
basically
it.
flying through Final Rush
Yeah, which is really cool.
Really cool.
At high speed.
at
yeah,
high speed. Yeah, that's my defense, mate.
Fair defense.
What's in 4th place for you?
I've got in 4th place. I've got Cryptic Castle.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Wow. I'd love to hear what your what are your top 3? I'm so curious. Cryptic Castle.
Remind us what Cryptic Castle is.
Cryptic Castle's awesome. So there's not much story to it. You just get to it on the way.
It's completely
like,
random.
to somewhere, but it is an Eggman owned castle.
An Eggman special.
I don't think he's built it.
His real estate in this game is unreal.
It's
He's got a
ridiculous.
castle, a flying casino,
And a
circus,
volcanic
and
base.
a volcanic base,
Just
and
mental.
Iron Jungle, which is also his.
Oh
base.
yeah, and a jungle base. It's
the egg fleet.
pretty cool. And the egg balloon. It's brilliant. Cryptic Castle is so cool. I think it's fantastic. It's got such a unique setting.
You asked for it. No
Exactly.
more Mr. Nice Guy. Time
We've
to
seen
crush you
Please.
once and for all.
We've seen the Eggman haunted castle before in Hand Castle Mystic Mansion, which is really cool. But what this does, I think this is more like medievally gothic. I think it's all sharper points. It's all sort of spikier things. It's all like it's more red and more sort of bloody. I don't know. It
is more. I agree. It's more gothic. Yeah.
Which I'm obviously a big fan of. I love that shit so much. It's really cool. So Eggman owns it, but I don't think he built it because
He didn't build it.
of the standout feature of this level,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is just awesome, which is the secret underground like crawler, which
called a
is
giant walker.
It's a giant walker. It's this giant beast made out of bones, I think.
Yep.
That it's a 4-legged beast, and once you start grinding down these rails, down this really spooky, like deep red rail pathway, but deep under the castle. It chases you down, goes like and chases you down. If it gets you, it's immediate death. It's and Eggman remarks like, "I've never seen this part of the castle before." It's something like that. So it's just this like horrific secret just underneath the whole thing. It's really cool. The implication is that I don't know, like I don't know, perhaps he inherited it from a different. I can imagine that like far back in the Robotnik family line, like they used to own big fucking castles.
He's just like had his way with it and has added all this shit to it.
Yeah. Lots of floating pumpkins. They're cool. Yeah, it's like a secondhand castle, which is always a good
I
thing.
think the idea is that he's made a base in it. I think that's what of it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really cool. I love the windows, the sort of red diamond-shaped windows with just the thick blood red light in there. That's really cool. The missions are great. I love how it's Amy. Amy's involved, and she's like, Cream's gone into the castle and has gone missing. Can you find her? Yeah. Why is Cream in this castle? What a moron.
The hero mission is find Cream, and then once you've found Cream, she's then like, can you also find Cheese? So it's great that they're both here. The normal mission is to escape the castle, and that's when you encounter the giant walker because you take a route that takes you down underground. And then the dark mission is Eggman, and he's like, can you light all of the giant lanterns?
Candles, which doesn't make any sense because I mean I don't that's meant to add like defenses to his castle. I don't think what could that do?
I don't know. Who knows? It defends them against the black.
Perhaps it powers it. Yeah, I don't know. But still.
What's really confusing about this level is that there isn't a clear. So there's two factions fighting. There's black creatures and Eggman.
Yeah,
and there's no gun soldiers, are there?
No,
no. So it's very unclear who. Weirdly. The black creatures are... So Eggman represents the dark mission.
Yeah.
Which means the black creatures are the dark villain. So if you shoot them, you get dark points, right? Yeah. Which is Eggman. So that you get a higher score if you do Eggman's mission. Which means the egg pawns and all of the egg villains are the hero enemies. So if you shoot those... Sorry, if you shoot those, you get dark points. If you shoot the black creatures, you get hero points because they're opposites. Which means if you shoot Eggman's bots, you get more points for his mission because they're the hero villains, which makes no sense. It's a weird, it's like an idiosyncrasy because normally it's Sonic versus the black creatures and Black Doom versus Gun. So it makes sense to cross it. Yeah. Whereas in this one, if you shoot the hero villains, you get points for the dark side, which is also owned in this level by Eggman. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's just it's all very confused. So he's like, don't shoot my robots, leave them alone. But actually, if you do shoot his robots, you're more likely to get A rank if you do his mission, and you're more likely to succeed in it.
That's if you care about A ranks as much as you do.
You need if you want expert mode and you want to hear about Abe's granddaughter or whatever, then you got to do that.
All right.
We should say, in case anyone's wondering, the only reason you get those dialogue options in expert mode is if you just, when you're doing each level, there's always a question mark right at the start.
There's a hint ring.
If you run into it, you get a dialogue option from one of those characters.
Yeah. No, that's just what was I saying?
All right, don't worry, mate. I've got more to say on that. You can.
I'm sure you do. There's some massive. I love the open flying spaces. They're great. That's really cool. Through the big towers. That's just an awesome spectacle. I like the giant pink spider statues in there. That's cool. Yeah. The chair room is amazing with all the chair running around. That's just brilliant. I mean, it's so random. Why is it there? But it's really cool. There's like 15 chair just running around. Yeah, I just think it's a solid level. Great music, great like thunky fat music. I'll let you play it, but it's just I think it's a really strong level. I'm sure you've got more to say on it, so I'll leave it to you.
Great, nice.
That's my 4.
Okay,
have we done your 4?
Yeah, we have the Doom.
Right. Oh, wow, that's pretty high.
Yeah, I think the Doom. I won't go on about this too long because I have said how much I love the interior art levels, and it's for a lot of the same reasons that I love Lost Impact. I've just ranked this slightly higher because it's more like the resonance of what's happening, i.e., the gun raid, is more immediately story relevant. It's very cool to then experience this flashback from 50 years ago. It is labyrinthine and very time consuming. I think it's actually harder to navigate than Lost Impact. This one, because at least Lost Impact you can go through the gun turrets and that forms this like skeleton of the route you take. With this one you don't. You either go and all of the lifts are the key to doing it is to remember that you basically shouldn't, unless you're doing the healing of the gun soldiers, you shouldn't go up any of the lifts. Just continue down on the lower route.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult. What's quite interesting about this level is if you have to wonder, because Black Doom is in it. The dark mission is to annihilate the gun forces, which is interesting because why is that's the dark route, and the gun are trying to stop. That should be the hero route, because in this scenario, Gun are the villain because they're raiding the Ark.
I guess so. I see what you mean.
So it's a weird. But it's all. What's so clever about it is that it's all part of Black Doom's manipulation. So he's siding with Shadow to try and make him villainize Gun more, to hate the humans more.
Yes.
Which is really clever because he's like weaponizing his memory against him. He's also. It's like, this is a memory, right? He's reliving a memory. So Black Doom shouldn't be there. So it's unclear whether he's in his head or is actually was there and was encouraging him to behave in this way, and he's forgotten it.
That's very cool. Yeah.
So that's little
nice.
fact.
That's a nice point.
Yeah, it's really cool. That's why I really like this, because there's actually adds a lot. It shows how he's manipulating him to do his bidding. And indeed, if he does succeed and you take the dark route, you end up in, I think, Gun Fortress on the true.
No, you're in the Ark.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Where's the Doom?
You're in the Ark, mate. Believe me.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. You're right. Yeah, you're in the Ark, and that obviously you're further down the dark route than you were before.
Yeah.
Very cool. So that's great.
It's seriously cool.
And yeah, it's the key route that opens up that exterior location is just fucking epic as well. I love that, and it's got all the cool gizmos and gimmicks that Lost Impact has. Yes. It's a brilliant level that I think really powerfully shows it's kind of at the core of the whole game, because it shows the plight that Shadow is going through, of Black Doom manipulating him versus Maria, his like representation of his pure good side, encouraging him to heal people, whereas Black Doom's encouraging him to kill people. So it captures the conflict going on within our main character beautifully. True. There's also quite a memorable section of this level where you exit a lift and 3 gunmen run at Shadow with knives. And you can obviously just pepper them and take them out, which I think is quite cool, which they'll do regardless of whether you're doing the hero or So yeah, it's I'm a big fan. I think
which shows the villainy of Gun.
It's like inches below the other levels, and the only reason it isn't number 1 is because it's actually not that fun to play.
Yes. And the tune's
that
great.
is otherwise I'd put it at number 1. But it is just, as a gameplay experience, you don't actively look forward to playing it, because it's a slog. And whichever level you take, it's either a maze or it's an even harder maze where you've got to try and finding the research scientist that you've got to heal is really difficult. They're in very, very unintuitive places throughout. Often through what makes it even more confusing is the gun soldiers blow holes in walls, which then connect areas of the Ark that are like at the very start to cause of halfway through the second part of the level. So you can suddenly find yourself back at the start very quickly, which is completely disorientating. So it, in that sense, very cool level design, but not the funnest to play.
Yeah, true, agreed.
That's my piece on the Doom.
Nice.
Top 3, let's go.
Mate.
Let's
top
go.
3.
Not many of these have been said yet.
Only one of mine in this top 3 has been said.
Same.
That's so interesting. Yeah, and I know what yours is. It's Cryptic.
Hit me with your 3.
Okay, so my 3 is this.
He's gone and he's put it at 3rd place.
Hell yeah. It is an awesome song, this. Just wait, this bit, when it runs. Fucking amazing.
So historically, you have always loved this level.
I've always loved it.
I thought you might put it at number 1, but you...
No.
Wow, okay, you've done what I've done then. How interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but which one's which.
Yeah, I know which. I know what you've done now. I know what
That's
you've done.
so cool.
I think our second place is the same. I'm just going to say that now.
Cool. This is such a fucking cool level. I mean, you said it. It's just ultimate Eggman. It's like it's an awesome Eggman base in a fucking volcano. I mean, that's so cool. In an active volcano. The missions are great. Activating 5 hit defense. I like how each time you do it, the platforming gets harder. Yep. That's really cool. And it's some really good platforming. Like, there's lots of great rail grind. The rail grinding in this game is really polished and feels great when you switch between rails. That's got a nice feel to it.
It does. He does this cool like somersault.
It's great. Like it's really fun to play through. It's really cool. It's a good challenge. Yeah, that song is amazing. It's just so like heavy, thick, industrial, hard Eggman shit, classic. Like a cool guitar, big beats, really just like, you know, sort of classic dragon stuff. It's really cool. The secret door path is cool. You get a saucer, and you can use it on the lava, which is cool. So you can reach areas that you couldn't reach before. The climb after you activate one of, I think the last one, or second last defense system thing is really cool. You just climb this giant, like, cylindrical room with big red stripes on the wall, really industrial, really cool. At the bottom's a pit of lava. It's just so, like, dramatic. Lava Shelter, what a cool name. Exactly. He loves his shelters. You got Hot Shelter and Lava Shelter. It's really cool. And a very fitting finale for the android story to be, like, in the heart of Eggman's, operations.
Oh yeah,
it's just really cool. And yeah, it's just a really like violent, hard, sort of thick place. I'm big fan of it. It had to be third for me. The music is what makes it so high for me. I just think it's just one of the coolest songs ever. It's just so cool. It's seriously good. Yeah. Let me just check who made it. I think it was G.U.N. It's got to be G.U.N. Sanu. Surely it's always him. Yeah, G.U.N. Sanu, legend. Yeah, fucking legend.
He was so peak at this.
He was Shadow was peak G.U.N, I think. Yeah. He just shat out some bangers.
He smashed it here.
Yeah. Okay, that's my 3.
So my number 3, I'm actually not going to say much about at all because I think I'm only going to leave it to you to lead. So I have put Gun Fortress at number 3.
Oh yeah.
Which is the final true dark level. I'm actually just going to leave it until you talk about it.
Yeah, because you know I'm going to just
because
glaze it.
E102 loves this level a lot. It's always been a big favourite.
You know it. Yeah.
So I'm going to leave it until you talk about it. But
Fair,
I've put Gun Fortress at number 3. It's a fucking fantastic level.
It is a fantastic
level. I will add my points to what you say.
Yeah, please do. That's so cool. I can't wait.
But we'll come to it. For those who don't remember, it's the end level of True Dark Path. It's a subterranean gun. It's the gun base. It's the subterranean gun base where the commander sits, right in the heart. Presumably, it's deep underground. It's where all of Gun's military assets and stronghold is located, and Shadow races through it. It's the equivalent to Final Horn, either to take out Gun permanently, or he chooses to betray them and sides with Black Doom last minute.
Yeah. So cool.
So I'll cruise straight on and hit you with my number 2, which I'm wagering is the same as yours.
Which is?
Sky Troops.
Correct. It's my number 2 as well.
We both put Sky Troops.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. So Sky Troops. Let me talk about Sky Troops. So Sky. I didn't think this would be so high, but actually,
I had no idea.
I've always loved it, and it's such a good level. Sky Troops is slap bang in the middle of the entire game in the neutral section. You've got the hero mission is to just. It's so cool. You basically enter a live aerial battle between Eggman's fleet. So the Egg fleet has engaged the now airborne naval fleet of Black Doom. So his like temples have become airborne and are now engaged in a like massive kind of near nuclear battle with Eggman's fleet, and you're slap bang in the middle of it. So you can either choose to help Black Doom and actually use his cannons to take out Eggman's battleships, or you can engage with Eggman and destroy the jewels that are powering Black Doom's fleet, which you turned on in Glyphic Canyon. So I love the fact that it's a continuation of a previous level. It's like a part 2, and it's even better. The stakes are so high. You're straight in the middle of a like active war zone. The gunwalker that you jump around on are really cool. The jewel rooms are more epic than ever because they've got like battles going on within them. The gargoyles, the ships that are kind of falling apart. They have these amazing like nomans, that you say,
Nomans,
that are like parts of a sundial that if you see are like, and presumably that's what's so cool about that is you're like, oh, why is it there? And you think about it, it's like it's probably a navigational device. It's like part of how the ships are moving and like turning direction. So cool. And what makes this level even cooler, which not many of the levels do, in fact I can't think of any other one that does this, is near to the end you fly through a tunnel on the Black Hawk, I think, or the Black Vault, and you enter a storm, so the weather changes.
It's so cool.
And you're suddenly in this raging hurricane storm, black skies area that you send it through, and then you emerge out back in the clear sky to take out the final battleship or the final temple jewel.
It's fucking great,
and it's just epic. And then to add to all of that, if it can't get any better than what I've just described, you've got this playing in the background.
Go on. So fucking cool. It's huge. The scope is amazing.
It's just word. It's epic. It's epic.
That song captures the scope of what's going on so well.
It is
something
just epic.
Fucking massive is happening.
Huge.
And
whatever action you take, it's the right one somehow because it's such a heroic blasting tune.
Exactly. It's so cool. I mean, just think about it. It's insane. You get chucked into this battle in the skies of a floating ancient fortress versus like a madman's
Eggman
fleet empire.
Armada.
It's just amazing, and like they're both just destroying each other with massive weaponry and artillery everywhere, and you're just going through it, and you can help either way. You can help either effort. It's just so cool. It's just such a big scope. None of the other levels have such a big event happening. Like it's just two titan empires clashing. It's great. That's the bit. That's the main style. And the storm is fucking cool. It's really cool how like how sort of near the end the whole weather changes and you're in this chaotic thunderstorm, and you come out at the end and you've got to defeat the final ship. His ships are great. I love the new design of the new one. I don't know what sort of fish it's based off because his fleet's usually based off on big aquatic animals. It's really cool.
Go marine.
It's great. That I love that. But it's a cool looking ship regardless, and it's cool that you can take them out. You literally take out a battleship in the sky. It's just massive if you're doing Black Doom's mission. It's just great. It's I like and the fact that it's in the middle is great because like you're as in of the levels, as in you're literally in the middle of all the action. Everything's happening here. It's just so cool. And the sundials are really cool. I like them too. And that tune is amazing. The tune has this ancient resonance, which sounds like a sort of like you're exploring old temples. Yeah, mixed with this awesome like kind of just heavy guitar which fits the Shadow vibe and the battle, and it puts it all into this, meshes into this brilliant just smorgasbord of just awesomeness. It's so cool.
Couldn't
it's
agree
fantastic
more.
Yeah.
And it's also the level, the level play, the playing experience is
great.
So fun.
Jumping about on the platforms in the little gun walk is really fun.
It's
really
got
cool.
the perfect balance of platforming, speed, so like really fast sections, and then like tactical decision making.
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic.
It's really cool. Big fan. The Black Oak statues are cool as well.
Yeah, they are. It very harmoniously and successfully brings together the three like formats of the game. RPG. You make choices, first person shooter because there's so much combat, and Sonic's platforming and speed.
Yes, agreed.
Epic.
Cool.
Okay.
Why don't you do your Cryptic Castle first.
All right.
First, yeah. That's first, yeah?
It is,
Wow.
yeah. I have put Cryptic Castle at a hard one.
Interesting. I knew you loved it, but I wouldn't have guessed first place.
Neither did I. I had to think about it
Brilliant.
quite a lot. I found it quite difficult, but it's nearly perfect for me. It's odd because it doesn't like mesh that well into the infrastructure of the whole story, but somehow it also does. Where do I start? It's. I think the thing that's done it. So one big factor is since I first played this game, which I said right back hours ago when we begun this, this level has always stood out to me as being the funnest, the most interesting, and the most unique. The overall design of it is just incredibly fun to move through because it's so varied. You go through like a fast section, the balloon section where you're flying on you drop down, then there's a bit of grinding, and then you fly on the black vault, and then you go into this like section that's kind of a puzzle where you have to figure out, you light the torches and certain walls open up in that black and white room with the black and white floor. Then you go through and you're in this like Chao chamber, and then you can choose the different routes, and if you go down the dark route, you have another black vault section with a couple more puzzles that's super cool and gothic with bright red glaring lights and fire. And if you go down the hero route, you have that unbelievably interesting section where you go underground. There's like crazy monster, the giant skeletal walker that chases you, and then you end in this fantastic kind of corridor bit. And then if you take the hero route, you find cheese in that room. So cool. So there's lots of like very unique components that are big wins for me. So the giant walker, that's epic because it does that thing that I love where it suggests a lot of story that we don't know about, and like history that we aren't privy to, but is part of the world that you sort of have to react to and wonder about, but you don't even get any answers. And what makes that even better, as you said, is that even Eggman and Amy both comment on like, God, like what the fuck is that? I have no idea what that is.
Exactly.
I've never seen that part of this castle before. It's so cool, and it's also an epic looking thing. Very memorable somehow as well. No other level has anything like that. Like, what is it? Why is it there? And then you break out into the room of Chao, which is just so bizarre. And again, like another feature of the Sonic universe, just randomly put in this level. It also suggests like an element of the storytelling that we don't know anything about. That's just part of the level. Why has Eggman got this like collection of Chao here? The fan theory is that it's so that he uses them to hide in Heroes for Team Chaotix. This is like where he keeps them, so he can hide them.
That's quite cool. Yeah, maybe.
In like, what is it, Lost Jungle? But yeah, and all he says about it is like, oh, just don't look down. It's a great gag. And the inclusion of cream and cheese, obviously, just like, it's great that those characters make an appearance in this level. So that's always made this one stand out. And finding them in this castle complex is really, really
it's
cool.
really random. It's very cool. It's cool that she appears in the expert mode as well.
Yeah.
Cream. She's just standing there.
Yeah, she's just there. The design of the castle itself is just epic. It has all of the gimmicks in the Shadow like game that it's got the wall jump, it's got the black goo, it's got alternative routes that you can choose to explore. It's so cool. And it's got such a good tune to go with it that is so memorable.
It does.
Here it is.
Go on.
Cryptic Castle.
Play him. So like mysterious, just telling,
but also very Eggman.
Yeah, very Eggman. But yeah, it's that like spooky beat.
Yeah,
that shit's so cool. Hell yeah!
Yeah, it's like up to no good Eggman vibe.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's good shit.
It's brilliant. So yeah, like it, and I think it's just incredibly fun to play. So a lot of my fondness for it comes down to a kind of just a really like warming, pleasant memory of it because of how interesting it is and how many aspects of it I like. But then actually upon closer inspection, I think it's an epic level. It's got so much going for it. There's some also really cool plant life. Like the environment's very diverse as you go through it.
That sort of blue ferns.
Yeah, and I enjoy the gimmick of like activating the lanterns. Interesting that for me, both Mystic Mansion and this, both two haunted castle levels, not a vibe I often love, are top. But for this one has taken the trophy for me. I'm very fond of it.
Fair. Nice. Yeah, it's a great fucking level. Big fan.
Yeah, you ranked it high as well. So
yeah, he's fourth place for me. It's very good, but it couldn't be first place because only one level could be first place for me. My all-time favorite. This is one of my favorite levels. This is probably top 3 Sonic levels of all time. It might even be my favorite ever. Actually, it actually might be. Gun Fortress is incredible. It is amazing. So this is, as you said, right at the end of the villain story. It's the darkest possible ending when like the world is basically ended. Everything's fucked. The black aliens have won. Humanity is lost. Gun has failed. And after just heavy shit, and instead of just going even harder and having an angry track, like Death Ruins, we get this vibe which is just so unique.
It's immaculate.
And it's beautiful, and it is made from components like the music, the aesthetic, and the area, and just the level, and it's just what a great choice. So you're in this. It's a mountain base. It's a gun mountain base, which is where the president has retreated to, and it's taken Shadow. And you race through these big, open, urban, underground hallways, past gun vehicles, weaponry, boxes, crates, tanks. It's really cool. You're racing through here, and you have this music, this fucking music, which is just so good. It's beautiful, and what it does. Hang on, I'll play it, and then I'll tell you what it does and why it's just so clever. Listen to how amazing this is. You would think for the final gun military base you'd have some angry guitar, but no, you have this. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
That's stunning.
That pensive bluesy guitar, which G.U.N is just gliding over, is so good. So what it does is there's this sort of metal, high tech, sneaky industrial sort of spy vibe to it, which works so well with the gun interior. But it creates this it creates a sense of reflection, and it's mellow because Shadow has now so he's won. Shadow's won. He's made all these choices. Everything has gone wrong, and now all he has to do is his final mission, which is to get through this easy gun base. Gun offers no opposition here. Well, opposition, but they're nothing compared to him now. They've lost. Their efforts are pointless, but they still continue to fight, which is what gives it this sort of sadness to it. And Shadow has to sort of face what he's done, because there's no turning back now. He's the eclipse kind of fired upon the earth, like it's all fucked. But he's just here, living through his choices, living through. It's what he's done, and it still has that resolve that is very Shadow, but it has this sort of sadness to it, which is like, this is how it's happened, which is such an interesting way to do it. It's so cool. About the level, I just think the level's great. The end, I'll get to the end of the level, which is amazing. But like you see all of Gun's arsenal, it's full sort of weaponry. It's great to see. The sort of cool blue vibe is great. Lots of garages, lots of long stretches where you can run, nice speed. Blue electric seas everywhere. That's really cool. It's a one of a kind environment. It's a very unique industrial environment. I love the security cam bits. They're really cool. And they fit with the sort of industrial vibe as well, sneaking about.
The security cam bits
really cool.
The bit where the camera switches to become like a CCTV camera.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have to run through and jump over.
Yeah, easy and quick, and so not much, but like a nice addition. Rouge is your hero side mission, and you have to shut down the computers or something like that.
The hero mission is that there are 3 mother computers that you.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the dark mission. The dark mission is you destroy.
Okay,
if you
fine.
choose to continue with the dark path, you side with Black Doom. You follow Doomsday and you destroy the 3
I
mother
see,
computers,
yeah.
which are really
Rouge
cool,
is just get the
bright
emerald.
blue structures in
Yeah,
these
yeah.
big rooms guarded by gun robots. And if you do that, yeah, you've completed the dark path. If you suddenly switch it up and side with Rouge last minute, Black Doom is you've betrayed Black Doom basically.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the ending isn't. I mean, he's basically like maniacal. It's hardly a good ending.
Yeah, exactly. But no, yeah, just and you get in the secret door, you get a car where you can drive through, which is just makes it even cooler.
Yeah.
You're in this sort of heavy military mobile vehicle, and you drive along these cool, slick pathways down these hallways, crashing through doors. It's just awesome. And there's a massive room that you descend down on a big I don't know, like a conveyor sort of handle thing, which is really cool. This huge big tube room with blue stripes and more, very just sort of classic. It reminds me of Airport Infiltration from Toy Story 2, the game. Great game, great song, very similar to that as well.
Yeah.
It's just awesome, and the end of the level is amazing. So if you do the hero route, you leave, you exit this door, and you're suddenly outside. You're on a platform, and in front of you on the horizon is this big blue electric sea and these 2 giant gun battleships which are either side of you, and it's nighttime and you've got the moon in the sky. It's just what a cool spectacle. The battleships are parked, the fight's over. They're just sat here. Everything's still and quiet. The world is over. It's just such a lovely ending. It's perfect.
Yeah, and you've got that tune playing.
And you have that tune playing, which is just amazing. Oh, I just think it's outstanding.
Black Doom says that the electrified pools of blue liquid is like toxic waste that Gunn has just sort of churned up because of its excess. Apparently, he uses it to further convince Shadow that he's doing the right thing. I always imagine that the CCTV sections, that's like Abe's looking through them and like watching Shadow advance towards him.
Yeah.
Well said. I completely agree. The music adds an unbelievably unique touch and is frankly a genius decision to go with like mellow, somber, meditative and thoughtful with that bluesy drum and bass rather than something like evil and heavy and hardcore. You just wouldn't get that nowadays. They just wouldn't take that incredible decision.
No.
Can you, just a really like a small point, but this level features this thing where the doors shut as you progress through the base. Can you think of another level?
Aquatic base.
Yeah, well done.
Aquatic base does it as well.
Yeah, it's quite cool.
Very cool.
What's cool is that you don't really notice it actually that much, but you are going down in the level. You're descending deeper and deeper and deeper into the infrastructure of this base, this mountain underground base.
It's such a cool base.
It's just really, really cool. And as you said, you can pick up some proper speed. You can also, because you're just blasting gun troops, you get the best gun, so you can pick up the Gatling gun, which just takes everything out, and you can just like
nothing can stop you in your path. It's great.
You become the level allows you to become this like unstoppable force of violence as you blast through all these military instruments.
It's smooth. It's very smooth.
It is, and you've got that fantastic tune. Agreed. So cool. Gun Fortress is a special level.
Cruising. It is. It's so unique. It's just awesome. Like I said, I mean, just playing it, it's so much fun. It's so much fun to play.
I would have, the Gun Fortress, Sky Troops, and Cryptic Castle are very, very, very close to me. I've basically gone on like just a sort of very small gut instinct of what I personally I prefer.
Interesting that we put 3 of those at the top. Yeah.
Well, they are. They're standout.
They
levels.
are just amazing.
They're really, they're absolute really triumphs, and they don't get enough recognition.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, so there's 23 levels done. Huge. Yeah, that is the most. Big. I think that's going to be the most we ever do, unless a new game comes out that tops it. That's pretty big. So we're clocking a 4-hour runtime, which is nice.
That's mental.
Let's smash through the bosses then, because I think we've covered most of it.
Yeah. So there's 7 bosses.
Name those boys.
So there is Black Bull, there is the Egg Breaker, there is Blue Falcon, Heavy Dog, and then the final ones are there's 8 bosses. Are Sonic and Diabolon, Black Doom, and the Egg Dealer, and then the final boss is Devil Doom, which is pretty awesome. Yeah.
Where are you going? Do not attack our soldiers.
Sorry, just shut up, black dude.
Please, yeah.
Like, go away. Okay, cool.
So yeah, go on.
Should we do it in like chunks of 3 and then finish our finale?
Yeah, on top 2. Yeah. Okay. So
how does that? Hang on, I've got 7. I've got 8 bosses.
Yeah, same. I have 8 too.
Okay, you said
I corrected
8.
myself.
Yeah.
So there's 8. Okay, so
my
we'll do
bottom 3. All right, I'll go first. Egg Dealer, Heavy Dog, Sonic, and Diabolon. In that order.
Mine's very similar. Heavy Dog, Sonic and Diabolon, Egg Dealer.
All right, let's just go through those boys. Oh, let's lead with. I'm going to lead with my order.
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
afraid. So Egg Dealer, right, is a piece of shit. It's nonsense. Egg Dealer is the final Eggman boss, which is this like automaton gambling machine where he has a slot machine built into his cockpit, and he's on 4 legs and he slides around these different tracks and basically yells random shit like, "Oh no, not Shadow Fever!" and Missile Fever. You can either get Missile Fever, Ring Fever. You can get a mine like a bot, like a plot. It's so pathetic. He like falls over and then a mine pops out and makes a massive explosion.
Right in his head.
Honestly, it's one of the worst bosses I've ever played.
It's one of the worst
in
Eggman
any Sonic
creations
game.
ever. It's such a piece of shit.
You can quite easily, with minimal effort, get through the whole game without him landing a single attack. Because for him to land attack, he has to complete a roulette, which in itself isn't a guarantee, and then it will attack you, and you can quite easily avoid. It is so bad and unthreatening compared to like the all-out offensive, highly aggressive Egg Breaker that's kind of an assault non-stop. It's crap. It's a really bad design, and it kind of deflates any like sense of climax to the Eggman finishes as well, because it's such a shit boss.
It's ridiculous. It looks like a duck. It's got
a beak for a mouth. It's really bad.
I've only put it high because I find it quite funny. I just think it's so dumb, but like
and then Heavy Dog.
Heavy Dog is my bottom one. It's just a bit boring. It's just a gun machine, and you have to kind of like miss on it. It has the particle beam cannon, right? The blasts.
Yeah,
it's pretty boring.
I'm pretty sure
you just get a wipeout every 10 seconds.
Fight. I guess what makes it ever so slightly more interesting is you only fight Heavy Dog if you do the Doom.
Yeah, you only fight it once,
which suggests that it's the old,
in the past.
It's the old version. The Heavy Dog is like
the
50-year precursor to Blue Falcon. So it's they do sort of reflect it in the design, because it's kind of looks older and it's a bit browner.
It's got more sort of rusticer colours.
You basically you chase it. It lets out these aerial mines and you homie attack them, and then as you kill its cannons, it drops
rough fight. It's not very fun.
Fighters. No, it's a bit grim.
Yeah, nice.
And then fuck mate,
Sonic and Diabolon. I just hate this fight. It just pisses me off. But it's just annoying. I don't love the machine. Its little head's annoying the way it like wobbles about when you hit it.
It's pathetic.
Exactly. It's just embarrassing. It's an ick.
It's a big.
Come on, Abe. Really?
It's a big ick. Also, it's like listen to this line.
Mobilize, Diabolon. Hold still, you devil.
That's really weird.
Every time. And you basically, it's a ridiculous design. It's unclear whether Abe's in it or is controlling it by remote. I think he must be controlled. No, I think he's not, because it appears in every location. It's in the Ark, it's there, it's on the Black Comet at one point. So I reckon he's like controlling it from his control room.
Probably.
And Sonic's there, and you have to homie attack Sonic, and then he lets his shield down, and you can attack its head.
It's just
it's tiresome and clunky and
it's
a bit
pretty
awkward.
Dull. Yeah,
it's not great. So
not a great song. Actually, quite a cool song though. Actually,
it's fine.
No, but I like when he goes like this bit. And it's like this bit. This.
Yeah, it's alright. It's just
that's cool.
It ends up a bit like the Egg Dealer. It ends up coming across as like vaguely comic rather than actually kind of sincere. It's just not great.
Yeah, agreed.
However, what I will say though is the Egg Dealer song is pretty good. Wait, let me play it.
Is it? Yeah, go on, play it. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Oh yeah, it is cool. This, yeah. Great, I love those.
It's so Eggman.
It is. It's classic Eggman.
Missile Fever.
It's so dumb.
No!
My beautiful rings.
This bit's good. Yeah.
That's cool.
Stop that! No! Not shadow fever!
Why'd you even put that as an option in your
Fucking
fucking machine,
stupid,
you moron? It's
moron,
such a
mate.
piece of shit machine.
So
It's a shame.
those are my bottom three. What's your next?
I've got number 4. I've got Black Bull. I've got Blue Falcon, and I've got Eggbreaker.
Where you've done it in reverse order.
What have you done?
Hang on, is that like
4, 3, 2.
what?
What do you mean?
Have you? So I'm going like worst to best. So I've done 8,
Yeah.
7, 6.
Yeah.
So Black Bull is number 5 then.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
4. 5. Sorry, 5. Yeah.
Fucking hell, mate. 5.
Buddies.
Okay, so say them again.
Black Bull, then Blue Falcon, then Eggbreaker.
Okay, those 3 are also mine, but I've done a different order. I've done
Nice.
Blue Falcon in 5th place, then
Yeah.
Eggbreaker, then
Yeah.
Black Bull.
Nice.
Blue Falcon, literally nothing to say.
It's just the same
it's
shit.
It's a decent
Boring.
gunfight, fine.
Yeah.
Eggbreaker is just nuts. it's a
iconic.
wild boss, that one.
It's an iconic Eggman design. It's very him of that era. It's great.
Very, yeah. It's a bit Egg Empery.
Yeah.
Let's just listen to one of his like. The weirdest thing about this boss is his unrelenting insistence on just saying the
This
same
one
thing
thing.
over and over and over again, which anyone playing it will remember.
Yes. Have you got it up?
Nope.
It's so dumb.
Hang on. So
It's in the
I've
Mad
got it.
Matrix one.
This no, it's also in Cryptic Castle. So
Is
this
it?
is the Cryptic
Oh, dear.
Castle one.
Lights up!
Yeah.
He's spinning around.
Lights out!
He says it again and again and again.
It's so
He's a lot of fun to shoot.
lights
the
out.
Eggbreaker.
It's so aggressive. Yeah, it's actually I think it's a decent boss.
It is. I think it's what I agree.
He's very
Crap song, but
very
decent boss.
very aggressive. He like chases you relentlessly.
Stand clear, or I will crush you.
in some of
He's
the
fucking angry.
in some of the other levels, what times you fight this boss in different ones, he launches these balls out super fast, which are pretty horrific. I think it's the Mad Matrix one.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's when he says this amazing line.
Get ready to be blasted into oblivion! Prepare to be skewered! Oh, you little sneaky thief! I'll smash you to pieces! I'll smash you to pieces! Ah!
So good.
He's amazing.
Fantastic. Mike smashed it.
And then
good.
Black Bull's my number 4, and
Yeah.
I'm just a big fan of Black Bull. I think he's a king.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's a unit. Mate.
He's the fattest thing
He's
ever.
an absolute
Have you
unit.
seen that he's based off? It's called a Caco demon or
Jesus
something.
Christ, what's that?
Which is like it's a type of demon in, I don't know, demon lore, I guess, which is just like a heavy unit. It's like a really fat, if you look it up, it's a hideous thing.
He's
It's just
vicious.
a big fat thing.
It's an evil spirit.
So he's that of the
Black Bull, which is a kind of
the Black Arms. Force.
the
It's
Black
really cool.
Arms are kind of like the devil, aren't they? So it's got
Yes.
this weird like Christian thing going on.
But
You're
no,
not
he's good.
not as much
Both
a big
his
fan.
fights are cool. Nah, just less so. Good song though. Great song.
Oh, I love the tune.
Great song. Here
play
it
it.
comes. Here it comes.
You're playing it, okay.
Really cool opener. Yeah. No, it's good shit. It's just decent. I think they're all pretty similar.
Yeah, it's classic. I like how
Eggbreaker's so good. That's why it's third for me.
you like Eggbreaker.
Hell yeah.
I know. I think I prefer Black Bull over Eggbreaker. This is his intro.
Come, Black Bull, burn this entire city and its inhabitants to ash.
It would be a horrendous
Oh, no.
its inhabitants. Just picture that.
Mate, it would be awful beyond belief to see that fucking thing flying through at you. It would just be dreadful.
It's so big. It would be a horrendous thing to see in the sky.
It's
just
got
a
one eye,
relentless beast.
and it's got
It's got so much
fireball.
blubber.
Yeah, you got to shoot its eye.
It's huge.
Really good.
Nice.
Come, Black Bull, destroy this entire city.
It's like fucking hell.
Yeah, it's relentless.
Yeah, it's great. Black Bull. Nice. Okay, and then that's top 2.
Yeah.
I've got in second place. I've got Devil Doom. And then in first place, I've got Black Doom.
Oh, I have the other way around.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's do Black Doom first.
Wow, Black Doom. I mean,
Oops, sorry. I was just
open on
playing
that
a bit of Black
incredible
Doom.
tune. His theme is the ultimate evil theme.
It is.
It fits him so well.
The
It's
tune,
just
the
like
tune is just knockout.
the tune's unmatched, and it's real. I'll start with the original. And I'll hit this with the new remix.
Wait,
which
I'll
goes
pull
hard.
up the remix while you
Go
play
on.
the
Okay, right. So this is the original. How just like epic and overlord evil standard cool shit is this? It's so good in this bit as well. It's a great fight. It's a really cool
it's
song.
brilliant. And you jump around those platforms, and his attacks evolve each time and get harder.
He's very Zurg-esque
Very.
from, again, Toy Story 2 the game. He moves in the same way. He's an evil alien overlord. He's got like horns. It's a weird comparison. There's a lot of similarities.
In particular, I like fighting him in the computer room of the Ark.
That's really cool.
So then we were
He's just great.
treated.
Oh,
I mean, what a
treat
treat
as
to
well.
to this remix in X Gens of
Unreal.
that battle.
When you fight Devil Doom
and
this
they
plays,
just ramp it up
it's
times 100.
amazing. It's so good. I mean, holy shit.
I can't play any more of that. I'm about
fucking
to
massive.
explode.
It's so fucking good.
And then I think it roars at you.
Oh wow! Yeah, he does that giant roar. It's just, fucking
can't
awesome.
Love the bringing back of something
I know,
even bigger,
and then
It's
making it
just
bigger.
fucking
It's just seriously cool. It's such a good song. It's an amazing thing.
It's a
That's why
masterpiece.
it's first place
Yeah,
for me,
that's
and
so
then Devil
fair.
Doom second place.
So I've chucked Big Devil
Why
Doom.
is Devil Doom first
Well,
place for you? I'm surprised.
Yeah, but it's a proper boss fight, unlike the others, which you can do quite quickly. I think
it's the
this
ultimate
one
boss
is like
fight.
it couldn't be cooler. You're Super Shadow. You're flying in like a demonic red sky. You've got this absolute monster, which is
It is a hideous
He's
beast.
so disgusting. A double-headed ball bag. Basically, is what it is. Like with the most demonic face imaginable.
Yeah.
And
It's just huge. Imagine seeing it from like a distance.
No, it's a
insane.
nightmare made real.
Straight from hell.
It's supposedly this is Black Doom's true form.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
his super form. It's
No,
his
it's-
true form.
yeah, it's what he
so this
exists
is what
as.
he's actually like. I like to think that he's there as this all the time, and he projects Black Doom as like a sort of holographic ambassador of him, and then Doom's Eye as a further like mobile extension. Of him.
Yeah.
So this thing is just because you never see him transform. Actually, you do in X Gen, so that kind of ruins that theory. But
Yes.
you don't. Well, do you?
Yeah, you do see him transform.
Yeah, he does. He does. He explodes into it.
It's so cool.
But yeah, he's just epic.
Devil Doom.
It's a Devil
What
Doom.
a name.
Couldn't be better.
It couldn't be more evil.
Devil Doom.
It's just insane.
Yeah. Oh, it makes me think how good the naming of the Doom level is as well.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's where
Yes.
that's the event where it all began.
And
That
then
is
the music
Doom.
that plays over it is
Yeah.
just obviously so. I mean, it's Shadow the Hedgehog main theme, but like it has this just listen how cool this opening is. It's so cool.
Epic.
It's so hard. It's just ultimate. Just it's so cool.
Yeah, I fucking
fucking
love it.
brilliant.
So
Yeah,
and
it's a great final boss.
It is
hard
a great
as
level,
fuck.
and
but
it is
great.
really difficult. You've got to get rings early and quickly, and a lot of them. But it's very doable, and I
It
like
uses
how you've
Chaos
got
Spear. It's
you've
really
got
cool.
everyone. Yeah, it uses Chaos Spear exactly. You've got everyone chatting to you in your ear, like,
Yeah.
and then you get that iconic line from Eggman where he's
9
like, "Oh,
minutes
I'm
in.
really sorry. By the way, I lied to you. You are actually the original." For anyone who was doubting it, destroying the Android storyline entirely. But yeah. Just fantastic. Big fan. And your Super Shadow, so cool. This is the
That's
only
great.
boss fight which other than X Gens, obviously, where Super Shadow it's just Super Shadow.
Look, you don't go Super Shadow in X Gens.
Do you not?
No.
God, I imagined you do.
He uses powers.
Sorry.
No.
Okay,
Just
fine.
especially his
Then
Doom
yes,
powers.
this is the
It's
only
awesome.
This is the only boss you fight as Super
Seriously
Shadow,
cool.
which we
Yeah,
love.
yeah. It's fucking great.
Epic.
It's good shit. It's a great way to end the fight, the entire game. It's really cool. And then he fucking Chaos controls. He shoots under the Black Comet, Chaos controls into space, and then shoots it with the Eclipse cannon. It's massive.
It is massive.
It's awesome.
It is massive. It's
All on his
absolutely
own.
fantastic.
Like, what a win.
I like to think that it's
Redemption.
actually he like tells Team Chaotix, who are technically on the Ark, to do that, right?
Yeah,
Are they?
probably. Yeah.
And he's like, right, I'm going to teleport it, and then you knock
Because
it
he
out.
then, yeah. He
But
then ends up in the
it's
Ark.
an
Yeah,
epic thing to do.
It's so cool. It's a huge
to
end.
save the humans from, and Black Doom reveals that he's going to use his whole plan is basically to use humans as a food source,
An energy source,
Yeah.
to harvest them. It's
Yeah.
pretty dark.
Epic.
Again, Matrix-esque.
Very,
Yeah,
very.
it's fucking cool. Nice.
God, what a fucking good game.
It's a great game. It's
Let's
an
do
incredibly
it
good game.
justice and rank it then, and give it what it needs.
It's so good.
So what's our ranking schema?
We rank it in concept, gameplay, entertainment, location, soundtrack, and art style, all each out of 10, and a total of 60.
Okay.
Amazing. Okay, concept. It's a pretty good
10.
concept. Surely 10. Like, there's so much to
I don't
it.
care what people say. The idea of our favourite Black Hedgehog running around with guns,
His
blasting
past,
shit,
yes,
it's a 10.
all of it. His
For
past,
all
the
the
story,
reasons I've
the choices.
explained.
We've said it all. Yeah, I agree. It's a 10. I agree.
No more needs to be said.
Agreed.
It's a 10.
How about gameplay?
Oh, mate, it
Might
is
also be a 10.
it's so good though.
They've refined all the heroes controls and made him
And
play
all the
so
Sonic
well.
Adventure controls as well.
And the event shit. His guns are amazing. The only thing I guess I can knock it with is the repetition.
Isn't
of
that comes
Vestopolis.
under entertainment?
No, that's gameplay. Well,
No, it's
yeah,
entertainment. It's
I
overall fun.
suppose
Gameplay is
so.
how he controls.
Yes, playing the game. Yes,
I can't. No, 10. I can't. Sorry,
it might have to be 10.
Okay, the only bits which are weak, I would say, are the way some of the vehicles control.
Yeah, but that's
So it's a bigger part of the game than you think. Like the black vaults, which you go on quite a lot,
Oh, yeah, that's
doesn't
a bit
control
weak,
that
yeah.
well. Let's give it a 9. I think.
Yeah, we shouldn't do all 10. Yeah.
I think 9, but it's still like, as a hedgehog, he controls near flawlessly.
He does control so well.
Yeah.
He's a pleasure to play with.
He is it's a real pleasure, and his animation is outstanding.
Animation fantastic. Okay.
Very
entertainment.
mobile.
What do you think?
He's also one more thing. He's also the perfect size,
Yeah,
like
he
on
is.
screen.
Yeah,
Unlike
this
a lot
is
of
an
the
issue
modern
with the new
games,
games.
he's-
Is that everyone's too small.
Yeah.
They need to make them bigger again. It's great where you can see them. It really works.
Does.
Yeah, nice. Okay,
Next.
entertainment.
10.
Entertainment.
10. I can't fault it.
Nah, mate, it should be a 9. I think.
Okay, it's got some
Because
frustrating
of
elements.
the
Let's give it
repetition
fine. Let's give
and
it a
the sort
9.
of just
yeah.
various problems.
Okay,
yeah.
maybe hang on. Maybe it should be lower than that.
and the confusion of the story stuff, arrangement shit. I think 8 or 9.
It's either an 8
You can't
or
go
a 9.
lower than that. Yeah.
Let's give it an 8. I think it needs to be punished a little for making you do. It is relentlessly repetitive.
Yeah, we'll do 8.
All right, 8. Yeah.
Okay, location's 10.
10.
Yeah, it's got to be a 10. They're all just so
No,
cool.
it's knockout 10.
They're all fantastic. Soundtrack.
Don't. Let's not even we don't even need to talk about.
No,
it.
I think soundtrack's a 10 as
It's
well.
obviously a 10.
The soundtrack of this game is outstanding.
It's one of the best
Nearly
Sonic
every
soundtracks of
single
all
level
time.
we've cited at how good the song
No,
is.
it's
Also,
it's-
the events themes are great. Like they're all iconic.
as are a lot of the and the play the Chaotix one.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah,
This
that one.
okay. Fucking funky. As are the menu themes and shit, like main menu. No, this one.
So good
Iconic.
with that like grimy noughties menu thing. No, I was actually going to say the instrumental, the vocal songs that were composed for this
great.
game are
Yeah.
so good. I'm going to end on the I've Never Turned Back. So
You
good.
should. That was
But
amazing.
Let's just
Waking Up is amazing.
Just a couple of samples. This one, Waking Up, such a cool song. But these play over the end credits of different endings.
By Julian Kay, who's a legend in the business.
That's
It's
his big
great.
bill, yeah.
He made Team Dark and Heroes. Is so good. This machine. It's cool that there's like a theme for
Fucking
all of
cool.
his endings.
Yeah,
They're
it
so
is.
good.
And then,
of course, All Hail Shadow,
Hail
iconic.
Shadows,
And then I Am All of Me. It was just amazing.
Yeah, and actually, this song is so fucking
It's
good.
outstanding. We saw this live at the Sonic
Sonic
Symphony,
Sim.
and wow, wasn't it amazing? After the interval, they opened the second phase with this. It was like, no fucking way.
It goes so hard.
It goes ridiculously hard. Da 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 da.
And then that gnarly lyric.
So fucking good.
You know what the lyrics actually are? I see no, hear no evil, black writings on the wall, unleashed a million faces and one by one they fall. Black-hearted hero, brave-hearted hero, I am all I am. So fucking good.
It's perfect. He's the amalgamation of his choices. That's what it's about. It's amazing. It's all the vocal themes in that one are great, and they all capture Shadow's vibe. So cool.
Can you see all of me? Walk into my mystery, step inside and hold me for dear life. Do you remember me? Capture you or set you free. I am all of me.
Hell yeah.
So good.
It's so good.
And then
I'm not as big a fan of this one.
Yeah, it's a bit try.
It's a bit like extra. It's a bit like sort of it thinks it's Marilyn Manson.
Yeah. And then, it's true. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like this one at all.
I'm not a fan.
And then there's this Eggman one that's quite fun.
What? Dr. Robotnik's. Fuck yeah.
It's just the Eggman theme remixed.
It's so cool.
Yeah, I would encourage anyone to listen to all of those. There's one more which I'll end the pod with.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, so sorry, we've got
soundtrack was on a fat 10.
Yeah,
and
obviously.
Then,
it's just art style.
Art style now.
I love the art style. I
think it looks
I
great.
can't fault it. It's a 10. It's beautiful. It's so well thought through.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the prettiest, but it fits him so
I don't
well.
care.
It's perfect. Exactly. Fuck. Exactly. As it should be. Okay, so 10. That gives us a total of wow, pretty high.
Perfect. As it should be.
Let me
Flawless
just figure
game.
this out.
Fuck
It gives us a
daters.
total of 57 out of 60.
Yes, mate.
which I think is bang on.
Perfect for this beautiful game.
Perfect.
I really hope anyone who's made it through the entire 4.5 hours of this podcast now has a new and rejuvenated appreciation of how fantastic and
Agreed, 'cause it
thoughtful
really
and
deserves
well
it.
put together this game is.
Yes, and the effort that was put in that went unnoticed, sadly, but it really should be recognised and praised.
Absolutely.
It's so good.
It's awesome.
Very strong game.
And play it again on emulator because it's so fucking fun.
Agreed.
Good.
Cool.
Wow, that was huge. That's our longest pod to date.
That's massive.
Yeah, but I've loved every second. So
yeah, it's been a fucking
fun.
joy.
And
so good.
Just as a bit
What
of
a game.
like this, I played this during the Christmas period. I played it non-stop.
Literally 24/7. Insane.
Could not have loved it more. It's
Yeah.
so fun.
Fucking great.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So, what are we doing next?
We're gonna do
What's our first pod of 2025?
Next, we're going to throw it back. For the start of 2025, we're going to do Sonic the Hedgehog 1, the original thing that kicked it all
where
off.
it all begun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So very different to this.
Very, very
but
different.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that a lot. That'd be great.
Yeah, same. All right, I'm going to
hit us with some
leave you with a bit of this. Stick around for the breakout, which is worth it.
Fuck yeah. You just never see it coming.
Not in a million years. Great way to close out 2024 as well.
Facts, yeah. End of year of Shadow, outstanding stuff.
Yeah.
What a year. What a great year. Good year to be a Sonic fan.
So true.
Very
so
good
true.
year.